Sunroof top, digging in the scene with the gangster leaning and we ain't coming down, see on my face that smile, see on my head that's crown, I'm on top of the world, talking it down, baby.
I moved out the hood that had the church on the corner where I sit and talk shit all day cause I wanna. And on top of that, wasn't none of y'all gonna do nothing but keep running your mouth and keep frontin'. Go ahead, say something, I'll wait. I ain't gonna wait too late, 'cause in a minute I'm escape, cause there is no debate. No, it's not an option, you gotta keep the cop watch.
Sunroof top, digging in the scene with the gangster leaning and we ain't coming down, see on my face that smile, see on my
I'm from 140th and Lenox. I am from NFL, up the block is 40 Wolves, Lou Simpsons, I'm on 142nd Cross Square, D. Ferg on number 8th Avenue. I don't see you around none of this. Not from none of that.
Now if you follow me, I will follow you too. Now if you follow me, then I will follow you too.
a listen at video from the scene last night. Police say, the Citizen app video shows the street taped off with NYPD investigators all over the intersection here after that crash. This happened around 7:44 last night. Police say El Sayeh was trying to make a left turn here when he collided with a BMW driven by a 17-year-old. He was taken to Maimonides but didn't survive. The teen driver did stay on scene, no charges right now. And as you can see behind me, this intersection has since reopened this morning. Now, according to NYPD traffic data, this is the second traffic death so far this year in this 66 police precinct. That's the latest from here. I'm going to send it right back to you, Christy.
Authorities in the Dominican Republic arresting the owner of the nightclub where that roof collapsed, killing 235 people. That was back in April. Antonio Espaillat and his sister, Maribel Espaillat, have not been charged in this case. But authorities, they have less than 48 hours to present any charges before a judge. An investigation into why the roof collapsed, that's still ongoing. More than 100 firefighters responding to a fire inside an East New York home. Now, this happened along Chestnut Street just before 5:30 yesterday evening. The damage so extensive that you can see the front door just ripped off its hinges and the holes through the ceiling. News 12 talked with one resident of the building after a vacate order was placed on the home.
My mother calls me. She's like, hey, get back to the house, check on your sister. It was a house fire. And I got back as fast as I could. But everybody got out safe. Thank goodness. Everybody got safe.
Well, the cause of the fire is still being investigated this morning. The family demanding answers after the death of their elderly aunt. Now, what they discovered months later has left them in shock. They flew in from Barbados to find out what's going on. They say 78-year-old Gretel Taylor stopped communicating with her family suddenly. Well, the family later found out through a neighbor Taylor had died, and the neighbor had already had Taylor cremated without their permission. The family later discovered the neighbor listed herself as Taylor's daughter on the death certificate, even though Taylor never had children. The neighbor was also named in the will as the sole beneficiary to Taylor's property.
We want her to go to prison, and then we would like her to go to hell, and the hell in hell where even the devil doesn't want her.
Strong words there. The will has since been thrown out, and the Brooklyn District Attorney is investigating. So News 12 reached out to that neighbor, her attorney, for comment. We're still waiting to hear back from them.
Meteorologist Radek Przygotsky with your tri-state weather outlook. This morning, we have a mild start with a lot of 60s across the area. We are going to be talking about seeing a good amount of those clouds building into the picture, and certainly going to be talking about rain pushing on in this afternoon. Some spotty rain shower activity definitely possible even this morning, but certainly by this afternoon. We're going to be noticing a lot of those 70s, maybe some 80s down towards central New Jersey, and definitely looking at that cooling trend through the weekend as we do increase the rain chances, not just today. And again, today is not a washout, but we will need the umbrellas maybe from time to time. A better chance of rain arrives Saturday morning. That's where we start to see, again, some of those downpours. And then into Saturday afternoon, still rather cloudy and settled, maybe a peak of sunshine or two. And then we get into Father's Day and things are still unsettled. Here's a look at that 10-day forecast. Warming through the next several days into next week. 80s on the way.
And a night at the shore turns into chaos after what sounds like gunshots. It sent crowds in Long Branch running from the beach and the boardwalk.
Those crowds there last night for a concert. News 12 New Jersey's Tony Caputo joining us live this morning from Pier Village. Tony, police remain on scene this morning.
They do, Nick. And Dara, you hit it right on the head. This surveillance video, it sounds like gunshots. We're still waiting on confirmation from the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office, but Long Branch Police certainly still out here in full force here on the boardwalk, blocking the boardwalk for those early morning strollers right around the pavilion area. There's even some tape out on the beach area as well, but still plenty of first responder vehicles out here. But as you can see, the public still allowed to make their way through Pier Village at this time. Gold's Gym is open. You got a lot of folks who work out early in the morning. Some of the other shops are open as well this morning, but the boardwalk area blocked off as the investigation into exactly what happened last night continued. Now, you take a look at the surveillance video, and I'm going to pause for a moment because you can hear, as Dara said, what sounds like a couple of gunshots. That sent people running, to say the least. You can hear some screaming in the background as well, but you can see people coming off the beach and boardwalk into the parking lot area here at Pier Village as they were trying to get back to their vehicles or get to safety. Now, again, what exactly played out here at this time, we're not sure. We're waiting on that update from the prosecutor's office. The mayor here, John Pallone, saying that there is no threat to the public and that all questions should be referred to the prosecutor's office. So we're waiting on something specific just yet. We don't have any information on whoever may have pulled the trigger. We have no information on any possible injuries or victims in this case as well. So we'll wait that out. And as we get more information, we'll pass it along. But again, the boardwalk area here on this Friday morning in Long Branch, Pier Village, is closed as police continue to investigate. We're live in Long Branch. Tony Caputo, News 12, New Jersey.
Tony, thank you.
People across our region are making their voices heard about alleged ICE activity in their communities. Some advocates in Westchester's largest city have an emotional message.
We're out here and we will not be silent.
Protesters claim ICE agents recently have been seen at the Yonkers DMV. People gathered for a rally there yesterday. Officials say they are not aware of any ICE activity. However, they told News 12 a person was arrested on Wednesday as part of an independent investigation over alleged fraud. Regardless, neighbors say they are on edge since ICE has previously said it's carrying out immigration enforcement in the Hudson Valley.
It caused people to hide inside, to go back inside, to not show up to work. We're at a point that we're seeing our community members, families being torn apart.
People at the rally tell News 12 they plan to hold more events like this to make their voices heard again.
We're trying to change the narrative about what Trump is doing in the country.
And tomorrow, protests are happening across the country, including here in the Hudson Valley, in opposition of President Trump and his administration. It's called the No King's Day of Defiance. It coincides with the U.S. military parade in D.C., as well as the president's birthday. Organizers say protesters are coming together to reject the militarization of our democracy. Local police say they are prepared to keep the peace.
Like anything, we kind of deal with it as it comes. We have enough assets, both technology and officers, that will be able to monitor and then decide at the time if we need to deploy additional resources.
There are more than a dozen protests across the Hudson Valley happening tomorrow. The event is expected to be the largest single-day mobilization since Trump returned to office.
Look who's on News 12. Join us for Inside the Yankees, a show built for die-hard Yankee fans. From the bleachers to the batter's box, we've got every base covered. If you've got pinstripes in your blood, this is the show for you. But hey, we'll let you be the judge. Catch Inside the Yankees, hosted by Yes Network's Bob Lorenz, Saturday and Sunday at 12:30 p.m. only on News 12 New York.
Join News 12 as we head down the shore.
From Sandy Hook to Cape May, there's more to explore in the Jersey Shore than the iconic boardwalks and beautiful beaches. We'll take you where the locals go and showcase the people and places that make great summer memories.
Discover the reasons why going down the shore is so sweet.
News 12's Simon Chowdhury and Jim Murdoch are your guides to finding the perfect summer getaway. Down the shore, Saturdays and Sundays at 10:30 a.m. on News 12 New York.
Join us for an all-new season of the East End.
Let's go.
Discover what makes summer on Long Island's East End so special. From thrilling outdoor adventures to five-star culinary hotspots, relaxing hidden getaways to beautiful boutiques and farmers markets.
Join us as we explore everything that makes the East End a must-see destination.
A place where memories are made.
Don't miss an all-new season of The East End, Saturday and Sunday at 9:30 a.m. only on News 12 New York.
Get ready
for the best hyperlocal news streaming 24/7.
We continue to have the beat go on across the entire region.
Cuts to the Department of Education are having an impact here in New York.
Flooding could impact your commute.
This is why you turn to News 12.
Streaming when and where you want to watch. News 12 New York. Local matters.
New this morning, a North Riverdale woman is desperate for help after her electric bike was stolen, a bike she relied on to get around because of her disability. News 12's Kelly Kennedy has her story.
New York City has an affordability crisis, but we will rise. The minimum wage will rise. I raised it to the highest in the nation as governor. I'll do it here. 500,000 new affordable homes will rise. I did it as the nation's housing secretary. We can do it here. We built new bridges, train stations, and airports and got through COVID together because there's a simple solution to a crisis. You act. So let's rise together.
Paid for by Cuomo for NYC.
I'm back with another episode of Just Because It Is Old Doesn't Mean It Has to Be, with our new Aquasana whole house water filtration system and salt-free water conditioner. Living in an old house, we were worried about the quality of our water, but with the Aquasana system, we never have to worry about that again. Aquasana reduces chlorine and more for up to 600,000 gallons or 6 years. So whether your water comes from a well or the city like ours, Aquasana instantly transforms ordinary water into clean, extraordinary water, making your entire home a healthy home.
This is life-altering for me. This isn't just some fun little e-bike I had that I can just go buy another one.
Hammer says she just wants her bike back.
I'm out like over $1,000 and it's just not happening. I'm on disability.
In Riverdale, Kelly Kennedy, News 12, The Bronx.
Kelly, thank you. Well, is cash still king? As card-only transactions are a growing trend, local businesses like Laundry Works in Soundview may soon be required to accept cash payments. The Bronx Chamber of Commerce President Lisa Soren says the initiative may help 91,000 households without access to debit or credit cards.
You can't just arbitrarily carry on a card. So you're looking at seniors, you're looking at migrants, you're looking at individuals who not only are unbanked and need to go pull out their cash, you're looking at tourism.
The bill was passed by New York legislators late May, awaiting a signature from the governor to be signed into law, which Soren says she's hopeful will happen soon.
Take a look at this video here. 2 young people are facing charges after being caught entering a police car. It happened on South 8th Avenue in Mount Vernon earlier this week. Police say the vehicle was unlocked. The suspects can be seen recording from inside. Authorities say this video was posted on social media and led to the 2 arrests. One suspect, we're told, is 24, the other just 15 years old. A Dutchess martial arts instructor has pleaded guilty in a child sex abuse case. The county DA says 27-year-old Tyler LeClaire of Hyde Park admitted to a criminal sexual act, attempted sexual abuse, and forcible touching in a plea deal. He was an instructor at his father's martial arts clinics when the abuse took place. He faces 10 to 12 years in prison when he's sentenced in September. Parents with kids who were taught by him are now reacting to what happened.
No prison sentence can erase the harm that these children experienced, but I do support and stand by the decision that the victims and their families made.
The Dutchess DA says the plea was made following unanimous request of the victims' parents who wish to spare their children the emotional trauma of testifying.
Child loose in the cargo area of a hatchback, that's extremely hazardous.
And in a News 12 exclusive, a Port Jervis man is facing charges over just a shocking incident. Police say they received a call on Tuesday that kids were seen in a hatchback of a car mouthing for help. Police caught up with the driver just over the state line in Pennsylvania. Authorities say the driver had 4 children unbuckled in the SUV. 3 were in that cargo area, and 1 was on the floor in the back seat, according to a witness.
The cops looked like they were distraught over it. It just looked like an awful lot of kids to be in a vehicle with 2 males and then 2 women.
Police are not naming the driver at this time. They tell News 12 he is facing charges and tickets for unsafe driving and drugs. Children and Youth Services were also notified.
They appreciate to know that the community is there for them.
People in Orange County are coming together to support a local family that lost their home in a fire. It happened earlier this month on Pulaski Highway in Goshen. Officials say a mother and 2 children were able to make it out, but sadly another family, a father and his 2 sons, died. On Thursday, the community held a Touch a Truck fundraiser at the Florida Fire Department to help.
I live about 3/4 of a mile away. It's a house that I pass every day. And it's just devastating to pass it now and see the flowers and the caution tape.
A memorial service will take place at the First Presbyterian Church of Florida for the father and 2 sons in the coming weeks. Well, kids have seeds to grow food this summer, thanks in part to Feeding Westchester. Its mobile pantry was at Portchester Middle School yesterday for a community-wide celebration of sustainability and growth. Families not only received food, they also took part in hands-on activities focused on growing and giving back. The Westchester Land Trust also distributed grow bags packed with vegetable plants for families to start their own gardens.
In our community, a lot of the families do want to garden and maybe they might not have the space to do it. And so when they get to bring the grow bags home, everybody's really excited.
Excited indeed. Kids also learn how to turn food scraps into compost for the school's Giving Garden and new wildflower patch.
Get over to the latest developments in Norwalk's budget controversy. The Board of Ed said it has not rejected an offer of additional funding from city and state officials. The board responding after city leaders say board members caused a deal to save teacher jobs to fall apart. Well, the deal had appeared to have fallen apart over the future of school superintendent, Dr. Alexandra Estrella. Well, the additional funding put together by State Senator Bob Duff and Mayor Harry Rilling came with a provision that the board not vote upon a possible contract extension for Dr. Estrella before 26-27. That school budget had been approved. The Board of Ed has changed that agreement to instead say that they would not vote until a budget was established only for next year. The board saying Thursday night the change was necessary because language in Dr. Estrella's contract mandates an extension vote by July 1st of this year. Senator Duff responding to the board's statement saying, quote, I am satisfied by this statement that the BOE will honor the original agreement from their Tuesday evening caucus. Senator Duff will be on Power and Politics with Mark Sudol, airing this weekend's morning on Saturday at 2:30 and Sunday morning at 11:30. ICE agents have arrested 4 Guatemalan workers at the Dehan car wash in Southington. Agents with the Department of Homeland Security investigations carried out the arrest Monday. They say the employees were in the United States without authorization. HSI New England Special Agent in Charge Michael J. Kroll says, quote, businesses such as Dehan that employ unauthorized workers not only undermine the integrity of our immigration system, but also gain an unfair advantage over law-abiding companies. People in Milford reacting to a kidnapping at a boat ramp downtown. Police say it happened last week around 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Alexander Matthews is accused of pulling a knife on a man there, demanding his phone and ordering the man to drive him to Stamford. Police say Matthews made the victim stop at McDonald's, where he was able to call for help while Matthews ordered food with the knife in his pocket.
That's just crazy. That's crazy. I mean, this is probably the quietest it is. At the end of the day, it gets busier.
Yeah, it's usually things like that don't happen in Milford, so it's a rarity.
Matthews was charged with second-degree kidnapping, threatening, and breach of peace. He's being held on a $75,000 bond.
Look who's on News 12. Join us for Inside the Yankees, a show built for die-hard Yankee fans. From the bleachers to the batter's box, we've got every base covered. If you've got pinstripes in your blood, this is the show for you. But hey, we'll let you be the judge. Catch Inside the Yankees, hosted by Yes Network's Bob Lorenz, Saturday and Sunday at 12:30 p.m. only on News 12 New York.
Join News 12 as we head down the shore.
From Sandy Hook to Cape May, there's more to explore in the Jersey Shore than the iconic boardwalks and beautiful beaches. We'll take you where the locals go and showcase the people and places that make great summer memories.
Discover the reasons why going down the shore is so sweet.
News 12's Simon Chowdhury and Jim Murdoch are your guides to finding the perfect summer getaway down the shore. Saturdays and Sundays at 10:30 a.m. on News 12 New York.
Join us for an all-new season of the East End.
Let's go.
Discover what makes summer on Long Island's East End so special. From thrilling outdoor adventures to five-star culinary hotspots, relaxing hidden getaways to beautiful boutiques and farmers markets.
Join us as we explore everything that makes the East End a must-see destination.
A place where memories are made.
Don't miss an all-new season of The East End. Saturday and Sunday at 9:30 a.m. only on News 12 New York.
Get ready
for the best hyper-local news streaming 24/7. We continue to have the beat go on across the entire region.
Cuts to the Department of Education are having an impact here in New York. Flooding could impact your commute.
This is why you turn to News 12.
Streaming when and where you want to watch. News 12 New York. Local matters.
Black women in the U.S. are more than 3 times as likely to die from childbirth-related causes than white women, leaving fathers behind to raise their children. And News 12 sat down with 3 dads who found strength in fatherhood after losing their life partners during childbirth, with memories they say still haunt them to this day.
All 3 of us are going home, and she just kept repeating that to herself as they were wheeling her out of the room and sending her to the OR. And unfortunately, that was the last time I seen Amber alive.
That was one of the hardest nights I had to deal with, honestly. It went from one of the joyous moments to one of the heartbreakingest moments.
You feel their pain. Now, despite their grief, they found a way to carry on by finding strength in each other, hoping there will be more safe spaces for difficult conversations like this. They tell us they wake up with one goal every day, and that's to be the best dads to their kids. A Crown Heights woman says she has been waiting for months to get back into her unit after renovations have dragged on since October. News 12's Rob Flax has the details.
Shaniqua Sapp says she's been waiting for over 6 months for her NYCHA unit to be renovated. This is what it looked like in January, covered in raw sewage. Today, she's living out of boxes in a temporary apartment while still getting electrical bills for a...
Okay, so you've made it. You worked hard and hit the jackpot. Got the cars and the houses. But you don't have that perfect person next to you. The partner. The wild reason to be alive and stay alive. And don't be hard-headed and think you can do this yourself. Trust a pro, an expert, the best confidential trusted matchmaker in the world. Kelleher International. Let us find the person you can't imagine living without. Visit us at kellehermatch.com.
Welcome aboard. Hi. Oh, hey, what are you playing? You know what? Don't answer that. Is it that new puzzle game, Royal Kingdom? Yep, it is. I can see it from here. I play that game too. It is unbelievable. I mean, can you believe they don't have any ads? It's really wild, isn't it? It's my royal accent. What do you think? Yes, I agree. It's perfect. Anyway, the graphics are amazing and there's no Wi-Fi needed.
I'm sorry. Are you talking to me?
I was. Did you not hear anything I just said? Okay, well, we're going to have to start from the beginning then. I love Royal Kingdom. I think the graphics are amazing and you don't need Wi-Fi, and I do a very good royal accent. So you should... Can I help you?
Yes. Is it too late to change seats?
Good idea. I'll come to you. Excuse us. Can I get a ginger ale? Okay, so what level are you on? I will tell you what level I'm on. You know what? Don't share that. It might embarrass you. This is going to be such a fun flight.
And they also have batteries for delivery workers across the city. Now, it's part of the city's e-bike trade-in program. It allows delivery workers to replace their unsafe devices for certified ones that meet safety standards. The DOT hopes this effort will help to prevent deadly e-bike fires that are often caused by uncertified equipment.
Our trade-in program will replace delivery workers' illegal mopeds and uncertified bikes with safe e-bikes certified to UL standards. By getting heavier and faster illegal mopeds out of circulation.
Well, the application window for the trade-in program now open, and it closes on June 30th. Those who would like to trade in their current e-bikes can join that wait list. So for a link, head to our website, news12.com. Happening today, the Fort Hamilton Army Base is celebrating its 200th birthday, along with the Army's 250th birthday. We're told today's festivities are free to the public and will feature live musical performances, a fireworks display, and local vendors from 4 until 10 p.m. Fort Hamilton is named after one of our nation's founding fathers, Alexander Hamilton, and it is the fourth oldest installation in the United States Army. Liberty fans, stand up. It's time to vote for your favorite starters to take the court in this year's WNBA All-Star Game. Last year, Liberty players Jonquel Jones, Sabrina Ionescu, and Breanna Stewart, they earned their spots in the game. Fans will account for 50% of the vote, while all current players and a media panel will account for 25% each. To choose your winning lineup, you can head to our website, news12.com. Well, last year, reigning American League MVP Aaron Judge, outfielder Juan Soto, and pitcher Clay Holmers were the representatives for the Yankees in the 2024 All-Star Game. Fans will account for 50% of the vote here, while all current players and a media panel will account for 25% vote each. Voting ends on July 2nd, and this year's All-Star Game, it's going to be Tuesday, July 15th, inside Truist Park in Atlanta.
I was down at a beach in Lloyd Harbor and I picked these up.
These stones on Long Island's North Shore can be turned into wearable art.
So these earrings right here are some of my best sellers. They're very simple.
Earrings, necklaces, and bracelets beaded together with precious gemstones and metals.
I'm putting something out there that you're not going to see every day.
It's handcrafted and designed by Paola Giordano. All of this work is self-taught, and it's done at her fingertips.
I use different stones to create a masterpiece.
Some of these stones are found in mines across the country.
That's from a mine that has been mined out. You can't get that turquoise anymore.
These gems are treasures, and that inspired Paola to create one-of-a-kind statement pieces.
Try to look for the most unique things possible that can't be duplicated or replicated, so it'd be really difficult to copy.
In 2022, she opened this hidden gem, a contemporary fine craft gallery in Oyster Bay.
I want to have something that's right in the backyard.
Jewelry designing was a hobby before it became Paola's full-time job. Originally, she started this to try something new.
I didn't take any classes for any of the beadwork or the stones or the metals or any kind of sourcing. This is all just me figuring it out. I started from nothing with all of this, and it's grown, and I'm very, very proud of it.
In Oyster Bay, Nassau County, Jen Seelig, News 12.
Ford Thunderbolt 12. Real-time, street-level weather updates.
Looking at this damage, this is a possible tornado on the ground.
The skies have opened a preview of what we can expect.
We'll be in Thunderbolt 12, keeping you safe throughout the storm.
On the road for your safety. Trust Ford Thunderbolt 12.
Some breaking news out of Morrisania. That's where a man is dead after he was shot outside a deli. News 12's Lindsay Tanny joins us from the 42nd Precinct with the latest information we have. Lindsay.
Yeah, Christy, that man was 56 years old. He was shot dead in the head outside a deli right here in Morrisania. And right now, police are on the hunt for the killer. Last night, they rushed to the scene just before 9:30, and they laid several evidence markers on East 169th Street right outside the deli. There was a set of keys left behind and a pair of white Crocs and what appears to be a black shirt right next to a pool of blood. We saw investigators searching Franklin Gourmet Deli. They even looked in the ceiling for something. We spoke to someone who works there. He says the community needs change.
Horrible, actually, that somebody's life went away. So I'm a father of 8 kids at the end of the day, you know, and it's a community, actually. We need to look out for each other, actually.
Now, that employee tells us police took their surveillance video to help in their investigation. NYPD data shows at least 14 other shootings so far this year in this precinct alone. That's the second most in all the borough. If you have any information, you're urged to call Crime Stoppers at 1-800-577-TIPS. We're outside the 42nd precinct. Lindsay Tanney, News 12 The Bronx.
Father of a 2-year-old Bronx boy who was accused of throwing his son into the Bronx River will stay in custody. 20-year-old Arias Williams is facing murder and manslaughter charges for the killing of 2-year-old Montrell Williams. Now, search operations turned into recovery earlier this week when NYPD dive teams found a toddler in the waters near the Whitestone Bridge. Prosecutors say they have surveillance video that shows the final moments of little Montrell's life, and that Williams confessed to throwing his son into the river. Montrell's family says their search for the toddler began in May 10th when he wasn't dropped off at his mom's after a court order visit. They say they tried to file a missing persons report with police, but they were not taken seriously. Now, the NYPD says they will be opening an internal investigation into how initial report from Montrell's family was handled. Well, breaking overnight, the NYPD says it's boosting security here at home as tensions escalate in the Middle East. Israel attacked Iran's nuclear and military sites. Iranian state TV reporting the strikes killed the chief of staff of Iran's armed forces, as well as the leader of the country's paramilitary Revolutionary Guard. Now, the NYPD says out of an abundance of caution, it's deploying additional resources to Jewish, Israeli, and other sites throughout New York City and will continue to monitor for any potential impact here at home.
Meteorologist Radek Przygotsky with your tri-state weather outlook. This morning, we have a mild start with a lot of 60s across the area. We are going to be talking about seeing a good amount of those clouds building into the picture, and certainly going to be talking about rain pushing on in this afternoon. Some spotty rain shower activity definitely possible even this morning, but certainly by this afternoon. We're going to be noticing a lot of those 70s, maybe some 80s down towards central New Jersey, and definitely looking at that cooling trend through the weekend as we do increase the rain chances, not just today. And again, today is not a washout, but we will need the umbrellas maybe from time to time. A better chance of rain arrives Saturday morning. That's where we start to see, again, some of those downpours. And then into Saturday afternoon, still rather cloudy and settled, maybe a peak of sunshine or two. And then we get into Father's Day and things are still unsettled. Here's a look at that 10-day forecast, warming through the next several days into next week, 80s on the way.
The big story we're following is the chaos at an immigration jail. An incident inside with detainees leads to this, a clash between protesters and ICE agents outside.
News 12 New Jersey's Lauren Dew is live outside of the center now. And Lauren, we know we're waiting to hear from ICE about the situation this morning, but what is the scene like now?
Yeah, we are. The scene is very quiet. You have a lot of trucks that are going back and forth here, but let me just show you what we're looking at this morning. You have two people that are standing out front, and also you have these new barriers that are in place. So you have the yellow barriers that are blocking off the parking lot there, almost kind of creating an entrance as the trucks go by. Rich, if you want to pan over and show everyone what it looks like on the opposite side too. There's cement barriers there. There's no trespassing signs, some additional ones. And even at the second entrance there too, there's also those additional barriers. Now, let me show you the contrast. This is video from last night. Dozens outside gathered around vehicles with flashing lights, attempting to enter Delaney Hall, yelling anti-ICE chants. ICE agents eventually pushing past protesters and barriers to get their vehicles out of the facility. We're told this group includes advocates and family members of those inside. Last night, a family member spoke with us after she says she spoke with her husband on the phone, who is detained inside, and describes a chaotic scene.
He told me that there was about 30 people who had simply had enough of the terrible conditions, the poor food quality, and being denied visitation. They got very upset and they started to retaliate. My husband.
What if your website's success was only limited by one single thing? Privacy regulations. Details matter. Imagine if the Egyptians had run out of limestone just before finishing the pyramids. What if NASA had forgotten the password just before putting the first man on the moon? What if you failed to respect your users' data privacy choices? You've poured your heart and soul into your business. Don't fail at the last step. Enter CookieBot's Web CMP, offering easy implementation, customizable cookie banners, and automation. All designed to boost consent rates and build trust through the power of privacy-led marketing. That way, you can focus on what really matters. Growing your business. Start for free at cookiebot.com.
At VFX Now, we're committed to your success by providing you with high performance, high quality workstations, custom workstations, networking equipment, servers, storage, and more. We're happy to get you what you need when you need it, whether you're scaling, growing, or looking for some extra horsepower. These solutions are large or small, but either way, VFX Now is always happy to help. And when you're ready for it, we'll get it to you whenever you need it.
In connection to that confrontation with law enforcement at Delaney Hall last month, not in this one, also releasing this statement saying, quote, "I have serious concerns about the reports of abusive circumstances at the facility, even now as we are hearing reports from news organizations and advocates on the ground about a lack of food and basic rights for those inside. The administration appears to be stonewalling efforts to learn the truth."
Well, there is tension this morning over immigration raids coast to coast.
Yeah, perhaps you've seen this video by now. Democrats, including New Jersey's Andy Kim, are speaking out about it after officers remove a senator from a news conference held by the Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem. Senator Alex Padilla of California yesterday interrupted Noem, shouting questions. His office then released a video showing security guards surrounding him, removing him from the room. They force him to the ground and cuff him. This quickly triggering a sharp response from Democrats on Capitol Hill, including Kim.
I am outraged, and I hope others are too. This is not a time to be silent. This is a time for us to be united and show the rest of the country what this institution means. Otherwise, we might as well go home. I, for one, want to fight for my colleague, fight for each other, fight for the Senate, and fight for our democracy.
Secretary Noem says she and the senator spoke after that for about 15 minutes. She says Padilla didn't identify himself before security approached.
I wish that he would have reached out and identified himself and let us know who he was and that he wanted to talk. His approach, was something that I don't think was appropriate at all. But the conversation was great, and we're going to continue to communicate. We exchanged phone numbers, and we're going to continue to talk on ways we can communicate better.
Senator Padilla has been critical of Trump's decision to mobilize the National Guard during those protests in Los Angeles.
Look who's on News 12. Join us for Inside the Yankees, a show built for die-hard Yankee fans. From the bleachers to the batter's box, we've got every base covered. If you've got pinstripes in your blood, this is the show for you. But hey, we'll let you be the judge. Catch Inside the Yankees, hosted by Yes Network's Bob Lorenz, Saturday and Sunday at 12:30 p.m. only on News 12 New York.
Join News 12 as we head down the shore.
From Sandy Hook to Cape May, there's more to explore in the Jersey Shore than the iconic boardwalks and beautiful beaches. Go and showcase the people and places that make great summer memories.
Discover the reasons why going down the shore is so sweet.
News 12's Simon Chowdhury and Jim Murdoch are your guides to finding the perfect summer getaway down the shore. Saturdays and Sundays at 10:30 a.m. on News 12 New York.
Join us for an all-new season of the East End.
Let's go.
Discover what makes summer on Long Island's East End so special. From thrilling outdoor adventures to five-star culinary hotspots, relaxing hidden getaways to beautiful boutiques and farmers markets.
Join us as we explore everything that makes the East End a must-see destination.
A place where memories are made.
Don't miss an all-new season of The East End. Saturday and Sunday at 9:30 a.m. only on News 12 New York.
Get ready for the best hyper-local news streaming 24/7. We continue to have the beat go on across the entire region.
Cuts to the Department of Education are having an impact here in New York.
Flooding could impact your commute.
This is why you turn to News 12.
Streaming when and where you want to watch. News 12 New York. Local matters.
Rallies are set to happen across Long Island tomorrow as part of more than 1,000 No Kings rallies are happening across our nation. News 12 Long Island, Jonathan Gordon is right now live in Mineola, where one of those protests will take place, with more on what we can expect there, why they're happening all over, and how police plan to respond to them all. Jonathan.
Yeah, Jen, the rally here in Mineola is one of what is expected to be about a dozen officially scheduled protests for the No Kings rallies taking place all across Long Island. Organizers say they expect thousands to be here at the Nassau County Courthouse tomorrow as they stand in solidarity with their message here tomorrow. The protesters are against what organizers call the authoritarian actions of the Trump administration and its policies, including the recent immigration enforcements that we have seen right here on Long Island. There are at least a dozen official rallies, again, that are planned from Port Washington to Port Jefferson Station, all the way out to Orient. So from Nassau to Suffolk County, really right across the entire island here. Police in both counties say that they are prepared to be at each event and ensure the safety of both the public and the protesters. They warn that they will not allow anyone to break the law. Here's what Long Islanders are saying this morning about sort of the political climate right now and everything that's been unfolding when it comes to immigration here.
I think that this country is based on people coming into this country, and we offer freedom and leave.
Now, this particular rally will begin here, and then people will make their way over to the nearby county legislature building. We're in Mineola, Nassau County. Jonathan Gordon, News 12.
American citizen claims that his civil rights were violated when he was detained by ICE agents in Westbury. He says that he was stopped not because of what he did, but because of who he is.
Let me see your ID, please. What is this for?
This cell phone video captures the tense encounter. Elzin Lemus says that the agents refused to identify themselves, and you can see him being ordered out of the passenger side after he did not give the agent his ID. He says the agent stopped his phone from recording, which his attorney says was another violation of his civil rights. Lemus was handcuffed for about 20 minutes and then searched.
As a young Hispanic man, I was profiled and singled out by ICE agents. I don't have to show them my ID because I didn't commit a crime. I didn't commit anything, and I wasn't driving. So as a passenger, I don't need to show him that.
The NYCLU says you are not required to show ID to law enforcement unless you're operating a vehicle. We did reach out to ICE to get a comment, but we have not yet heard back this morning. It was a similar alleged situation in Huntington Station where another U.S. citizen says that he was stopped by a federal agent who refused to identify himself. We're told that this happened last Friday. The man, who wants to remain anonymous, works at a church in Cold Spring Harbor. He says the agent did not explain why he was being stopped.
The agent gets out of the car. He has a mask on, and he asks for my license and registration. Then he looks at my name and says, "Where am I from?" I tell him, "Well, I was born here in this country."
He hadn't done, as far as he could tell, anything wrong. And when he asked why he was being pulled over, they
didn't get an answer for that either.
We are also waiting for a response from ICE on this alleged incident as well. Governor Kathy Hochul was in the hot seat on Capitol Hill over her immigration enforcement policies. Hochul and two other Democratic governors facing questions about their policies from the House Oversight and Government Reform Committee. During the hearing, New York Congresswoman Elise Stefanik said an executive order signed by Hochul is shielding undocumented immigrants from federal immigration authorities. Stefanik told Hochul the state's policies have led to a number of crimes, including the alleged rape of a child here on the island.
I'm telling you this. We do cooperate fully with ICE in criminal prosecution. Our sanctuary.
You're not advocating for these victims.
Only deal
this
with
is a
civil
5-year-old who was raped on Long Island in Nassau County.
The governor responded, calling the alleged crimes horrific and heartbreaking, and insisted that the state is cooperating with ICE. The governor says New York State has turned in more than 1,300 convicted criminals to ICE since she has taken office. This morning, a court of appeals has temporarily blocked a federal judge's order that directed President Donald Trump to return control of National Guard troops to California in response to ICE protests. A judge initially ruled yesterday the Guard deployment was illegal and violated the 10th Amendment. The ruling came just hours after the federal judge's order, which was set to take effect today. The court says it will hold a hearing on the matter next Tuesday, June 17th. The order does not apply to Marines who were deployed to the protests.
Meanwhile, this afternoon, Mayor Eric Adams, along with Police Commissioner Jessica Tisch, will give a security update ahead of a weekend of potential protests here in the city. Now, this comes as word of No Kings protest has spread nationwide to voice concerns over President Donald Trump's immigration policies. This week, we saw protests against ICE in Manhattan, resulting in more than 150 people taken into custody. Well, Bronxites getting the chance to have their voices heard at a rent guidelines board hearing. The meeting was held at Hostos Community College to talk about proposed rent hikes, which range from 1.75% to nearly 8%, depending on the length of the lease. Tenant leaders, they're calling for the rent guidelines board to freeze the hikes, but landlords say they need the boost to maintain their properties.
I would recommend at least 6.3% or the higher end of the range. I mean, these are the minimum increases that we need to keep the buildings going.
With the increase, a lot of people will have to move, but move where? We'll be living on the street. This will become tent city. Where can we go?
Well, the Rent Guidelines Board will hold a final vote on those hikes later this month. The city continuing to crack down on ghost cars and other illegal vehicles. Mayor Adams announcing that since the start of his administration, the city has seized 62,300 illegal motor vehicles and over 38,000 ghost cars. Well, a bill that would force dangerous drivers to have speed limiters installed in their cars, that's passed the state Senate. Now, it would affect drivers classified as super speeders. So drivers who recklessly rack up speeding tickets are far more likely to be involved in a dangerous crash. This bill now awaiting a vote in the state assembly. In your Vote 2025 coverage, get ready to cast your ballot. Early voting starts tomorrow for the primary election. So Bronxites will be voting on Democratic and Republican nominees for mayor, borough president, controller, public advocate, and city council. The primary election, that's coming up on June 24th, Tuesday, of course.
Look who's on News 12. Join us for Inside the Yankees, a show built for die-hard Yankee fans. From the bleachers to the batter's box, we've got every base covered. If you've got pinstripes in your blood, this is the show for you. But hey, we'll let you be the judge. Catch Inside the Yankees, hosted by Yes Network's Bob Lorenz, Saturday and Sunday at 12:30 p.m. only on News 12 New York.
Join News 12 as we head down the shore.
From Sandy Hook to Cape May, there's more to explore in the Jersey Shore than the iconic boardwalks and beautiful beaches. We'll take you where the locals go and showcase the people and places that make great summer memories.
Discover the reasons why going down the shore is so sweet.
News 12's Sana Chowdhury and Jim Murdoch are your guides to finding the perfect summer getaway down the shore. Saturdays and Sundays at 10:30 a.m. on News 12 New York.
Join us for an all-new season of the East End.
Let's go.
Discover what makes summer on Long Island's East End so special. From thrilling outdoor adventures to five-star culinary hotspots, relaxing hidden getaways to beautiful boutiques and farmers markets.
Join us as we explore everything that makes the East End a must-see destination.
A place where memories are made.
Don't miss an all-new season of The East End. Saturday and Sunday at 9:30 a.m. only on News 12 New York.
Get ready
for the best hyperlocal news streaming 24/7. We continue to have the beat go on across the entire region.
Cuts to the Department of Education are having an impact here in New York.
Flooding could impact your commute.
This is why you turn to News 12.
Streaming when and where you want to watch. News 12 New York. Local matters.
And in a major step forward for opponents of United Illuminating's monopole plan Thursday, the Connecticut Siting Council voted against UI's efforts to build massive high-voltage power lines from Southport to Bridgeport. However, that vote was non-binding. News 12 Connecticut's Justin DeVellis explained what all of this means.
Certificate is denied.
Thursday's non-binding straw vote came just weeks after the court sent the plan back to the Siting Council for further review.
We have 4 for denial, 1 abstention, and 2 approval.
The proposed 7-mile project stretching along the north side of the railroad tracks and Post Road had previously been approved.
The impacts on wetlands, the impacts on cultural resources, and the impacts on nearby residents are significant.
State Senator Tony Huang says the David versus Goliath battle is far from over.
This is a victory for due process, transparency, and accountability for any community that is going through the siting process.
Fairfield and Bridgeport both say they will continue advocating for burying the lines. But UI claims it would cost $500 million more than overhead monopoles. And Connecticut customers, the company says, would have to foot the bill. In a statement, UI went on to say, with Connecticut's high electricity rates continually in the news, it is frankly surprising to see so many elected officials and their constituents continuing to push for a project that would add $500 million to Connecticut electric rates.
They may come back with the same application request, but this time the community, the town, will have ample notice, ample opportunity to bring their experts and opinions and dig into the facts to see how we can collaboratively create a better solution that is a win-win for everybody.
The Siting Council's next meeting is later this month, and a formal binding vote could come in the near future. I'm Justin DeVellis, News 12 Connecticut.
A Holocaust survivor shares her story of survival with recruits of the Port Authority Police Department Academy.
I just got this wire, and this wire, all on somebody else's real estate transactions without really having to do any work. Here's the stuff I did not have to do. I didn't have to make a single cold call, no fixing and flipping, no stinking dumpsters. Are you kidding me? I didn't have to own anything. And more importantly, I didn't have to use any of my own money. I'm making more than a full-time income. I work right here in my own house, all by bringing value to somebody else's real estate deal. Let them do all the cold calling, the texting, and all of that kind of stuff. Let them flip the houses. I just want to bring the Gator method to them. If you want to learn how I'm doing this and how thousands of other people are doing this all over the country, I have a training coming up. All you have to do is click the link down below and come see me so I can show you exactly how you can do this too.
A HELOC isn't the only way to tap into your home's equity. In fact, a home equity investment could be a better option for you. A HELOC is a line of credit from your home's equity and typically requires an extensive application process, has strict debt-to-income requirements, and comes with unpredictable fluctuations in interest rates. Not to mention, you'll be making monthly payments. A home equity investment from HomeTap, on the other hand, also gives you access to your home's equity in the form of cash so that you can use it for whatever you want. A home equity investment is not a loan or a line of credit. Therefore, there are no monthly payments and you have up to 10 years to settle. Home equity investments can also have less stringent qualification criteria. For example, there's no debt to income ratio requirements and more flexibility with credit scores. For more information and to see if you qualify, tap this link.
Dispensaries all across New York State. The Office of Cannabis Management issuing the precautionary recall on cannabis pre-rolls and flower produced by Indigrow. Some say that the recall signals tougher oversight, while others question how the products hit shelves in the first place.
It looks like they're really starting to take an approach to really vet every single product that's on the market, which is a good thing.
Without good oversight from our government, in this case, the Office of Cannabis Management, it really is compromising, if not impairing, public health.
If you bought one of these products, the OCM says that you can return it to the dispensary that you bought it from for a refund. Two police officers being honored for overcoming the toughest battles to protect Long Islanders. Nassau Police Officer Alexa Cremato and Suffolk Officer Timothy Train received the Theodore Roosevelt Association Police Award. Alexa was diagnosed with Hodgkin's lymphoma last year, but didn't miss a day on the job while undergoing chemo. Detective Crane was also on duty directing traffic when he was hit by a drunk driver.
Being around my coworkers and being around familiar faces and, amazing people, they just got my mind off of it. And it was just like, I'm going to work, not that I have cancer.
It wasn't an easy decision to go back to work. A lot of people told me I was crazy to go back to work. I love my job. I wanted to go back, and it's nice to know that's noticed.
Officer Cremato's award will support Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center, and Detective Thrain's award will benefit the Suffolk County Police Memorial Fund. A different kind of approach in Brentwood to make sure our neighbors on Long Island are well fed. This is what's called a food forest, created by the New York Power Authority and Sisters of St. Joseph's. Together, volunteers cleared an area all to plant things that grow naturally here on the island, like cranberries and raspberries, and it's free for people to take.
The community can actually come walk and take that food for them. It's not food that we're going to be growing to sell.
Now, this is the third year the groups have worked on the project. Pretty cool.
What's better than one spectacular surprise?
Who's here?
Maybe two.
Mommy's home.
This is Greenberg native Senior Airman Adrea Goodman. She was deployed for the last 7 months in the Middle East.
You so excited?
Being away from her son Jonah and her mom Dee hasn't been easy.
I was ahead, and it was times where I was asleep, just to sleep to myself.
Jonah is a very sweet and smart boy.
Born with a brain injury, I prayed for him to walk, and now he's walking with a walker. He's learning sign language.
He goes to the bridge school at Rybrook, a division of cerebral palsy of Westchester.
He gives me inspiration.
Adrea got some inspiration of her own when she found out she would be coming home.
Your daughter reached out to us about a week ago and said she wanted to surprise you here at school.
First up, getting Jonah back in her arms.
Felt like just holding him when he first came out.
Moments later,
this is crazy.
Reuniting with her mom, who thought she was coming into the school for a meeting.
I'm praying every day that she's okay because she told me she was on this serious mission. Oh, wow. So, woo.
I just don't know what I would do without her.
Andrea is set to be back home for a while, and you can bet a lot of that time is going to be spent celebrating all together. In Rye Brook, Westchester County, Melanie Palmer, News 12.
Some breaking news out of Midwood right now. A man is dead after colliding with a BMW while riding his scooter. News 12's Edric Robinson has some new video taken moments after the horrific crash. Edric.
Yeah, Christy, we're near the spot where that deadly collision happened here at Avenue P and East 2nd Street. Now, traffic is moving here once again, but just hours ago, this area had police and a man lying in the street here. Take a look at video from that scene last night. You can see it in this video from a neighbor. The man is there on the street. This is on Avenue P. We blurred him out as it is tough to see. People were surrounding the scene here. The man's black scooter also lying in the middle of the street. Police say 42-year-old Reno El Sayi was trying to make a left turn when he collided with a BMW coming from the opposite direction. It happened just before 8 last night. The 17-year-old driver, he stayed at the scene. No charges have been filed now. We spoke with a neighbor who had a lot to say about this. Take a listen.
So sorry for the loss, whoever died. Fortunately, the scooters, they do not obey any laws. They just go speeding, they don't look around, and they think they own the streets, unfortunately, and that's what happens. And I don't know, I hope the 70-year-old was obeying the rules of the traffic.
And to put this in perspective, according to NYPD traffic data, this is the second traffic death per the 66th police precinct so far this year. In Midwood, Edric Robinson, News 12 Brooklyn.
All right, Edric, thank you so much for the latest there. Authorities in the Dominican Republic arresting the owner of the nightclub where that roof collapsed, killing 235 people. That was back in April. Antonio Espaillat and his sister, Maribel Espaillat, have not been charged in this case. But authorities, they have less than 48 hours to present any charges before a judge. An investigation into why the roof collapsed, that's still ongoing. More than 100 firefighters responding to a fire inside an East New York home. Now, this happened along Chestnut Street just before 5:30 yesterday evening. The damage so extensive that you can see the front door just ripped off its hinges and the holes through the ceiling. News 12 talked with one resident of the building after a vacate order was placed on the home.
My mother calls me. She's like, hey, get back to the house, check on your sister. It was a house fire. And I got back as fast as I could. But everybody got out safe. Thank goodness. Everybody got safe.
Well, the cause of the fire is still being investigated this morning. The family demanding answers after the death of their elderly aunt. Now, what they discovered months later has left them in shock. They flew in from Barbados to find out what's going on. They say 78-year-old Gretel Taylor stopped communicating with her family suddenly. Well, the family later found out through a neighbor Taylor had died, and the neighbor had already had Taylor cremated without their permission. The family later discovered the neighbor listed herself as Taylor's daughter on the death certificate, even though Taylor never had children. The neighbor was also named in the will as the sole beneficiary to Taylor's property.
We want her to go to prison, and then we would like her to go to hell, and the hell in hell where even the devil doesn't want her.
Strong words there. The will has since been thrown out, and the Brooklyn District Attorney is investigating. So News 12 reached out to that neighbor, her attorney, for comment. We're still waiting to hear back from them.
Meteorologist Radek Pshigutsky with your tri-state weather outlook. This morning, we have a mild start with a lot of 60s across the area. We are going to be talking about seeing a good amount of those clouds building into the picture, and certainly going to be talking about rain pushing on in this afternoon. Some spotty rain shower activity definitely possible even this morning, but certainly by this afternoon. We're going to be noticing a lot of those 70s, maybe some 80s down towards central New Jersey, and definitely looking at that cooling trend through the weekend as we do increase the rain chances, not just today. Again, today is not a washout, but we will need the umbrellas maybe from time to time. A better chance of rain arrives Saturday morning. That's where we start to see, again, some of those downpours. And then into Saturday afternoon, still rather cloudy and settled, maybe a peak of sunshine or two. And then we get into Father's Day and things are still unsettled. Here's a look at that 10-day forecast. Warming through the next several days into next week. 80s on the way.
Anton is right there. So we have a photo of him. We shared the photo of
Chowdhury.
And I'm Nick Medanis. Paul, the Shaquille O'Neal and the Freak-Offs. And this one here, we don't know if he's going to testify. He could testify. More people are testifying. They're running out of time, but man, this is Paul, the trainer, the Shaquille O'Neal of the Freak-Offs. Anton, oral sex, forced. Coca, thank you. We missed our home yesterday. I felt homeless a bit. Thank you. I appreciate that because, yeah.
Big shout out to JLR Investigates for the water commentary.
There's a few, but, we want to stay consistent because we want to keep up to date and we want to follow this in real time. I think it's really, really good. Sunshine, thank you for the one gifted membership courtesy of Sunshine. Yes. Sunshine, thank you. TM, welcome. Jean Ann, 5 additional memberships courtesy of Jean Ann. Nice to see you, Jean Ann, again. Welcome, 5 new members. Whoa, these things are firing out. I'm addicted. I'm addicted to the whole trial in general. I want to know if any of these freak off entertainers, prostitutes, escorts, whatever you want to call them. I want to know if any of them are going to testify. Paul, Anton. Now, Anton's an interesting character because he's in LA. The stuff on Jane Doe, where she was forced to do things after she took a beating. Though the defense is trying to say it was all consensual. She was with it. She went down to the gate and let Anton in. Another name drop that I saw yesterday in reference to Freak-Offs. They were talking about Gina too. They're going to bring more exhibits on Gina. I'm trying to let y'all know like what else plans to happen with this trial. Apparently, they're going to bring exhibits that they want to play or share about Gina, but not Gina. You understand? To show things happen to Gina herself that Kaplan testified about, George Kaplan, violence against Gina. So Gina won't be testifying, it appears, and that has been confirmed again. But they're going to share an exhibit or some exhibits. Gina. Whoa, Ren De La Cruz. 10 gifted memberships. Whoa. Thank you very much. 10 more members. Well, we're like 50, 60 strong this morning. New. Come on in, like new members. Love it. Love it. We are so grateful. Me and Magnolia are so tremendously grateful. Eventually, we're going to bring that Magnolia in the chat. Not today, probably not today. But Magnolia like has a lot of insight about this trial and her perspective by covering it. She's really busy putting the things up on the screen, the tweets, the latest, the pictures, the backdrops, the feeds. I mean, Magnolia's in this too. But when we went out yesterday, when StreamYard went down, we were refreshing our screens, listening to Jane's remaining of her testimony. I mean, we were like in it, like what's happening? You know, and I'm trying to navigate other things. And she keeps reminding me every list in the Sean P. Diddy Combs. Let's talk about Paul. Because this one is very, very important here. I want to talk about Paul. Because there was also another bombshell about Paul. And I'm going to pull this up here and share what else was revealed for the first time. Now, this is some very powerful stuff. Apparently, it's about this freak off. And I'm going to get it. So stay with me here because this is like, whoa. Combs asked entertainer to persuade Jane after she declined intimacy. Now, this is crazy. This is crazy right here. This is another one that has been discussed. It shows the inner mind and the sinisterness to Sean Diddy Combs. AUSA Comey referenced messages between Jane and Diddy from June of 2022. It goes on to say, I know you want, but not really in the mood for that part. I know you want what you want, but I'm not in the mood. She's not in the mood for a freak off. Jane texted. I don't want to make you mad. So it's an exchange. She's just like, look, I know what you want, but I'm not in the mood right now. I don't want to make you mad. Jane testified that he had been hinting that he wanted another intimate night freak off. And she didn't want to make him upset. That's usually the response that I get from him when I decline those things. Combs responds back to her and says, all good. So he's like, okay, cool. You don't want it? You don't want to freak off? You don't want to do this? Okay. Combs goes, all good. Comey then pulled up a message Combs then sent to Paul, one of the freak off men, right? An hour later. And this is what Diddy said to Paul. I'm going to need you to persuade her. I'm going to need you to persuade her. Jane testified she wasn't aware of that message at that time. Meaning she said no to Diddy in text about a freak off. Diddy's like, all good. And then Diddy undercuts her and goes over to Paul and tells Paul, I need you to persuade her to do the freak off. So make sure you work her. Persuade her. Trick her. And apparently, eventually they did after Paul then contacts Jane and says, yo, you should have a freak off. Just do it. Come on, just do it. Just have a freak off. So that's the power of Diddy's mind manipulation. He uses others on others. He uses people in his inner circle. Personal trainer, Paul. The Shaquille O'Neal of the relationship. That is crazy, folks. Absolutely crazy. Tammy, welcome. Oh, Sheila. Nice to see you again this morning. Thank you. Ots 108, thank you for being a member. Carol says, I am thinking they are not having the stream out front of the courthouse because they closed off the front. Maybe it's just weird. They just disappeared. Carol, I think it's just, we're in kind of like the lull of the trial. Like in the middle of the trial, a lot things kind of calm down a little bit. I think every day is great, even though I was getting sick of Jane, but still, she's spilling the tea. She's sharing the juicy stuff, goods, the drama. Also, she's exposing herself while she's on the stand. And, but I do feel like once the defense starts, I think the cameras are going to be flat out there. And I also feel like the cameras will be out there at, closing and verdict watch. We're going to be here throughout the time. So those.
Have you ever seen the magic glasses that can see clearly without glasses? This glasses can not only see
words and powerful stuff that was happening with testimony yesterday. What's going to happen today? Who's coming on today? Well, look, this core.
Now, peeps, I sat down for the most exclusive interview of 2024. We've seen her pictures all over the internet with multiple celebrities eating food off of her body when she was just a preteen. We've seen her sitting in Diddy's lap in the studio when she was even younger. Now hear her story for the very first time. We've heard stories of her abuse by famed actress Jennifer Lopez. She details her abuse by Diddy and other Hollywood.
Y'all already know how we do. We're going to slide off from the Diddy trial for a hot second and get into this Diddy victim from viral photos, reveals, identity tells, all part one. Yeah. Get ass.
Hollywood elites. She fought back tears as we sat down for her heartfelt story. Now this is definitely an interview that you don't want to miss.
The following content is the exclusive intellectual property of The Lionel B Show. We strongly forbid any reproductions or reaction videos for the following content. Any violations or...
Yeah, I heard that. We ain't going there. Let's get up out of here. Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna do something else. I ain't playing with that. That will get us. We heard you loud and clear, baby boy. Now you got that like off.
Mom, guys.
Oh, okay. That's Mrs. Janice. She's not your mama. Don't call her Mama Combs. That's Mrs. Janice. Respect. Just Mr. Justin. Yo, Justin, I gave Chris my number today. Call me. I got a plan. I got ideas. You gotta hit me up, bro. I got something to tell you. Yeah, I need you to back up with that purple smoke. Hey, yo, Jay.
She had the nerve to be telling somebody, don't call her Mama Combs. She's not your mama. And then proceeded to get in Justin's ear and he ignored the fuck out of her.
Justin, what up?
Mom, guys.
Oh, okay. That's Mrs. Janice. She's not your mama. Don't call her Mama Combs. That's Mrs. Janice. Respect. Just Mr. Justin. Yo, Justin, I gave Chris my number today. Call me. I got a plan. I got ideas. You gotta hit me up, bro. I got something to tell you. Yeah, I need you to back up with that purple smoke. Hey, yo, Jay. Justin, what up?
Yeah, everybody want to be somebody until they find out they ain't nobody. Facts. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah. All right.
Dirty work of conning Jane Doe into a freak off that she already said no. No. So you get a bunch of goons around you to manipulate you. This is supposed to be Diddy's girlfriend, right? Green Eye Sparkle, nice to see you. Hello. Good morning. Gary, welcome to JLR Investigates. Lisette, welcome to JLR Investigates. Justly, Justle. Hello. Thank you. I hope you have a great weekend. I hope all of you are going to have a great weekend. We should have a good weekend. Kind of let me clear my throat. I got to clear my throat. Hopefully my throat gets cleared. My goodness.
Friends
the struggle.
That were there for other girls. They held me down and stabbed me with a needle and told me if I wasn't going to give blood, they'd make blood. But they were stabbing me somewhere else. So I'm officially shaking, so we're done with this conversation. But yeah, sledding now. So it's fine. I just need you guys to understand. It's easy to say Ghislaine's on trial for trafficking and they trafficked and they had an island and yada yada, but you need to know what exactly that means, who that involves. Yeah. You need to be looking at who's helping, who's defending her, who's making life easy for her. It's bullshit. Yeah. And you need to wrap your head around the war that we're actually in.
This interview is being conducted by GSL. Good work.
Yeah. Yeah. It's fine. I'm not even upset. It's fine. What they did. There's a lot. There's a lot, and I think people really need to understand.
Friend on trial. That is a bombshell report. I thought this stuck out more than anything. And it came out last night. And it said Kanye West wants to attend the Diddy trial to support Combs in court. It goes on to say Kanye West has been in touch with Combs' family about possibly attending Combs' trial to show support. A source close to Combs told CNN's putting this report out. CNN's doing a good job, actually, of the reporting here. That Kanye, who is currently in New York, he's in New York. He didn't attend Thursday's court proceedings, but would like to attend to show support for Combs. Adding that Kanye West has been in touch with Combs' son, Christian King Combs, about attending the trial with the Combs family. You know what that would mean? That's why I want to see an outside camera feed, because as they come in the van, the Astro van, the black van, any day, it's possible when that van opens that Kanye West walks out in a space outfit or his crazy outfits, sunglasses, and comes out with Christian King Combs, Justin Combs, Janice, all of them. Would that be crazy? Now, technically, in court trials, the family, a lot of times the courts will reserve seating for family members of both the defendant and the victims. They allocate a certain amount of slots, and sometimes either side will bring special guests. There's enough, like they give them maybe like, okay, Combs, your people get the first line, the first bench behind the defense, the first whole row. That's reserved for you and your family. And there's like 10 slots, but not all the family members attend. So they allow the family to bring special guests. And each day, a different special guest comes. It is possible. It is possible that Kanye West joins Diddy's family to come to this trial. Would that be crazy if that happened? To show support. You know, Kanye might have something to say. He might have something to say considering what was said yesterday about the freak off that Jane admitted to she had during this break with Diddy, January of 2024. And it appears that Kanye West's girlfriend had a birthday, and it appears that Jane went on a private jet on Kanye, with Kanye. Was it his jet? I don't know. Does he have a jet? A jet with Kanye and Miss B having this freak off, not necessarily telling Diddy, because Diddy seems like he was shocked to learn this, but revealed that whoever this rapper is that Jane admitted on the stand she had a freak off with behind Diddy's back is a close friend of Sean P. Diddy Combs, a iconic rapper, an iconic rapper. It is, you know, he's known now. If, you know, they didn't say the name, but one thing I find so interesting about that testimony yesterday is, as Attorney Mark said, and when they went into the robing room numerous times, the talk and the conversation was about revealing the rapper. And
oh, look at this little guy. Hello. Hello, I'm coming to help you. Oh, oh my gosh. This is not what I thought it was. Look at this. Oh. See you later.
New York City has an affordability crisis, but we will rise. The minimum wage will rise. I raised it to the highest in the nation as governor. I'll do it here. 500,000 new affordable homes will rise. I did it as the nation's housing secretary. We can do it here. We built new bridges, train stations, and airports, and got through COVID together. Because there's a simple solution to a crisis: you act. So let's rise together.
Paid for by Cuomo for NYC.
Now that begs the question: has Kanye attended other freak-offs before with Diddy? Knows about the freak-offs? Has Diddy shared freak-off stuff with Kanye and had conversations and said, hey, is this a lifestyle they all know about? And they know their girls. They know their girls, and they have their select girls to participate in these freak-offs and even pass each other around? It's quite possible. Nina G, thank you. Thank you. Nice to see you, Nina. Again. Chaos Forever. I like that name. Your name sticks out, Chaos Forever. Nice to see you. Kanye is on a freak-off Tootsie Roll withdrawal. I'm sure Diddy has shared the freak-offs secrets with others for the lifestyle. This is an underground lifestyle, and it requires some secrecy. It requires certain females that are with it. And in return, they get monetary gifts. They get things. Like they have their select females, and some of these rappers probably paying these females their rent, furniture, tea, you know. You're gonna have a freak off nice tea, right? Nails done, hair did, everything done, tan, right? Yeah. We have some other comments that came through a little bit earlier. We have Brit 5291. They'll bring KK in, and then they will charge D-Rock and Fahim as co-conspirators. Dun, dun, dun. D-Rock has no choice but to get charged at this point. They are co-conspirators. There's no ifs, ands, buts, or others. D-Rock, Fahim, if they're not co-conspirators, they flipped. And even if they flipped, they're still co-conspirators. They're co-conspirators, just like KK. Agent co-conspirators. Absolutely. KK, Fahim, D-Rock, they have been name dropped yesterday by the prosecution at the end of the day and throughout the trial by others. All those names. Particularly D-Rock. D-Rock has been almost mentioned by like every single prior person. D-Rock, 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 D-Rock. Yeah, they're in trouble. They're in big trouble. And they're not going to spend the rest of their life in prison for that guy, Diddy Combs. No way. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. Those dudes are just low end on the totem pole. They're gonna tell on the head of the snake. I don't even know if Diddy is the head of the snake. It makes me look like there's that mother that might be even higher than him, but who knows? That's for another discussion. Tanya. Is it Tanya or Tanya? Looks like Tanya. Tanya. Thank you for the comment. It says, imagine Kanye on the witness stand. I know, right? And that might be why he might be coming too. Think about this. He might be a defense witness. Has anyone ever considered that? To refute this or to testify, for instance, to undercut Jane's testimony? What about if defense brings Kanye West on as a witness? And that is definitely a possibility at this point. Imagine if one of the witnesses that the defense brings. Now, I don't think prosecution. Sorry to interrupt your sidebar, Judge. I just have something to say. That would be Kanye. But I wouldn't think that Kanye West would be a prosecution witness right there. They don't want that. That's crazy. Who would want to bring in Kanye West as a prosecution witness? But a defense witness? If he's so adamant about, you know, his boy, his buddy, his pal, yeah, he could be a defense witness. Remains to be seen. And that might go with why he wants to attend, because he's going to be a witness and he wants to come. Yeah. We got more comments, Carol. We need an OJ emoji. Yeah, we need OJ and Rio. We have an everlasting growing family here. 64 San Jose. San Jose in the house. Good morning. Morning. If you're from San Jose, because your name is San Jose, it's really early in the morning. We're at 6 a.m. Some people are getting up. Want to know what's going on with the trial. Some people are getting up on the West Coast, ready to go about their lives or take their kids to school or, do whatever. We welcome aboard, West Coast. Light is starting to shine on the West Coast of the United States. Yvette, thank you for your support. Thank you. Miss Rosario, thank you. Julie X-Teen, welcome. I think I said everybody. If I forgot anyone that commented, I apologize. So Magnolia posted on the screen here, Holmes's attorney, Mark, the government's, it made it vanish. We could throw that one back up, Magnolia, the prior one, so we could start reading through. Yeah, it's like, folks, the twists and turns of the Sean P. Diddy Combs trial. AO said when he was at the premise, the guns were found in the security room. They can cross-examine. There's nothing prejudicial. Come on in. JLR investigates. All right, so she's putting things on the screen. I'm going to get up and see what's going on. All right, so what do we got here going on? This is the 5th week of testimony in the sex trafficking trial of Sean P. Diddy Combs. Court is now in session. Court is now in session. The jury is not seated. The courtroom appears relatively empty as the lawyers go over Friday's upcoming testimony from Homeland Security Agent Andre Lamont. All right, so we got a name. Andre Lamont. We got the name. So yeah, a couple days they were talking about Andre Lamont. It is Andre Lamont. And he's a Homeland Security Special Agent. He is testifying this morning. All right, so I'll try to find an actual photo of him while we're here. All right, Agent, Homeland Security Agent, Andre Lamont. I'm going to look around here and see if we can find a photo of him. Maybe not. You know, it's hard to sometimes find agents and law enforcement and find their actual photographs. But we'll look. We'll look and see. Beautiful skyline in New York. Magnolia is sharing what is being discussed. And we'll get up to speed on this. I'm just going to read this through really quickly again. It's been on the screen. Before the jury comes in, Attorney Mark, the government's proposed witness for today, does not know how the guns were moved and piled in the security room. He has no personal knowledge. We can have him excluded. Judge is like, he's not an expert witness. He's, in fact, a witness. When he was at the premises, the guns were found in the security room. They can cross-examine. There's nothing prejudicial. Judge, it's not about prejudicial. Mark is going to object to every statement. That's the issue. Mark says, I don't want jurors to see me objecting every time to guns. Guns, 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 guns. Going down, folks. Guns. That's going to be talked about this morning. Guns. Guns. Special agent finding guns. Lots and lots of guns. Guns. Rico. Guns. Oh, guns. Mark saying there's nothing illegal about these guns. Mr. Combs has professional security. Guns were in the safe. This witness is prejudicial. I don't care they don't know where Astroglide was. Combs' attorney goes on to say, but these are guns. Guns. Let them put on the agent who actually found the guns. This witness should not testify. AOSA, this is how every law.
The LippleX card is the world's first air-gap crypto card wallet. Just tap on the phone, transactions and app connections will be accomplished. No need for USB cables. Less than 3 minutes are needed to set up. Starter keeps seed phrase 100% offline. The chip provides the highest security assurance. The wallet can be duplicated up to 10 cards. X Card delivers instant, on-the-go signature support. Smooth transactions enable you to manage your assets anytime, anywhere. The LippleX Card, your simple and secure crypto vault.
Being public advocate, it's about standing up.
Jumaane Williams stood up to the mayor when he raised rents and cut services.
Jumaane stood up to Trump when he first attacked our most vulnerable.
And he's still standing now.
Jumaane stands for a New York that is safer and more affordable.
And I'll always stand with the people.
We don't know what's coming next.
But we know.
We'll need a strong,
independent public advocate.
To stand up, not just stand by. Paid for by Jumaane Williams.
Being discussed before the jury comes in. Have to get up to speed. Defense is trying to say that he had security and guns. There's nothing illegal about guns. He's a well-known rapper. Diddy. Yeah, guns. He has a bunch of guns. Okay? So what? Kind of what Mark is kind of saying here. And also, this isn't the agent that actually found the guns. I believe that's what's being discussed too. It's just an agent in general talking about the whole search. Defense seems in a bit of panic mode that guns is going to be talked about. We got all types of powerful stuff. The judge is on the bench. CNN reports special agent expected to take the stand next, 9 a.m. We're still talking about guns. Prosecutors said they plan to call a special agent as their next witness. Judge said yesterday he needs some time to decide whether the prosecution can show jurors a text from 2:15 that Sean Diddy Combs' security guard sent him. The text recounts a violent incident between Combs and Gina that a security guard says would get him arrested, even if she begged the police not to do it. Oh, that's what I'm saying. Even though Gina's not going to testify, they're going to still try to show stuff that happened to Gina, even though Gina's not going to testify. Prosecutor Slavic confirmed that Gina is identified as the third victim in the indictment tied to alleged violent acts. Slavic also said there are records putting Combs, Gina, and the security guard in Atlanta at the time of these messages. Defense attorney Driscoll accused the prosecution of trying to get 2 bites at the apple because Gina isn't expected to testify. Guns. Oh boy, folks. And also stuff on Gina. I'm not seeing how these guns are relevant. If they were locked up, guns are a very divisive issue. Judges like the witness can be asked about all of this. That's how we'll proceed. Oh, there you go. Defense took another L. Another L. They just took another L. So it appears the judge says that this agent can talk about this stuff. Mark goes on to say, he had no idea where the guns were found. Mark goes on to say, I want to know where the guns were found. I don't want to play Russian roulette with guns. That is how Russian roulette is played, by the way. Russian roulette, guns. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Yep. All right. So that's going to be talked about, folks. And apparently the judge is going to allow this agent to talk about these guns, but are allowing the defense to cross on what's going on. Judge is also expected to weigh in on juror number 6, who prosecutors say was not forthcoming during the jury selection process. Yeah, guns with no serial numbers. Oh, yeah, that's just so right? Guns without serial numbers. Crazy. Somebody say guns. There you go. Serial numbers. Shaving the serial numbers off the guns is a major problem, folks. Guns. Kind of talks to you about, like, it kind of reminds you of a cartel, a criminal enterprise when you have guns with serial numbers. Seems like you're trying to hide something. You're not trying to trace things, right? So you use the guns, you can't trace. Yep. So share what your thoughts are on the guns, because that's what HSI is going to be talking about this morning. Agent Andre Lemon, Lemon. You don't do that unless you're going to kill somebody. You really think, does anyone really think Diddy killed somebody? I do. Now that I've heard what I've heard, and Diddy making threats that he can kill people, make people vanish, I believe that he killed somebody or his people. I do. Any missing people, anybody that died that you could think that Diddy has his fingerprints all over it? Well, there's 2 big famous people that died around Diddy's time, right? Why not? After Biggie dies, after Tupac dies, and we're talking about a gigantic compound with guns and drugs. People say Biggie. People saying Biggie in the chat. Okay, so now we haven't. Okay, so the judge is saying the agent can testify. So Mark was trying to stop this agent from testifying because the agent technically, I don't know, the way I'm reading it was technically didn't find the guns himself, but was part of the raid. But the judge ultimately ruled that the agent could be talk about all these guns. But then the judge goes, now as to the juror number 6. Forget juror number 6. Why can't we bring the juror out today and get to the bottom what the parties have raised? Ooh. Juror number 6 going to be on the hot seat. It appears that what they're going to do with juror number 6, we'll find out. Mark is speaking right now. Mark goes, this juror is not a professional speaker. They want honest answers. I am hesitant to raise this issue again and lead the juror to think we think he said something wrong. Uh-oh. So the judge is going to address the juror issue today, it appears, too. And this will probably be out of the presence of everyone. I think they're going to bring the juror in, juror number 6, possibly, and discuss with the juror, what's up? Were you forthcoming in the selection process? And the juror will share what the juror thinks or whatever, and the defense will be there and the prosecution will be there, and maybe they question the jurors themselves. I don't know how that process works. I don't know if it's just the judge just putting the juror under oath. I don't know. I don't know what happens here. Does anyone know how that works? But the judge said they're going to address that juror. But the judge is like, why can't we just bring the juror out and get to the bottom of what the parties have raised? So each side present their case. Probably closed, might be closed, might be open. So we'll see what happens there. They're discussing that issue right now before the jury comes in. Oh boy. Will juror number 6 be kicked off? Remains to be seen. What was just happening, I'll just kind of give you a summarize of what just happened here a couple minutes ago. Defense attorneys and prosecutors are arguing about the testimony of the next expected witness. Is a special agent involved? Oh, it's Combs's Los Angeles home. Oh. Okay, so it's over the guns or over Combs's Los Angeles home. Remember, we had HSI, Agent Gannon, right? Agent Gannon with the HSI of Diddy's Star Island. That has been testified about all the guns, parts, bullets, drugs, high heels, Astroglide, bottles of baby oil. So many bottles of baby oil. You got more than a CVS shelf. He already testified about that. You had Agent Binda, who was the agent HSI about the hotel room raid. Same type of stuff. Now you got this agent talking about the Los Angeles home. All about the Los Angeles home. So apparently guns were in Los Angeles. Woo. Wonder if some of those guns are involved with Tupac. Ooh. The agent is expected to testify about guns recovered from the home's security room. Defense attorney Mark argued that one of the agents who initially recovered the guns should testify about exactly where they were found, rather than an agent who dealt with the guns later during the selection process, search process. So that's the issue here. They're trying to say they're bringing up what agent on the stand that actually handled the guns later on, but the defense wants the actual agent that found the guns. That was what they were doing this morning. That's what the argument was about. Ultimately, the judge ruled that the agent could talk about the guns. Prosecutor Comey said it may not be possible to establish which agents could testify about that because the team of agents who cleared the property are not tasked with categorizing the evidence. So they don't keep track of who cleared what before the search team took over. Mark said he wants the jury to hear that the guns were responsibly maintained by a professional security service behind a locked door. The judge said that the agent can testify about the guns found in the security room that housed the gun safe, and the defense can cross them. All right, so that's pretty much what we got here. The agent's going to talk about the Los Angeles home with the guns. This is the gun discussion this morning. Guns. Rico. Guns. Oh boy, folks, that's where we're at. So the judge ultimately ruled that agent Andre Lamont, without a D at the end, L-E, capital L, lowercase e, capital M-O-N, Andre Lamont. So Andre Lamont can testify. Good to know. Definitely good to know. And now I'm going to try to find. So he's apparently out of Los Angeles. I'm going to try to find his pick. If we can't get his pick, we'll just keep Diddy's pick up. Andre Lamont. Nothing. Can't find nothing. Nothing on Google. We'll find you one day, my friend. One day. All right, so we are day 23, about to get started. Come on in, JLR Investigates. And they should be in session any minute. How's everyone feeling? Come on in. come on in. Twirly, thank you for the 1 gifted membership. Another member of JLR Investigates. Courtesy of Twirly. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. EAC. Thank you for the support. Chaos Forever. You're busy this morning. Did someone just say guns? Guns? Asking for a friend. Kari Grande. Thank you for the 1 gifted membership. Another member of JLR Investigates. Courtesy of Grande. Yeah. Guns. It's all about the guns. Guns. All right. So what do we got? Putting everything up. Are we at an all rise yet? Nope. And how's this going to work with the jurors? Holmes' attorney goes on to say, residency resolved. This jury is diligent. Let's treat them with respect. Judge said there is no issue with qualification to serve. This juror met the qualifications at the time. It was vague enough that the answers can be reconciled. So still discussing over the jury. AUSA responds. Now they're talking about the jury now. We're talking about the juror number 6. AUSA goes on to say the juror has said multiple things that cannot be true, all true. Additional steps should be taken to protect the record. The judge is like, my preference would be to run it to the ground and hear from the juror. I expect we will hear a perfectly reasonable explanation. Ooh. All right, so the judge is pretty much having faith in this jury. It seems like the judge feels like the juror number 6 is going to have a reasonable explanation to what the prosecution is accusing of the juror not being forthcoming. But the judge is like, let's hear it. Let's hear it. So it appears like the judge is having an open mind here, but at the same time saying the juror probably will have a reasonable explanation. So maybe juror number 6 doesn't get kicked off. We shall see. We shall see. Now, does this happen now or what? The judge goes on to say, but let me say, the allegation in court that the government is engaging in bias, there is no basis for that statement.
So, short of one of my first weeks of school, actually in the subway, I got called a kick. Most students, I think, generally do not feel safe or don't feel comfortable on campus. The student body has expressed virulent anti-Semitism in the form of posters that say Hitler was right.
I'm trying to focus on my studies, and I see Zionism is terrorism stickers, CUNY is supporting genocide.
Great work, everybody. Shakira, take 5. Perfect. Let's go over the middle section.
Hey, what are you playing?
Switch.
Royal Kingdom. Royal Kingdom? It's a new puzzle game that just came out.
I love puzzle games.
But what about
Switch?
Annoying ants? Nada.
Really? You see that energy? That's why she's Shakira, boys and girls. Let's take it from the top. Download Royal Kingdom and play today.
Nor what occurred in the robing room. It is understandable they would raise this to the court. So the judge is also saying at the same time that the prosecution is doing nothing wrong. The allegation in court that the government is engaging in bias, there is no basis for that statement. So at the same time, because, you know, the defense has thrown out allegations that the prosecution's biased at different points throughout this whole trial on certain things, and apparently probably in the robing room too, about the revealing of identities or whatnot. And the judge has now kind of like said on the record here, or in court right now that there's no basis for that statement. So the judge is not seeing the government engage in any bias. So the judge here is like kind of like defending the jury in a sense with, well, let's just hear the juror, but I'm sure the juror will have a reasonable explanation about whatever. Prosecution saying that the juror wasn't forthcoming in the jury selection process. The judge is like, we'll hear out the juror. But at the same time, the judge is also saying, you know, the government is not engaging in any bias that the judge is aware of. Not in the jury selection process, because remember, the defense has accused the prosecution of that jury selection, you know, excluding certain African-American jurors, and the whole process at the beginning, there has been mud being thrown back and forth on that stuff. So the judge is needling, you know, threading the needle and going right through and kind of being right on the middle ground here, but has not said anyone engaged in anything bad here thus far. Erica, if my count is correct, 77 memberships gifted and self-gifted. 77 this morning. Holy smokes. 77 memberships this morning. That's 77 new members of JLR Investigate, courtesy of the people, all of you. Thank you. Thank you. I lost count. I'm looking at screens. I just see them flying through. Brett, thank you. D-Rod, thank you for the gifted memberships. Nice to see you again, D-Rod. Samantha Hill, hello. Thank you for the gifted membership. Another person, member, courtesy of Samantha Hill. Twirly, as we discussed, thank you. Saw your name. Y'all are great. All right, so the property. Marianne, welcome to JLR Investigates. The property. So we got two issues right now that I think they're going to iron out today. One, the testimony of this agent, Lamont, about Holmes's Los Angeles property, by the way, which is still on the market. No one is buying his property. I think he's selling it for like 60 million or something, like high. No one is. They're trying to sell that property, by the way. Nobody even wants it. M. Riviera, is that M. Riviera? Rivera. E.M. Rivera, 07. Welcome. Welcome. Come on in. And then the juror. The juror is going to be talked about. Juror number 6. Juror number 6. One particular juror. I think they're going to bring juror number 6 in before the other jury comes in. Well, will they do that this morning, or will they do that after the HSI agent testifies? It remains to be seen. So those are the two big things happening today. So we could be on one of these, I don't know. If we find out they're doing the juror first, Magnolia, maybe we'll throw the music on. That we might get the suspense music and find out if the juror gets kicked off. We're actually, we're on juror watch today. Maybe you could say we're on juror watch now to see if juror number 6 gets thrown off or not. I think juror 6 stays. Personally, I do. Because you throw a juror off in the middle of it, man, it gives all parties grounds for all types of remedy. And I don't know. Unless, if the juror actually did something very egregious here, what the prosecutor's claiming, then we'll see. We'll see what the allegations are. Will we know the allegations, or will this all be behind closed doors? But it seems like what they're going to do is the judge is like, bring the juror in, that one juror. And we'll talk about it. Is it going to be an open court? Wow. Come on in, folks. So that's where we left it off at. We'll just see we'll see what happens here. A lot going on with the case. Home raid of Combs. We're talking about the home raid, the Los Angeles home raid. Now, we saw lots of photos of the Miami home raid. Now we're getting into the Los Angeles home raid. And we talked about it. We were like, yo, There's going to be an agent down the line in this trial that's going to talk about what was seized or what was found at Diddy's Los Angeles mansion. Is it called the Holmby, Holmby Hills mansion? It's a sprawling property. What's going to be, what else was taken? We'll see. 17,000 foot property. 17,000 square foot home. Square foot home. It's a nice home. Look at that. Pool. Tucked in behind trees. HSI. Now, will he just talk about guns? Is that all? What else was seized from there? Just guns? Do we have any baby oil seized in Los Angeles? That's going to be talked about. Astroglide. High heels. Frank Black prescriptions. Drugs. Now we're getting into the RICO stuff. We're going back to, that stuff with Jane, kind of like baby mama drama, hot mess. That has been talked. Coca talked about hot mess. I like that because I keep thinking about hot mess. She's a hot mess. I'm coining Jane as a hot mess. All that stuff has kind of got us all sidetracked away from actual RICO. I think it's important for her and everything to share. But now we're getting into the meat and the potatoes of the RICO, which is guns, drugs, money, co-defendants, co-conspirators. All right, so Shapiro now says, we are concerned if we bring the juror back in for questioning, it might impact behaviors during deliberations. Uh-oh. The judge says, we don't have to get into this right now. Mr. Combs, are you waiving the issue? Yes. All right. So it looks like you're not going to address the juror right now. Combs and Shapiro is like, well, if we bring the juror back in, the prosecutor's the one that's making this allegation. Defense, of course, wants to keep the juror. You know that. The defense wants this juror number 6. Defense does not want to get. But they're feeling like if you do bring the juror in and question the juror about whether the juror is biased or not, the juror might go back if the juror stays, and it could affect the juror's behavior during deliberation. Meaning the juror might feel like there's pressure on the juror to find him guilty. Is that what the defense is saying? Or manipulate the juror's mind and the juror is all out of sync and the juror's feeling like the juror did something wrong and the juror might not adequately deliberate right from that point on. That's the concern Shapiro has and raised about the juror, bringing the juror back in. You bring a juror back in, you put a juror on the hot seat, the juror's sitting there, and the juror has a judge grilling him. Because it's a male, the juror number 6, a male correctional officer, man that likes sports, African-American male. I think he was in his early 40s. I think they said he was 41. Judge is like, we'll address the issue. We'll see. The judge is like, the question was, where do you live? An answer saying the Bronx was accurate. One might move, but it wouldn't raise the level of removal of a juror. AOSA is like, sure, some of the other cases are more extreme. Here are Rule 24C is operative. Goes on to say, given where we are now, it is the government's position we should get to the bottom of this issue. We have at least one question to ask the juror. Does the juror's employer have a residency requirement? That might explain the answer. Holmes's attorney goes on to say, well, that would be harassing the juror to inquire about the employer. But the prosecution does have a point. Does the person live in the Bronx or not? I think they're trying to say that the prosecution is trying to say, well, residency, I want to question the juror on the residency. If the juror says the juror lives in the Bronx, Shapiro's like, doing this will just harass the juror to inquire about the employee or employer. AOSA, I don't understand why the defense is so adverse to asking this question. I wasn't present when this juror was questioned in the robing room. Ooh. What's going on here? All right, so the judge is like, if we or I.
This is Vanessa L. Gibson. Here in the Bronx, we're building new affordable homes, we're protecting tenants with free legal help, and we launched a task force to clean up NYCHA. We're preventing gun violence, removing ghost guns, and installing cameras to keep families safe. We're modernizing schools with STEM labs and pathways to college and careers. And we've helped cut Bronx unemployment from 26% to 6%.
You put your faith in me as Bronx Borough President, and I will never lose faith in what we can do together, because this is our Bronx, our future.
Hey, excuse me? Hi. Hi. How much do you spend on eating out every month?
Oh, like easily like $300 or $400.
Wow.
Yeah.
Have you ever heard of Upside?
No. What's Upside?
Upside's a free cashback app where you can earn up to $10 cash back at restaurants.
Is it actual cash or is it just like a point or reward system? And does it work at Domino's?
Yes, it's actual cash and it works for Domino's. You can earn up to $10 cash back every time you go to the grocery store or dine out.
Oh my gosh. Okay, wait. What's it called? Upside?
Yeah, Upside.
Okay, I'm downloading it right now. Thank you.
Download Upside now to get an extra 10% cash back on your first restaurant or grocery purchase.
Residency requirement saying that you have to live in a certain area. I think that's what the AUSA wants to ask this juror. Shapiro's like, that will harass the jury. Or the juror, and also possibly affect deliberations down the line if you bring this juror out there. We shall see. We shall see. AUSA, Miss Foster is telling the witness about the new questions. Okay, break. All right, so we're on a break. We are on a break, ladies and gentlemen. We're on a break. Two major issues today. I guess Foster is part of the AUSA team, is letting the agent know about certain questions in reference to that raid, that Los Angeles raid. It's all about the raid, guns, and the juror number 6, which the judge expressed now that this will be at the end of the day. So we'll hear testimony today. Don't know how long we go today. Maybe 3, maybe 4, maybe 5. Let's do it. Let's do it. So we got that. So we got the agent about to come on. Got the juror being addressed. At the end of the day, I think the juror will stay, but we'll see. And we're about to get this party started, but we are on a break. So a few more things being ironed out, nothing significant, and we keep this thing moving. You never know what's going to happen at these beginning stages. Yesterday, all about the robing room in the morning. We were like a 2-hour delay. We were like a 2-hour delay, folks. All about the raid. The raid. Get the raid. Defense wants to limit or bar testimony about guns. The defense told the court that it's likely to object to questions about guns found during the raid. Oh, by the way, yeah, that has been discussed too. So it's quite possible that we're going to hear lots of objection, sustained, objection, overruled, objection, 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 objection. I believe that we have a lot of objections that are going to happen here once this agent hits the stand. So be prepared for the objection. Attorney Mark has called firearms a divisive issue that he'd rather not have on the minds of the jurors, you know. Guns are a divisive issue, man. A lot of people have a lot of opinions about guns. You know, there's people out there that feel like everyone should have guns, and there's other people out there that feel like no one should have guns. And jurors probably have a lot of opinions about guns. Like hearing that guns are in a house, whether they're in a safe, secured, laying around. A lot of people have a lot of opinions about guns, right? Who can have access to guns, gun laws, guns, Mark is saying, is a very divisive issue. I agree with him on that. Absolutely. Absolutely. We've covered a lot of things on this channel when it comes to mass shootings, school shootings, and, you know, a lot of people talk about guns in the chat, in the comments. You guys, all of you have different opinions about guns, whether guns, we should have guns, whether we shouldn't have guns, and it is. And Mark is like, this is a divisive issue. I'd rather not have the jurors here. I am not seeing how guns in a security room are relevant to any of the charges in this case. So Mark's just like, look, they were locked up in a security room at his home. What's that have to do with the RICO? What's it have to do? What's that have to do with the RICO? So that's Attorney Mark's position. But I want to know about guns. I want to know about serial murders. I want to know how many guns were in that home. Don't you want to know what type of guns they were? He's going to describe details about guns. A Homeland Security agent will be allowed to testify about guns found in one of Diddy's mansions, the Los Angeles mansion. But the prosecution has to address the defense team's concerns by clarifying in their questioning that there were no signs of improper ways how the guns were kept. I want to know exactly where the guns were, defense attorney Mark said before the ruling. I don't want to start playing Russian roulette with guns, which is the way you play Russian roulette. I think anything, you know, you're just like, here's the thing about it is, though. When you hear the case, guns was found on someone's property, that on a reasonable person raises an antenna on anyone, right? It raises your antenna. Guns, ooh, guns must be up to something no good, right? Guns, you got Diddy with guns. He must be up to no good. Is you already like thinking when you hear guns in Diddy's home, like it's already bad. I think it is bad, probably, right? Considering what Diddy's accused of doing with his bodyguards. But the defense has a point. I'll say the defense has a point. You know, you got one of the biggest hip hop stars ever. And, you know, he's going to have a security team. He needs a security team. Most celebrities and most public figures walk around with security teams, right? Because there's wackadoodles and nut jobs out there that try to confront you or whatever. You know, you got to have a security team. So being a high profile celebrity with some guns, I don't think that's really out of the ordinary. But in this case, we're talking about a guy that is involved with sex trafficking, RICO, counting money, bodyguards, different people dying, guns. Who's to say that these guns aren't the same guns that were used to go to Kid Cudi's home, right? Some of these same guns could have been the guns used to go to Kid Cudi's home to find him after Diddy found out Cassie was cheating on him with Kid Cudi. You know, remember guns, Capricorn Clark guns. Well, we're in Los Angeles, right? These could be the same type of guns used to go out there and intimidate people with these guns. Would be the same guns used to go hunt down Suge Knight at Mel's Diner, right? Mel's Diner, remember Suge Knight, guns. Remember that's been testified by David James, one of Combs' former employees, you know. Drive into a location with guns to look for Suge Knight. Well, where do these guns come from? Where do you store these guns? Maybe they're stored at his home. stored at the home, right? Guns. So, you know, if you're out there going around intimidating people with guns, you know what I'm saying? I think it is relevant. It paints a picture. We shall see. It also puts people in perspective. You know, that's where I'm thinking. I'm trying to think as a juror. I'm trying to understand all this. And I'm like, okay, well, where all the guns come from? They're all stored in his house. So is it, you know, are we talking about every time Diddy has an emotional problem or he has a beef with somebody, they go into the security room and strap up and let's go. Let's go handle our business. Load it up. Make sure the serial numbers are off. Put the bullets in. Let's get the gun. Strap up. All right, we're going to go in our car, pile in our car, and handle our business, right? Sounds like a gang. Sounds like a mob, right? I mean, guns at your home really are supposed to be, really, I mean, Americans, a lot of Americans have guns in their homes. A lot of people do. Not everybody, but a lot of people have guns in their home for their protection. You know, you have guns in your home just in case somebody breaks in, whatever. Some people have a secure gun near their bed just in case somebody tries and act funny and violate your space or break in, or some lunatic comes around. You want to protect you and your family, you know. But the way Diddy has been using these guns, and driving around with guns and everything like that, probably has this closet with these like AKs and guns all on these racks. And then if they're beef, like, oh my God, Suge Knight's in town, let's go. And they all go to the gun room and they all go in and go, here, take your gun, take your gun, take your gun. Let's go. Go handle our business, right? Guns. I think with Diddy's case, bunch of guns, you're probably up to no good. Especially, I mean, but people can have guns. I don't know if there's a limitation on the amount of guns you can have. It's also a big house, too. It's a 17,000 square foot home. Maybe the security there, you have armed security walking around the property. Some of these celebrities have armed security, literally perched up on every corner of their property. But that's what they're going to be talking about today, the guns. We're on break. Stand by. JLR investigates. Voice is feeling better. The judge is also considering whether to question juror number 6 more. All right, all rise. We're in. Let's get this party started. Judge goes this. This is what the judge says. All rise, jurors. You can see we are only 50 minutes late today. Everyone. So we are doing better, and everyone laughs. Remember, yesterday we're like 2 hours late. Now the judge is like, well, you're, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're only 50 minutes late today. ASA Comey, we want to introduce the following exhibits. These are under seal. E331BR, C, FR, HR. All under Your Honor's pseudonym order. All right. So, guns. Exhibits. Let's go. 9:46 a.m. Let's get this party started. Introducing a bunch of sealed exhibits. All right, so freshen everything up here. Guns. Hotel raid. Here we go. We'll talk about that juror later. We're at the next break. Some reports are coming out about the juror. We're at the Los Angeles home of Sean P. Diddy Combs. We're about to hear from Agent Andre Lemon of HSI. Homeland Security Agent. HSI. Serial number scratch off of guns to me is illegal. Whose guns are they? How are they alt? All right, so here we go. We're up to speed. I'm ready. Let's go. I am ready. Hello, Friday. Whew. Long week. Long week. We take you to Los Angeles. Los Angeles, California. Guns. Guns. All right, so let me, in the meantime, I'm going to read a couple of the comments coming through. Love and prayers. Welcome. JLR Investigates. Mine renewal. Nice to see you. Hello. I wonder if George 6 works in the Diddy's jail. Ooh. Great question. 41-year-old correctional officer from the Bronx. You know, correctional officers are also friends with other correctional officers, you know. You know, a lot of the correctional officers are friends with other correctional officers, meaning it's all like, we're all friends, like on Facebook, and they all hang out. But that's a great question, whether juror number 6 works at the MDC, or juror number 6 once worked at the MDC, or juror number 6 maybe knows people that worked at MDC, or knows there, or works somewhere else. That's a great question. I've never really considered that. Juror number 6 working at MDC. That would be a major conflict of interest, I would think. I would say that would be immediately excluding. But yeah, we'll see what kind of corrections. It's probably New York. It's probably Rikers or something. Might be Rikers. JLR, the GOAT of trial coverage. We're getting better at trial coverage. We don't do trial coverage all like that. We've done some, but I like this. This is good. This is good. I really like this. And I got to know a lot of you. We're becoming friends. A lot of us has been becoming friends. Thank you, SG1007. Jean Ann. I don't know. It's hard to say your name sometimes, Jean Ann. 60 million in endless supply of baby oil. Lots and lots of baby oil. Well, Mark says baby oil is just normal. You know, anyone can have just buckets and tubs of baby oil. No big deal. Nothing to see here. Nothing to see here at all. All right. So here we go. Here we go. All right. Before the witness comes in. Ooh. We need to introduce these text messages involving KK. KK's just been name dropped by the district attorney, AUSA. Before the witness comes in, we want to introduce these text messages involving KK. Let me read. It's coming from Puff Music Phone number 2. Ooh, they labeled it Puff Music Phone number 2. It goes on to say, make sure Robin pays her rent. Who is Robin? Ooh, Robin. Isn't she the accountant? Robin? Make sure Robin pays her rent. KK. Robin sent her rent. Robin said her rent was paid. And then AUSA, in the vicinity of the Newark Airport, cell phone number from Damian Butler. Ooh. This is coming from Puff Music Phone number 2. I guess there's Puff Music Phone number 1 and Puff Music Phone number 2. Because remember, KK had 2 phones seized at Miami Airport in 2024. KK's being dropped in here. What's going on here? Ooh, what's going on here? AUSA. And this message. 3 of my doors are broken. This is crazy. E-Rock. He is coming to the house. He just texted me. I don't think it's a good idea to leave.
I remember the first time my son Jamani stood up, and he's been standing up for people ever since.
Before Jamani stood with me through cancer and pregnancy loss, he was standing for the rights of all parents. My stepdad Jamani stands up for every family, protecting kids from gun violence,
protecting tenants and keeping them in their homes,
and protecting new moms in our hospitals. Because it's easier to stand up when you don't have to stand alone.
To build a city that stands with all of us. Paid for by Jamani Williams.
But I'm really hoping that it helps with this right here.
I'm definitely excited about these two.
On here. Ooh. What's going on here? What's going on? So they're discussing things. Jane's door was broken, remember? The money going out there after Diddy kicked in certain things. Are they talking about that incident, or are we talking about another incident? That's what I'm trying to iron out. I know a lot of people in the chat are like, Jane's door got broken. Yes. Diddy busted down multiple doors. I don't know the amount. It was like 10, 12,000 or something, 15, something in that range. Some of it was going to Anton and the other was going for the doors. That she said she took the pictures of. AUSA reading. I guess the key was as a blue fuzzy tail. Just take it. D-Rock. I'm at the house. Puff is here. You know I can't take your keys from him. Ooh, something going on here. Thank you. The government may now call its next witness. Okay, so some sort of conversation. We'll get more context to what that was at. I'm sure CNN will elaborate a little bit. But it's definitely some sort of something going on between KK, this Robin, D-Rock, and a cell phone number from Damian Butler regarding Puff Music phone number 2. What is Puff Music phone number 2? What is this dealing with? Kicking in doors, paying rent. What? We'll get more understanding of that soon. In the meantime, that has been introduced. Now it's time to bring Agent Lamont on the stand. Agent Lamont, come on in. Come on in. Let's hear what's up. Listen in. Let's hear what this agent has to say. Guns. Money, power, respect. Let's go. Government calls Special Agent Andre Lamont. Here we go. Where do you work? Lamont says HSI in Los Angeles, the Human Trafficking Unit. Same thing what Agent Gannon and Agent Binda testified. Human Trafficking Investigator. He's a human trafficking investigator. Dun, 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 human trafficking. That's what type of investigation we have here, folks. Human trafficking. Do you exclude search warrants? Yes. Do you execute? Do you execute search warrants? Yes. 50 or 60 so far. Ooh, that's a lot. Did you search 200 South Mapleton Drive in Los Angeles? Yes. The address you see there. 200 South Mapleton Drive in Los Angeles. Yes. They also wanted him to, say on the record how many search warrants he's executed as being an HSI agent. He said 50 or 60. So the reason why they do that is because the prosecution wants the court to know, or the jurors to know, that he's not a rookie and this isn't his first rodeo. He's done this over and over and over again. He does raids. Here we go. 200 South Mapleton Drive in Los Angeles. The raid. All right, so that's where we're at. Ooh. Raid time, folks. Get your raid. Shh. Bug spray. Shh. Oh, did you see speaking of raid, and we're using the raid, did you see the 50 Cent Family Matters parody video, which was funny? But at the end, did you see it where Diddy's like spraying the pillow with like Lysol? That's pretty crazy, man. That Family Matters thing, that thing was epic. He's producing somebody. He's doing a documentary on Rex Heuermann, a serial killer from Long Island. Pretty funny stuff. That was pretty funny. 50 Cent is funny. He's a good troll. He's good. That was funny. then he threw J-Lo in the mix. And Bieber, what's he trying to say about J-Lo? And then why is he holding? Why is he put in that parody video where he's holding a milk jug, a milk? Have you seen Jay-Z? He's throwing shade at Jay-Z like Jay-Z's involved with stuff for real. It's just interesting that he would put J-Lo in that, Bieber and Jay-Z, 3 people that really have been talked about in this trial. But 50 knows, man. 50 knows, man. 50 knows Bieber has been groomed, or Bieber or something. I don't know. 50 knows, man. He knows. He knows his stuff. They know. 50 knows. Right here.
It's a rare condition this day and age to demand a freak off with so much rage. A stranger's addiction that you'll never find. Some people say that he's losing his mind. Well, then there must be some magic juice inside the Punisher. 'Cause all I see is a chocolate thing. Man, they're busting over everything. Days gone by. It's the biggest break of the tangerine.
Lysol. Executive producer Kanye West. Whoa, folks. Yo, that's pretty funny, dude. That was funny. That was funny again. It you can.
Yeah, it was funny, JR. You out. Well, what's going on with this trial, man? Ain't that popping right now?
It's just funny. It's funny. Yeah, it's a bad situation.
This Ali Carter for a hot second.
I'm not even upset right now. I don't even know what the hell's wrong with my body. I'm shaking. It's fine. It's fine.
Layer of BS that you have to throw on that kid, that poor kid, is cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching.
Exactly.
It's all more money.
They treat these children in CPS like they are in jail. You have a program that you have to work. If you are a foster kid or a parent that has been through this corrupt CPS system, there's a program that each person has to work, including the child. If you tell on someone, if you do something wrong, if you get evicted or moved, you now add 6 months to your program. That means 6 months until you get a court hearing, 6 months until they discuss that over paperwork, 6 months until they decide to do the paperwork. And by the time they get to court, 6 months later, nobody has filed that paperwork because nobody does their job and the justice system is corrupt. So therefore, you got 6 more months to add to that. And it goes on and on and on and on, because guess how they get their money? Through those 6 more months. 6 more months of pain, 6 months more of trauma, 6 months more of putting on a debt of kids like they're in juvenile hall when they're not, when they were taken from their parents for a reason or for a reason that is unknown. Why would they have a debt?
Moving on to peace. What are they? How are they used? Contracts. Her perspective and my perspective, and we're going to talk about.
If this is the only thing that we get through today, the blueprints is the most important thing. It's the MKR. It's how they did it, what they did, what it looks like. I'm seeing on Twitter and different places that MKR has been trending this last week, and people are throwing that word around. But I don't think they understand the depth of it. I don't think they understand what they're saying. So these, again, disclaimer, these are just general blueprints that I pulled off Google, but they represent a blueprint that is of Ali. There is a blueprint of all her altars, of her internal structure that was created through MK.
And told me if I wasn't going to give blood, they'd make blood. But they were stabbing me somewhere else. So I'm officially shaking. So we're done with this conversation. But yeah, sweating now. So it's fine. I just need you guys to understand. It's easy to say
Ghislaine's on trial for trafficking, and they trafficked and they had an island and yada yada, but you need to know what exactly that means, who that involves.
Yeah.
You need to be looking at who's helping, who's defending her, who's making life easy for her. It's bullshit.
Yeah.
And you need to wrap your head around the war that we're actually in.
Yeah.
What they did.
Yeah. It's fine. I'm not even upset. It's fine.
What they did.
It just.
They made her shake her purse out and give her the last bit of change that she had in her wallet because she said she didn't give her the rest of the money for that day. And she did. And then she took me home and beat me because she lost the case. Everything became something that was normal since that day. That day never leaves me. And ever since that day, I thought everything that was going on was something that had to happen and something I did. So I stayed quiet until I was about 12. And then every boyfriend, every piece of authority, everyone that she brought in my life, she kept telling me she didn't get enough money from me. She got government money for the rest of her kids. She stole Social Security cards. She was very well invested with the Panthers until they left her alone for a little bit. Until she had to figure out the money and then come by herself. So, bootleg movies and the chart, but discussing it over someone's bed. And because they thought you were high and drugged, they didn't think you'd remember. But I wasn't supposed to be on medication. I was given medication, but I wasn't supposed to be on it. There was no reason. And one night I was awake when 2 nurses came in the room. My roommate had sliced her arm. She sliced it from here down. And they used to always have to change her bandages because she would try to reopen them at night. And I never understood why. She would scream and she would try to reopen them. I'd wake up in pain and I didn't know why. And then one day I didn't take my medicine. And the nurses came in our room and they were talking over our bed about changing the charts. About nobody would believe the kids because they're already crazy. They took pictures after they took her clothes off. And when they came to my bed, I started fighting. They threw me in solitary confinement for a week. I wanted to die. I remember the social worker coming out and telling me that they were going to send me back to my biological mother. And I remember telling them that if whatever happens, just know that I'm coming back in a body bag. Because I know that somebody is going to get a hold of me, and nobody wanted me to tell the truth. So they put me in foster care.
We follow this, but we learn as we go too. Some of you know more deeper and deep. AR-15 and 45 caliber guns. Stigma, a lot of stigma when it comes to AR-15s. That's a gun that's very controversial. Very controversial, so we'll see. Jackie says, love this channel. I've been following Idaho murders. His family lived in my town. My son went to high school with him. Oh, Brian Kohlberger. Hi, Jackie. Hey, reach out to us, Jackie. Tips at JLR Investigates. Love to talk. Off the record. Reach out to us. Tell us some things. Appreciate that, Jackie. Thank you. Love and prayers. Welcome. Welcome to JLR Investigates. All right, so on sidebar here. I saw a comment that said, I don't get this lawyer. How can you morally defend somebody like Weinstein? Or I don't get these lawyers. Well, how can you morally defend somebody like Weinstein, Diddy, R. Kelly, Bill Cosby, Epstein? Money can't be that seriously needed. Some lawyers will just sell their soul to defend the worst of the worst. They do. It's not like they're public defenders where they're hired and they have to because they're public defenders and they have to defend. These lawyers get to choose who they want to defend. Private lawyers. And some private lawyers, they'll, as long as you pay them, they'll defend the worst of the worst. Everyone has the right to representation. The lawyers also have to accept the case. There's going to be a lot of corroboration, I think, on Jane while we're waiting on the sidebar, which I feel like assistants, KK, I do think KK is going to testify. I do. Yesterday, I was like, I'm not so sure because of time. But I think they could get KK up there for a few hours. I do. And if KK doesn't testify, I'll be shocked. Yesterday, I was thinking, well, after, they might end mid next week into Friday. I think they have time for KK. I still think they have time for some of these bodyguards.
We have got to hold the powerful accountable. It's why I took on corporate landlords and called out the mayor for his corruption. We've got to stop Donald Trump and Elon Musk from stealing our money. Together, we'll bring New York back.
Paid for by Mark Levine, 2025.
Will be addressed at the end of the day, it appears. The judge pushed back strongly on the defense's suggestion that prosecutors are waging a thinly veiled effort to dismiss a black juror. There's nothing here to suggest bias in any reason of any kind, the judge said. He added that there was factual inconsistency in the juror's answers to questions about where he lived, and it was absolutely fair and understandable that the government would raise that to the court. As the defense itself notes, this was an unusually diverse group of jurors that came in, the judge continued. We have a diverse jury regardless of what happens with this current application. So, yeah, the judge is pushing back on the defense, saying this is a thinly veiled effort to dismiss a black juror, but the judge is like, we still have a diverse jury. Regardless of what happens. Even if juror number 6 gets off, there's still a diverse jury. One final detail from the morning exchange over a juror who gave inconsistent answers about where he lives. Defense attorney Shapiro noted that Combs was willing to waive the issue on appeal, meaning if he appeals the final outcome of this trial, he won't bring up the juror issue. He waived it. Meaning if he appeals the final outcome of this trial, he won't bring up the juror issue. He waived it. Holmes, sitting at the defense table in a yellow sweater and white-collared shirt, confirmed this waiving, Your Honor, he said, and waved to the judge. I'm waving, Your Honor. And he waved to the judge. Did he? So I just wanted to put that out there. The judge is going right through the middle here and saying either side really hasn't done anything wrong here. In this sense, on the juror issue. And the judge is going to hear the issue later on. No serial numbers, gun crime, crime gun. No serial numbers, where has that gun been? All right, looks like we're back. We're back. The judge, the exhibits are admitted. There you go. Photographs. We're going to get these photographs of these guns because the judge allowed it. Assuming they're photographs. That looks like they're photographs. Right? Yes. Security needs proper documentation to carry guns. You need, like, security also needs, like, certification and licensing in a sense, don't they? Some security in some states. What are these? All right. Floor plans. Floor plans for 200 South Mapleton. How do you know they were accurate? I was there. Okay. Floor plans, exhibits, models of the floor plan. That's how the feds roll, man. They'll sit there and, if you're a defendant in a case and you are on the hot seat, you go to trial, they'll omit floor plans of your home. Floor plans of your home. And let the jurors know every single square foot of your home. So the jurors are looking at every square foot of Diddy's home. It's probably like a whole graph and chart of his whole home. Photos have been omitted, or exhibits, assuming they're photos. So floor plans. All right, look at this. How many manila envelopes were there in a nightstand? Manila envelopes. 6, Agent Lamont says. What was written on them? K. 6 manila envelopes were found on his nightstand with the letter K. Ooh, K. Published the stipulation. Test determined in the K envelope with a shamrock on it. Dun, dun, dun. Ketamine. Ketamine. Ooh. Oh, I thought we were only talking about guns. Oh, I thought we were only talking about guns, folks. Illegal drugs have entered the chat. Oh, guns and drugs. Oh, I knew drugs were coming too. I was just thinking guns, that's it. Of all the things seized from this 17,000-foot property, and the only thing that they're going to praise is guns? No. Ketamine has entered the building. Not K. At first, before I saw ketamine, I was thinking KK, or like KK's name were on these envelopes. No, it was ketamine. Ketamine. Dun, dun, dun. Got ketamine in envelopes. Got a bunch of envelopes. What is this, like distributing ketamine all around to the community? Is Diddy and his goons trying to poison the community with ketamine? Or they use them for their own stuff? Or use them on their victims, right? Ketamine for themselves and to make their victims. See, I'm telling you this. I'm telling you, there's more. There's more females out there. There's more. I know there's more. I know there's more. And I know these guys had groups of girls, even the own security team. They had their own people too. They were all doing things. And this was like the drug house. Guns, ketamine. Oh boy. Ketamine. HSI, human trafficking unit. Wow, folks. All right, so here we are. Agents talking about ketamine found in envelopes. We'll wait and see what happens here. I think High Heels is going to enter the building too at one point. High Heels, Astro Glide, Prescriptions, Frank Black. Probably Frank Black. Probably enter too. Maybe. Some people might say, oh, he's just a drug addict. No federal crime has been committed. Huh? He has ketamine on his nightstand. So literally like laying there with you, roll over, take some ketamine. No, nightstand, because probably things were happening in his bed. Right? With a shamrock on it, by the way. Now, ketamine is this Los Angeles thing. We've covered Matthew Perry, ketamine, celebrities using ketamine, throwing around. There was a woman that got indicted in reference to the death of Matthew Perry, the ketamine queen. She's called the ketamine queen. And celebrities have been doing a lot of ketamine. It's an underground. They get these people to get it for them, and doctors are involved, crooked doctors. Big thing. Big thing in Hollywood, in Los Angeles, ketamine. So he's probably getting this stuff from maybe that same network. Who knows? I don't know where he's getting the ketamine from. I'm glad I never touched ketamine. I don't even know what it is. I don't even know what it looks like. If you put ketamine in front of my face, I wouldn't even know what it looks like. I don't know if you all know what it looks like. I don't know. I don't mess with that stuff. No way. Doctors, lawyers, ketamine. It's about the ketamine fest. All right, so we're on there. We keep refreshing. Testing, too. Plus, they tested it. Testing. They do their testing. Testing them. Yeah, absolutely. They're going to test this stuff. Ketamine. Okay, so before I go on, I just want to take your minds off this raid real quick and go back to what we were talking about, that text messages. Jury hears text messages between Combs and Stafford and between Ventura and a guard. In front of the jury, before this agent gets on, prosecutors read aloud some text messages. Remember, we were talking about those texts. Going back to the doors that we were talking about a little bit earlier. So it's saying, according to this reading, Holmes texted his then Chief of Staff, KK, on November 21st, 2023. So November 21st, 2023, saying in part, make sure Robin is not doing anything dumb, like not having that rent paid on time. Ooh. Can you make sure she paid for this month, please, Robin? Rent, Robin. It goes on to say, according to previous testimony, Robin was Combs' accountant. So we were right there. And Jane, who dated Combs from 2021 to 2024, testified in this case under a pseudonym and is identified as the victim. And Combs' indictment said Robin handled the rent for her home. Testimony has indicated Combs paid for Jane's rent for Los Angeles home from 2023 to present day. KK responded, according to the messages read in court, Robin said her rent was paid. Another message chain reading today was between then Combs' girlfriend Cassie and D-Rock, one of the security guards, in January of 2017. My bathroom door is broken. He's blaming me for going to someone else's house when I pulled over to see if I was being followed, and I was, and Tora texted him. He has my key, so I'm leaving. I don't feel safe. I'm not effing with anyone else. She later messaged him that 3 of her doors were broken. Oh. Wow, deja vu. Deja vu. We were all saying, speculating, well, we're talking about Jane's doors broken, but lo and behold, that they were talking about in 217, bathroom doors are broken, dealing with Cassie. Oh, he's breaking down doors not only for Jane, but with Cassie. My bathroom door is broken down. Oh, didn't we hear that Jane and Diddy got in a fight in 2024 in June? So now we have two similarly situated circumstances that are eerily parallel and eerily similar, where Diddy's busting down Cassie's bathroom door in January of 2017. And then we just heard yesterday about the breaking down of Jane's doors, master bedroom, closet, and bathroom in 2024. He's kicking in the doors on two people. D-Rock says, you know, I can't take your keys from him. He is here, you are there. I think that's the best thing for now. So D-Rock is involved in this mix. So that was the stuff that was introduced with that readings that we, before this agent got on. Two incidents. And it looks like it was sealed or seized from KK's phone. Wow. KK's in the mix too. Unbelievable, folks. That is insane. All right, so we're going to take you back to the raid. I just wanted to share that information out because that was discussed. And I was speculating. All right, so AUSA now asks, we're on ketamine. 6 manila envelopes found in Diddy's home, Los Angeles home, during this raid. Is there a safe in this closet? Yes, it's gray. They're in the photo, a gray safe. Ooh. What was found in the safe? What was found in the safe? A gray safe. The agent says a passport for Mr. Combs and a plastic bag with substances in it. Stipulation as to paragraph 1516. Testing found the brown pebbles were MDMA. So now that the agent has testified, not only has ketamine been found in Combs's home in Los Angeles on his next to his bed on the nightstand, 6 envelopes marked K with that was tested as ketamine with a shamrock. The agent found a safe in the closet, a gray safe with Diddy's passport in it, so Diddy's name's in it, along with brown pebbles that were MDMA. So now we have drugs in the safe. Oh, yo, ecstasy. More illegal drugs in Combs's home. What we got? Ooh, we're getting into drugs. Let's see if there's more drugs. More drugs. Powerful, powerful testimony so far by Agent Lamont. Pretty much saying that Diddy had drugs in his bedroom, drugs in the safe, passport, MDMA, ketamine. What's next? What is next? Ooh. Yo, that's crazy. The fact that they also said that his passport was in there. It's like kind of hard to get around by saying, well, it's not his. Well, your passport was in the safe with the ecstasy. So come on, man. What do you think? Someone's just gonna plant your passport with the stuff? It's your possession. It's your stuff. Diddy, you and in your people. Oh, I knew it. What is in this bag? Dun, dun, dun. Johnson & Johnson baby oil, Astroglide, and lingerie. Now There's Astroglide and baby oil in his Los Angeles home. My goodness. Where were the Astroglide and baby oil found? In the bathroom, in the garage. Who puts baby oil, large amounts of baby oil in their garage? Yo, this is crazy. AUSA shows photos, a bookcase full of baby oil, a drawer full of Astroglide. Yikes. Oh, man.
I'm running for mayor to freeze the rent for every rent-stabilized tenant.
Did I hear rent freeze?
Yes! This guy's gonna freeze the rent.
It's true. As your next mayor, I will freeze your rent.
Paid for by Dabrand for NYC.
Did I remember to close the garage door? I think I did.
I should not have had that 5th slice of pizza.
Just a friendly reminder, when you stop at Gulf, one thing you'll never have to think about is the fuel you're putting in your tank. Gulf, it all starts here.
We're sharing exhibits that are being shared with the court over the course of this trial. Baby oil. So now it has been confirmed in the home of Diddy in Los Angeles already. Drugs, baby oil, Astroglide. And in the bathroom, bookcase, and garage throughout the house. Wow. Bookmark, boxes marked Astroglide. 24 boxes of Astroglide. Oh, 24 boxes of Astroglide. Where were these boxes of Astroglide? In the garage. Holy smokes. Oh my goodness, folks. Oh, overall, how many bottles of baby oil did you find? 200. Oh my goodness. 200 bottles of baby oil were found, but it gets worse, folks. How many bottles of Astroglide did you find in his home? 900 bottles of Astroglide. Oh, 900 bottles of Astroglide. Who in the heck has 900 bottles of Astroglide inside their home? Dozens of boxes found in the garage, in the bathroom. 200 bottles of baby oil. Oh my goodness. And you think this is normal? Does anyone think this is normal, that a guy that has been accused by numerous victims of sex trafficking and prostitution and freak-offs that were used, baby oil was used, so much baby oil that, again, Diddy had to have his own staff clean up, not to trigger the maids. And now in this particular raid, don't forget the raid in Star Island, which there was tons of baby oil and Astroglide. It looks like there was more baby oil and Astroglide in this residence at Star Island. You can't even go to a CVS pharmacy. You're not going to find 200 bottles of baby oil on the shelf. I'm not so sure at Costco you could get 200 bottles of baby oil, maybe, but 900 bottles of Astroglide? 900 bottles of Astroglide. Yeah, what are you doing with that? Oh, he just likes Astroglide. He's just going to have an Astroglide for the rest of his life. 900 bottles. You can't, I don't know. Is there a shelf life to this? Like, do you have to use this stuff in a certain amount of time or it goes hard or what? One mistake I used to make, because I used to collect food, and just in case the doomsday scenario in my closet, I had a bunch of food in my closet, and I didn't realize at one point some of this food expires after 6-7 months. This stuff expires. I mean, 900 bottles of Astroglide. Yikes. Caught. He's caught. Whoa. That's a big, big deal. I hope I'm not being desensitized by this at this point, because I should be like screaming at my screen like, holy smoke, 200 bottles of baby oil, 900 bottles of Astroglide seized by human trafficking agents in Diddy's 200 South Mapleton, Los Angeles mansion, along with 6 manila envelopes full of ketamine. All right. Let's get to the firearms. Dun, dun, dun. Firearms. Let's turn to the firearms found in the residence. What are these? A Ruger, a Glock pistol, some AR-15 platform. Yo, Erica knew. Erica called it. Our friend in the chat, Erica, she knew. She was right. AR-15, Glock pistol. But it says an AR-15 platform, Glock pistol, and Ruger. Show the photo. What is this? They found a Smith & Wesson rifle on the chair with 3 30-round magazines on his chair. Not secured, on a chair. Yo, he had a Smith & Wesson rifle found on his chair. What chair? Where's the chair? But it doesn't seem like that was secured, with 30-round magazines, 3 30-round magazines on the chair. What was he waiting for? Someone to break in? Holy smokes. Hopefully there was no minor children inside that home. Dude had a gun on a chair with 3 30-round magazines. Goes on to say, there is a 5.11 bag. What's that? Just a bag. And this, rifles, and a Mossberg shotgun. Oh, he has lots of weapons, rifles, a shotgun, Ruger, a Glock pistol. There's lots of guns. I've already counted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and unlimited guns or unlimited rifles. They've shared 6 separate type of guns that they found: shotgun, rifles, Smith & Wesson on the chair, Glock, Ruger, AR-15 platform. And what is this? A drum magazine, large capacity. This one was a 60 round. It had 59 rounds of green tip ammunition on it. Oh, green tip ammunition. All right, gun people. I'm not a gun guy. Whoa. Green tip ammunition. Made to penetrate steel. Whoa. I just Googled green tip ammunition, and it says it's very strong, made to penetrate steel. Hollow points. What in the heck? It's used to penetrate armor. They're saying it's considered dangerous by many, but nonetheless is legal to own in the United States, according to AI Overview. Dude, where's he getting all this military ammo? Whoa. We got some heavy artillery here. We got stuff that can penetrate steel. What does green tip ammo do? The agent says it is designed to pierce body armor. Could you go look at the boxes of firearms in the cart next to you? Boxes of firearms in the cart next to you. So they got cart in the court. Lamont does, goes off mic. Lamont, the serial numbers where they existed matched up. So we're trying to get into serial numbers. I don't know what this means. We'll get an understanding. Whoa. Folks, they literally found a gun store and a drug store and a Astroglide store inside Combs' 1,700 square foot mansion. Guns, drugs, Astroglide, baby oil found inside. Large amounts all over the place. Ammunition to pierce armor. Whoa. That's some serious heavy stuff. It sounds like what drug dealers or mafia criminals would use, or people that are up to no good. The state is building a case that the weapons weren't just laying around. They were knowingly possessed and possibly tied to more serious charges like trafficking, violence, RICO. Sounds like RICO to me. All of the seized. Sounds like a RICO to me. Yo, this guy thinks he's Tony Montana. Diddler was an enterprise, Monica Baby said. Keep your comments coming. Share your comments. This chat is lit. This chat is lit. Look at the comments coming through. I'm waiting for the updates of what else is seized. Holy smokes. Oh, baby, baby, baby. It's not all good, baby, baby. It's not all good for Diddy. M855. Hey, Matt. How are you? Good morning. M855 green tip is a standard NATO round you would find at a store, although a little more expensive. M855. Yo. Why all these guns, baby oil, and lubricants? 900 bottles of Astroglide, 200 bottles of baby oil, J&J, guns, ammunition, drugs. But this is all just normal, right? For someone to have. After numerous people have already testified about what they were subjected to at the hands of Diddy and his associates, KK, E-Rock, Bonds, Ruben, Paulie, Raheem. On top of all the prostitutes and male escorts. Jorah got to be sitting there like, oh my goodness. Like, what do you think the Jorah's thinking right now? Like, oh yeah, this is just normal. Oh yeah, he's a cool guy. I wish I had all this stuff in my home. That stuff's dangerous, man. It's clearly showing a criminal enterprise here. RICO is written all over Diddy. You might be hit up with the RICO Suave. You know, that RICO, he's trying to get all nice and suave with the baby oil, but he's RICO Suave. You know, slipping and slide. RICO Suave. Yeah, RICO. Talking about RICO, folks. Yikes. All right, so we're still on that. I can't wait to see the updates on like CNN and Washington Post in reference to this stuff. NBC says hundreds of bottles of lubricants found at Combs' LA home. Federal agents found 900 bottles of Astroglide and 200 bottles of baby oil when they raided the defendant's home in Los Angeles last year. The lubricants were frequently used during hotel nights and freak-offs when Combs directed women to have sex with other men as he watched. Yo. Matt J says he found out something crazy about Fahim, the Mr. Fix-It. Share it up, Matt, please. Magnolia will pin it. Okay, here we got some more stuff. Okay, so we got some things that were seized. According to the Washington Post, what has been testified while we're waiting for the next round of juicy stuff to come out, prosecutors had called Homeland Security agent Andre Lamont to the stand, who was involved in the federal raid of Combs' home late last year in Los Angeles. The prosecution methodically showing the jury some of the items found, including 6 small manila envelopes with the letter K written on them that tested positive for ketamine, 3 cell phones, a plastic bag that tested positive for MDMA, commonly known as ecstasy, a large cooler bag of baby oil, a closet full of baby oil, at least 18 retail-sized boxes of lubricant Astroglide, for a total of 200 bottles of Johnson & Johnson baby oil and 900 bottles of Astroglide lubricant. You're done, Diddy. Whoa. Yo, this is hardcore. Hardcore. The jury saw at least 16 boxes full of lubricant bottles piled in Combs' garage. That's coming from CNN. Then they say they found a large bag of baby oil and lubricant next to a pack of lingerie recovered from the closet near the master bedroom. Yo, Restored Faith. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much, Restored Faith. Thank you. Very grateful. Please get you some much needed rest this weekend. I think this weekend's going to be lit. Restored Faith. We'll try. We will try. You both truly deserve it. You've been nonstop covering this trial and everything else happening in America. Grateful for your hard work. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Much appreciated. Very, very grateful. Thank you. Restored Faith. And thanks for entrusting us and spending time with us, kicking it with us and talking and just seeing what is up, man. Wow, folks. Wow. Oh, okay. I'm sure he's going to say some more. Stand by. Stand by. Stand by. Oh, that's it. So he's basically saying, how were serial numbers eliminated from some of these firearms? Do any of the firearms not have serial numbers? He goes, one did not. This one holds up a gun. How are the serial numbers eliminated? Sanded off with a machine. It's smooth. Not like it was done with a screwdriver. Oh, so they found one gun, one that didn't have its serial number. Sanded off with the machine, not pry it off with the screwdriver. No further questions. That's it. Oh, 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 oh. Whoa. That's it. So agent just said.
For nonprofits, a successful event can open hearts and wallets. The right signage and marketing can inspire donations, share success stories, and recognize sponsors. Alpha Graphics. Bring your brand to life.
For all of us, all the time. Althea Stevens stands up for the Bronx. Our council member is taking on Washington extremists, investing in our community, giving us all a voice. Now all we need to do is re-elect her. Paid for by Uber NY PAC.
You are aware that Mr. Combs has security, right? Yes. And every gun and every piece of ammo was recovered from the security office, right? Yes. There were no guns in kids' bedrooms. None. Okay, so no guns found in any kid's bedrooms. The defense is trying to portray him as he needed guns because he had a security team and he is a responsible gun owner. Is he only going to hone in on the guns and not the Astroglide? We shall see. So he's getting him to confirm. Whoa, that he has security, or you're aware that he had security. They trying to say this is security? Yo, we'll see where this goes. In the meantime, reading some of the comments here while we get more information. April Jones says Diddy's dad was mafia. He got killed, gunned down in a car. Diddy was like 2 or 3 years old, I think. Yeah, his dad got killed long time ago. Share the circumstances of that. What happened with that? What's going on? Got gunned down? Agnes. That's crazy. He had green tip ammo. Tupac and Biggie Smalls both died by drive-by shooting. How ironic. Shop Girl, welcome to JLR Investigates. Melissa, nice to see you, said, will they uncover underground tunnels? I know, right? Charisma. Thank you for the comment. Said his kids are exposed to this nonsense. I mean, it's all around the house. All around the house. His kids don't just stay in their bedrooms. Yeah, no guns found in the kids' bedrooms, but yeah, it's kids. Yeah. I mean, what, he's going to forbid his kids from going in the garage? His kids know all this stuff is around. Yes. 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 Silent Trudy. Welcome to JLR Investigates. Tina, welcome to JLR Investigates. Missy. Here we go. Dun, dun, dun. Yeah. Pretty crazy, man. Pretty crazy. Alexa, call 911. Call 911. Green tip ammo isn't crazy in itself. You can have it delivered to your porch legally for about 60 cents a round off the internet. Thank you for that information. Wow. You can have it delivered to your door. Yo. All right, so we're going to get into here. Mark goes on. Was the security office door locked? He says, not when I got there. But before. Isn't it important? Did it have a lock? He's saying it had a knob. Lock, I don't know. You have AUSA. Why does it say AUSA? Is he done? AUSA, you have no reason to think the safe was open before you got there. No. This is crazy, folks. The raid of Diddy's home. Defense is trying to mitigate this in any way, shape, or form. You know, there's locks on the security door. You know that, right? What else are you going to say? What else can the defense do? They can't deny it. They're just saying, yo, he's a respond. The locks, and he had it taken care of and everything like that. See, Mark has already indicated he doesn't want the jury to know about these guns like that. Or, you know, he's saying guns are devices. Jury's going to see guns, just like I'm thinking. Guns all over the place. Guns scattered around this house, different locations. Or even if he had a gun at one location, there's guns. Guns, drugs. Is Mark going to say anything on this guy, to this agent, about Astroglide, baby oil, drugs? Or is he just going to phone in on the guns? Crazy stuff, folks. So maybe there's redirect. Maybe he finished. I don't know yet. We'll see. I was pretty quick though. He's only on for about what, an hour? I think we're gonna see a bunch of people come in today. It's gonna kind of like be multiple different people coming in. NBC News says large number of guns found at Combs' LA home. Witness testifies. Combs kept an arsenal. NBC News says an arsenal of firearms and ammunition designed to pierce armor, according to the federal agent who led the raid of his home. Long guns, AR-15 style weapons, Smith & Wesson rifles, a Ruger rifle, and a Glock pistol were among the firearms discovered at Combs' Mapleton Drive. Agents found 59 rounds of green tip ammunition, which is manufactured to penetrate armor. Woo. Bad look, Diddy. How are you going to get around that, if at all? See if there's any additional information. Agents found multiple weapons and ammo designed to penetrate body armor at Combs' home. Agent testified that when he arrived, agents responsible for securing the home had already laid out the firearms and removed their magazines in accordance with standard procedure. So he's saying when that agent came, they were all laid out already, and the magazines were removed because that's the protocol to, take the ammo out of the weapons. Or, whatever they do with the weapons, lay it out. Photographs, right? They're going to take the photographs. Lamont said the security room had a firearm safe, and agents also found 2 locks and a bag. 3 of the guns were rifles. 1 was a pistol. 1 was a shotgun, according to Lamont. Lamont testified that the serial number of 1 of the rifles appeared to be scratched or sanded off. And look, agents also seized a drum magazine compatible with rifles. Lamont testified that drum magazines typically hold larger amounts of ammunition. This drum magazine could hold 60 rounds, and 59 rounds of green tip ammo were found in the magazine. So out of 60 rounds, 59. Where's that one missing one? Did anyone pick that up? The drum magazine could hold 60, and they found 59. One missing round. He said the green tip ammunition is designed to penetrate body armor. 59. But it holds 60. Was the one used? And if one was used, where was it used? Right? That's why I bring that question. All right, so we're waiting here to see what happens, but this is just bombshell. More stuff against Diddy just piled on. Just when you thought it couldn't be more worse, it just gets worse and worse. Not even going to use the word worser. It's bad. This is bad. This is as bad as it gets, folks. And again, jury, they submitted exhibits, photographs. We'll get some of those photographs later. Agent Lamont says, we brought a locksmith, but I didn't see him touch that safe. Combs is a mark. We're in Manhattan. We don't know a lot about guns. Sorry. Judge, withdrawn. Clark, this was a gun safe? Lamont, designed for that. Why not photo of opening it? Ooh. Mark's trying to say, hey, why didn't y'all submit a photo of you opening up the gun safe? No photo of opening. It was like the before and after, but no photos that you guys took of opening up the gun safe. Mark's trying to say that they should have took photos of the agents opening up the safe, which is kind of true. He does have a point. If you're going to raid someone's home, I personally think just videotape the entire raid. cherry picking pictures or doing it picture before and after, but not during it? We shall see where he goes on this. He's still being crossed by Mark. Mark's like, we don't know much about guns. We're from Manhattan. You should have done your research about guns, Mark, because your client is involved with lots of guns. Even though you might not know a lot about guns, you should have done the research about guns, and I'm sure you defend defendants that are caught up in guns. Bev says, thank you, Bev, for the comment. It's legal to own guns. Baby oil and Astroglide are also legal, not a crime. Ketamine and MDMA are illegal, but was found in his home. None of this proves RICO or trafficking. Thank you, Bev, for the comment. Bev says it's illegal to own guns. It's not illegal to own baby oil and Astroglide. And none of this has proven RICO. So, again, a lot of people giving different perspectives of this situation, whether they feel like this is RICO or not. We appreciate all perspectives here. Keep the comments coming. RICO or not? I think just like all this stuff, though it might not be illegal, I think selling off of serial numbers illegal. But yeah, you have a point. I mean, so many bottles of Astroglide technically is not legal, but if someone else has testified that that type of stuff was used for a crime, then it's like, yo, you're putting the supplies with the crime. The supplies used for the crime. I mean, that's like saying, like, I'm trying to think of an example. But yeah, like, technically, you know, if police came to your house and just found Astroglide and baby oil, but just saw it laying there and you're not accused of a crime, and they just see it there, you didn't commit a crime. But the corroboration, I believe, with everything said prior makes it make sense, because some of these people might be wondering, jurors might be wondering, well, when all the victims testified, where's the Astroglide? Where's this Astroglide coming from? Where's this baby oil coming from? And now you have agents that are testifying that's coming from these homes that Diddy owns. All right, so he's still on the stand. We'll see what he says. 2 minutes ago, prosecutor showed photos of 6 firearms, including 2 Smith & Wesson MP rifles, a Mossberg pump-action shotgun, a Ruger semi-automatic rifle, and a Glock pistol, all recovered by federal agents in the March 2024 raid of Combs' Los Angeles mansion. Magnolia says owning a house is also not a crime, but that has nothing to do with anything, and neither does Astroglide, guns, baby oil, if they were standalone items, but we know they were tools of trafficking. Agents found ammunition, including high-capacity drum magazine, 59 green tip rounds. Lamont said the bullets are notable because they are manufactured to penetrate body armor better than normal ammunition. A lot of ammo. It's ammo time. All right, so we're on this here. I'm waiting to see some updates. Some wild stuff. How long will this agent be on the stand? We shall see. Guns, ammunition. Media has put out were found only in home's security room. Special agent testify. Different media outlets are coming up with reports, but all of them seem with the same consensus that all this stuff has been found. And we're trickling out details. All of this evidence, when put together, does prove RICO. Might be hit up with a RICO. Whoa. There could be a juror or two that thinks, well, it's all legal. Maybe juror number 6 is like, so? Juror number 6 might be like, okay, cool. He likes baby oil. He likes to slip and slide. That's his life. That's his choice. He can have all that stuff in his house. Where some people might think. Guns. Got heavy guns. We like using this meme photo of Diddy dressed as Michael Jordan because of the freak off. Him is an obsession with Michael Jordan. The trifecta. These are actual photos of the raid of his Los Angeles home in 2024. Raid of his Miami home happened. Raid of Jane Doe's home happened. And also raid of his hotel happened at the time of his arrest. Agent Lamont continues.
We've been where you're going for the long haul, not just a long weekend. We leverage several lifetimes of experience to protect you when the unexpected knocks your trip off track. Choose Allianz Travel Insurance and chart your path with confidence.
Mark Levine loves to talk about running for comptroller.
Creamos una cooperativa de crédito para ayudar a la comunidad. Pao Hu, Su Ke, Xuan Yi, Dui Kang, Fu Kong, Fang Dong.
That Mark Levine guy, he's talking my language.
Paid for by Mark Levine, 2025.
He responds. So of all the raids that this agent has done, and he said he's done about 50 or 60 raids, he's never dealt with Astroglide down in raids. Now, that could technically help Diddy in some way because Diddy's defense could say, see, this is not your typical human trafficking investigation here. He liked Astroglide. It has nothing to do with any type of stuff he's involved with. Wow. Never has this agent ever dealt with Astroglide. Combs' attorney chuckles at that answer, goes, okay. Judge, no comments, please. Ooh, the judge is kind of scolding Mark with his comment about, okay. Yo, Mark just got scolded by the judge. No comments, please. We're told you can't comment on his comment. You understand what I mean? So the baby oil was in the garage, Mark asked. Agent Lamont said it was Astroglide in the garage. Mark goes, you're from LA? He goes, yes. Mark goes, enjoy. No further questions. No to redirect. He's off the stand. That's it. That's it. He was trying to stump him. Mark was trying to stump him, saying, so the baby oil was in the garage. That's not what he said. He said Astroglide was in the garage. Astroglide. In the garage. You're from LA. Why would he want to know if he's from LA? That's it. And prosecutors were so confident in this guy's testimony that they didn't even do a redirect. Nothing. So, see you later, Agent Lamont. Thanks for sharing about the home raid. We're on break. We are on break. Hello, everyone. Wow. That's, what his... Hey, he found all this stuff on his property. Going to be all put in evidence. We'll get the photos later, ladies and gentlemen. Most likely they've been submitted. I'm sure they'll do the same thing like they did with Star Island, sharing this stuff. I'm going to go get myself a cup of coffee. We're on a break, so I'll be back in like a minute or two. So stand by. Get yourself something to drink. Stick by. We'll see who talks next, who comes on the stand next. I believe the next witness is going to be the Jonathan Perez, which is the assistant that went to Jane's home and he's done other matters with Diddy. I believe he's next. So they're saying Santa car comes on Monday. So we could have Jonathan Perez for the rest of the day, quite possibly. So we might have the assistant, one of Diddy's assistants, so another worker of Diddy, I believe, will be testifying. Maybe someone else today. I don't know. Might be Perez all the rest of the afternoon. So this will be interesting. This is someone that worked with Diddy at the directive of Diddy. Probably got immunity if he's delivering money for to be paid so Jane and Diddy can pay these prostitutes. I'm sure that he's getting immunity. You would think that he's getting immunity. We'll see what happens there. So I'll be back in about a minute. Stand by. Thanks for watching, everyone. Righty. Welcome back. Thanks for your patience. Sure you got a break too. Stretch your legs. Whoa. So who's coming up next, folks? JLR and Magnolia Investigates. Agent Lamond out of there. So as expected, we knew that the raid of Diddy's Los Angeles home would be testified at some point in this trial. And now that has been testified. We got that. And we're back. Oh, and guess what? Here we go. Like I said, we know what we're talking about on JLR Investigates. They're back for Jonathan Perez, who just invoked his fifth. Do you intend to assert that right as explained, Jonathan? Yes. I will enter the order of immunity. Dun, dun, dun. Immunity. Jonathan Perez, another immunity agreement. As we said, crimes. Jonathan Perez is going to be testifying about him committing crimes. He got immunity. There's another one. Co-worker. The money to pay off Anton and whatever else. I don't know what else he's going to describe. I'm sure he's going to describe drugs, just like the others, and money. 3 Jonathans in the house. Jonathan Avery. My goodness. Jonathan is getting immunity. Ooh, Diddy might be in some trouble. My colleagues, the AOSA is bringing to the judge's attention. My colleagues tell me Mr. Combs has been nodding during cross. Please instruct him not to nod. The prosecutor's accusing Diddy of doing things, and Mr. Steele comes in and says, I affirm that Mr. Combs has done nothing inappropriate. Judge says, all right, very good. We had an exchange about this a few days ago. There's going to be some amount of reaction to testimony that is given. It is impossible to police all of it. Diddy might be on the hot seat. I don't know. The judge is like, I think the judge is going to give him a pass on this one. Steele's like, he's done nothing wrong. Comey's like, my colleagues tell me Mr. Combs has been nodding during the cross. Remember, he's told not to look at the jury, not to make facial reactions and things like that. Yo. See what I mean? Now, this is Jonathan Perez. Perez got immunity. So immunity stuff is happening right now. He's going to get his immunity order, and he's going to spill the beans. Jonathan's going to talk. Another one. How many people have gotten immunity now? I think this is like the 4th or so. Don't forget, Jane Doe got immunity, but she got immunity at the grand jury. She described crimes too. Anyone that gets immunity here has done crimes, federal crimes, each and every one. So they're smart. Jonathan's like, I want my immunity. I want the 5th. I'm taking the 5th. Okay, you get your immunity. Now you get to purge, speak. You're not going to get prosecuted. Now, they had no intention to prosecute none of these people. But he's going to talk about money. He's going to talk about drugs. He's going to talk about crimes that he committed. Him. He committed some crimes. Why am I pointing the wrong way? Crimes. Him. Right there. Crimes. Jonathan. He's a younger fellow, isn't he? That's the photo that's circulating about Jonathan Perez. So we'll see what's up. Hey, Shelly. Good morning. The reason the defense wanted the rapper's name dropped was so they can call him as a witness to discredit Jane. And now they can't bring him to talk about Vegas. That's why Diddy was pissed yesterday. Pissed. So you don't think, Shelly, that they're going to bring Kanye West up? We know it's Kanye. We know it's Kanye. We're going to say it's Kanye, right? Kanye's the rapper. Kanye and B. Reason being, people say B's birthday is in January. You know, Kanye was so adamant. So they can't bring him up as a witness. Does that mean he can now come as a supporter? Like Kanye's like, you can't stop me from coming to share my story or share my support for Diddy. Yeah, I got a bowl cut here. Jonathan. Seems like Jonathan would just do anything for Diddy. TMZ has a report. Now, we're going to get the footage But TMZ just put this out a few hours ago saying Kanye and his wife are dressed to nines in New York State of Mind, going back to possibly going to the trial today. They're dressed up. They're seen dressed up today in New York. Kanye and Bianca. And it's quite possible that they could be coming to the court hearing today. Possibly. That's what TMZ is reporting. So we'll monitor this. Of course, if there is any footage whatsoever, they could be on their way now. I'm told they could be on their way now, like literally to the trial now. So I'm definitely going to be monitoring this for sure. For sure. And when I say, yeah, it was just put out minutes ago. Reason why I said a couple hours ago is because their time is West Coast and they put 8:02. They just posted this. So it's possible that 8:02 their time, which is 3 hours behind, it is now 11:24. Just a few minutes ago, TMZ put this out. And it appears that Kanye could be on his way to court. So we're definitely monitoring. I'm going to see if there's any feeds up outside of the courthouse. You know, this will going to be all over the place. If he arrives, if he comes in a car and enters out of a vehicle and walks into that courthouse, we shall see. This could be big, 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 big. So will Kanye come? I think he might be coming. He could be coming. So as soon as we see a feed up outside, or we have an indication that he's there, or if you know, share with us. Could be. Maybe not. Whoa. Oh. CNN reports. Dun, 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 dun. Kanye West arrives at the courthouse 30 seconds ago. Kanye West has just arrived at the courthouse. He's dressed in all white and sunglasses. He's there. Kanye has arrived. He has arrived, folks. CNN has reported he just arrived. As we were talking, saying he's on his way, possibly CNN has just reported 30 seconds ago, now a minute ago, that he has arrived. So let me see if I can get some footage or any type of.
No, that's somebody else. I think that's. I don't got nothing to do with it. And somebody come to realize it and figure it out. I forget who. I seen that shit the other day. It was there. It was right here the other day.
I thought it was yours.
No, somebody left their shit right there. It was that and something else was next to it. But yeah, they left their shit right there. I got my shit in my pocket. Ain't want it. All white like Jesus Christ. He was wearing all white like Jesus.
All white.
Maybach. My bike cream. He had the cream. He had the cream on like me. Me and the nigga was dressed the same way. I didn't even see that. Yay. Whoa. I'll put out my Yeezy boots on. See that? Me and the nigga had the same shit on. And I had my Yeezy deserts on. Cause you know I'm in a desert, homie. What you mean? Whoa. Sell up. Whoa. Chill. Let me get this 100,000 views real quick. Hold up. Get on her body. Ooh. 100,000 views. Ooh. Sturdy. Ooh. Sturdy on the chair. Ooh. Drop. Ooh. Spin on it. Ooh. On the chair. Sturdy on the chair. Sturdy on the chair. Kanye West. My man's bro. This nigga Diddy run the city. This nigga Diddy allegedly runs the city. This nigga brought Kanye to fucking Manhattan. Walking in with cream soles coming out like Jesus in white. Rocking the same color as Uda, the last one. He the first one. I'm the last one. Kanye's the first one. Oh my God, look, my man out the car. Caught him like 3 times out the V and all that. I didn't even know I caught that nigga crazy. Look, Got the nigga popping out the feed, nigga. What happened, Kanye? Who that? That's you, Ye? Yeah. That you? Yeah, that you? It's my mans. Oh, Pyro. That's my man. Oh, Bloods. That's my mans, nigga. Fuck you, me. Titleist. Sell up. Saddle it up. My nigga Kanye. Oh, my nigga Kanye. Yeah, King Kong met him at the door. I got the video. I'm gonna show you all that shit. I'm gonna show you right now. Let me just post one. I never post no video. I show you 50 videos just now. Brian, all of that. I never post none of this. You know that, right? Who wouldn't post that already? I'm the only person that he did that with besides Young Thug. I didn't even post it yet, bro. Kanye! Fuck. I ain't posted a video in 2 days. Fuck that, Kanye. Kanye, what happened? But I'm tired of this. This nigga Jesus came through in front of Diddy court. I'm tired of this shit. Big tight. Jesus, second coming of Jesus, came back in the Maybach. And I think his name, yeah. Oh, Jesus. Jesus. Oh, Jesus. I mean, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. 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 Gotta figure this out. Shout out to my nigga, though. You are. Just hold up. You mute. Relax, though. You mute. Relax.
Candy for short. All right. Are you sure this is right? If it's not, it's up cool.
Yeah.
And the wife, the girlfriend that, you know, she went on a plane with for the freak off for the birthday in January. Somebody has some footage out there. I'm going to look for the footage. Oh, wait a second. Yo, I got it. I got the footage. Stand by. We'll get this up soon. All right. So it looks like he came in with Christian Combs or with Christian. So, yes, he arrived. Oh, boy. Kanye and his wife are in the courtroom. All right. So we got that. Yo, it looks like he actually, like, Christian came out. So the way it is, it appears that Christian directed this. That's what it looks like. Kanye West. All right. Well, this is kind of making it kind of like a circus, right? Kanye West just arrived at the courthouse. He's dressed in all white. All right, we got this video coming up. Stand by. We're going to play the video right here of Kanye's arrival here with a massive amount of security. He's coming in with security. He's strutting in. You know how Kanye walks. Lucci's with him, too. Lucci's with him. You know Lucci, the family friend? It appears that Lucci. Yo, crazy. All right, stand by. We'll be about a minute before we get this up. All right, so we're still on break before Jonathan Perez comes to the stand.
Hey,
Where's Christian?
how are you? Wow.
Oh my goodness, come on. Yes. Thanks for the support. Yay. Come on, Kanye. Come on, Kanye. Thank you, Kanye. Thank you.
That's the small clip. There's Christian.
How are you?
Christian's outside.
Wow. Oh my goodness, come on. Yes. Thanks for the support. Yay. Come on, Kanye. Come on, Kanye. Thank you, Kanye.
Oh, we'll keep playing it a little bit while we're on
How
break.
are you? Wow. Oh my goodness, come on. Yes. Thanks for the support. Thanks for the support. Yay. Come on.
There he is, all in white.
Kanye. Come on, Kanye. Thank you, Kanye. Thank you.
All right, and you see Lucci right there with the guy right there, Lucci, the family friend. So this was definitely coordinated by Diddy because it looked like Christian was out there. He was communicating with somebody on a phone. Kanye comes in probably like here. It's been discussed yesterday as we reported that CNN said that he was planning on joining the family with Christian. So it's definitely organized by Diddy. He didn't come on his own. This said, and you saw Lucci, the one that has escorted the mom. So that's a big, big, big deal. I mean, I can't really say it's a big deal. I mean, let me retract that a little bit. But he's there. It is what it is. You decide. You think this makes a difference? What do you think this do? Do you think this could persuade the jurors in any way? You think any of the jurors are going to be starstruck here now that Kanye is sitting in the courtroom with the family? Does that affect jury? The jury might think, oh, wow, look, Kanye. He has support. He has support. It's a big star coming. NBC News just put out about this nodding, Diddy nodding, accused of nodding in the courtroom again. Maureen Comey, one of the prosecutors, complained to the judge that Combs was nodding as his ex-girlfriend Jane and the Homeland Security agent testified. Brian Steele, one of Combs' lawyers, pushed back on that characterization, saying his client had been nothing but professional. The judge who scolded Combs last week after the rapper apparently made facial expressions at the juror told Comey it would be impossible to police everyone in the courtroom, but made clear we will keep an eye out for any inappropriate behavior. So again, they're bringing it to the judge's attention. I changed the title to add Kanye West. I just said Kanye West arrives. Crazy stuff. All right. Well, there you go. There ain't no trial like a Diddy trial. You never know what's going to pop up when it comes to this stuff. And will Diddy get more support? What will happen here? We are still on break. We're still on break. It appears. Wow. All right. Let me refocus here. We got sidetracked. But I mean, everything we're going to talk about in this. You got Jonathan Perez ready to take the stand with immunity. I'm sure he's going to spill the beans. Looks like he's young, like in his 20s or 30s. Doesn't even look that old. Oils were a surprising find for the agent. It says the agent said he never found large amounts of baby oil in his previous investigations of human trafficking. Asked if he ever walked out of a trafficking raid with boxes of baby oil. Lamont told Combs' defense, it's only been this one. That's what I thought, said Combs' defense attorney Mark, perhaps insinuating that the presence of lubricant signaled consensual sex acts. That's exactly what I was speculating here. Like, well, nothing wrong with this is all consensual. Nothing wrong with that. You do human trafficking investigations, raids, and you've never seen lubricants before. So here you go. All right, get this party started. Combs update 11:35, according to Inner City Press. Combs seated is surrounded by and speaking with Mark, Nicole Westmoreland, and Xavier Donaldson. who was down in the lobby waiting for Kanye West to come in. Ooh. So they're saying that Xavier Donaldson, Holmes' lawyer, went downstairs to wait for Kanye to come in. So this is definitely coordinated. Definitely coordinated. We're going to keep Kanye on because, you know, he's becoming the show now too. Who's next? J-Lo coming? Bieber coming? Who's next? We just going to have a bunch of celebrities in court? Or like, is this going to turn into a celebrity appearance here? I mean, you never know, man. You never, ever, ever know what's going to happen with this. But he is in the house. Kanye. Unbelievable, folks. JLR investigates Kanye West. Kanye West arrives to support Diddy and Diddy's family. He didn't go rogue. He didn't go, what's the word I'm looking for? Unilaterally. He came in with Diddy's people. Lucci was out there. Christian Combs was waiting out there. Xavier Donaldson in the courtroom came down to the lobby to bring Kanye West in. Yo, crazy. I'm looking to see if I see any more clips from any media outlets of him coming in. It's a big, big deal. We saw it. We at least saw it. It's a fact. Okay, I got another one coming too. Eventually, there's another one too. There's some photos too. So we'll get that together in a few minutes. Wow. Kanye in the house. Look, and people were like starstruck over him. It's pretty crazy. He wants to be heard. So, you know, another thing would not shock me whatsoever that Kanye would maybe stand up and make a scene. And he might be prepared to take the consequences on this, you know? I wouldn't be shocked if Kanye makes a statement or tries to, you know, say, I have something to say, or I'm being denied the right to test. I don't know. I don't know here. We don't know where this is going. Or is he going to be on his best behavior? You're supposed to go in. There's a court decorum. Can't lash out, speak. Right? All right, so here we go. Again, CNN is pointing out to this report about Combs nodding during the testimony. The judge is now going to be paying attention to Diddy.
Kanye, why are you here?
There you go.
Kanye, why are you here?
Oh, dude, he's like looking like military type. You know, he's stomping his boots and walking in there like, what's happening here? What in the heck is happening here, dude? Are we starting to turn this into a sideshow? Yo, it's crazy. It's crazy. This is becoming a sideshow here. Yo, crazy stuff. All right, so we are not back from break. So what we're doing is we're still waiting for what's being said and what's going to happen. We include Kanye in here because he's here and you never know. You never know what's going to happen. Prosecutor wanted to make it clear, even though that Diddy has been nodding the last two people that testified, and Jane and the agent, she's not asking for Combs to be removed, but she's thinking that the prosecutor Comey saying it is inappropriate for Combs to be nodding while his attorneys is asking a question, yes or no. So they're trying to put a stop to Combs nodding when his attorney questions these witnesses. So they're just bringing it to the judge's attention. The judge says he'll keep an eye on it. So but where's Jonathan? Because we're not here yet. For Jonathan. Jonathan's going to be speaking next. Oh, yeah. You know why? You know why it might be taking a while? Because he's getting the immunity. In other news, Antonio Brown, former player for the Steelers, he's wanted for attempted murder in Florida. What's up with Antonio Brown? That's a whole other type of live we could do on Antonio Brown. Are we going to be covering the Antonio Brown court hearing? He's wanted for attempted murder, man, from some party, like Aiden Ross party, some party, and he shot off a gun. Now he's wanted. Crazy stuff, man. Whoa. Crazy stuff. Absolutely crazy. So I think the delay here is the immunity order because that has to all be put in a formality. So he's invoking his fifth. He's going to drop nukes about crimes. And we'll see what he has to say. Kanye West. Now, will Kanye continue to arrive each day? Or is this just a one-day thing? We shall see. Kanye. Reading the updates, you know, it's crazy that none of these other media outlets are saying anything about Kanye. Yet, I refreshed Washington Post, NBC, and CNN, and none of them have mentioned anything yet on Kanye, considering that this has been now 10 minutes ago. Maybe they're like, we're not even going to give him any airtime. I don't want to be personally sidetracked because I think that's what it is. And we all get like sidetracked and stuff, though it's interesting. It is interesting. It's entertainment. Entertainment at this point. Wearing all white. Yeah, what's a symbol of wearing all white? Is that because Diddy likes all these like dressed as all white, the all white parties? Why is Kanye dressed in all white today? Kanye is in the courtroom. Yep, he's in there. Now, there's a lot of people that like Kanye's music. I also keep in mind, Kanye could come out and also give a statement outside. Could say something. Like speak. Speak about Jane. Speak about that Vegas incident that has just been talked about, that we know is Kanye. He could have something to say, set the record straight. He might even discredit Jane. Because he's not bound by anything, is he? He's not on trial. He can speak. He could speak. He could say stuff, right? Yeah. Kanye West. Unbelievable. All right, so while we're waiting for court to be in session, what's up, everyone? Thanks for watching JLR Investigates. Continuous coverage. NBC and Now has reported Kanye West has kept quiet lately. Grammy award-winning rapper Kanye West, now commonly known as YE, has been keeping a relatively low profile in recent weeks before making a surprise appearance at the courthouse today to show support for Combs. It's not going to work on the jury. It's just not. It's just not. I can't see how it could work on a juror. Definitely a possibility. Juror number 6. Could be juror number 6. Like, yeah, he's here. He's here, my pal. Juror number 6. Maybe. Juror number 6. They're going to address juror number 6, by the way, at the end of the day. So it's quite possible at the end of the day, juror number 6 is also removed from this case. I think juror 6 stays. We shall see. Now, we don't have any new updates in the meantime, so we're just waiting to see. We don't have any. Testimony has not resumed yet. Now, did we see Bianca? I didn't see her. I just saw Kanye. CNN is now saying that Kanye was directed to the overflow room. So the jury will never see him. So the people are saying that he really was there, but then he got directed to the overflow room. So I'll have to try to find out if that's the case. Maybe it's possible the jury doesn't even see Kanye. Maybe they're trying to keep a tight ship and saying only reserved for family members only. Even though the family, I guess, could bring people. I don't know. But now there's reports that he couldn't get in. He had to go to the overflow room. Maybe he tried to go in and went there and was told he had to go to the overflow room. Or is he actually sitting in the courtroom? As people in the comments were pinning comments saying he's in the courtroom. I've also seen many people say he's in the courtroom. But now there's some information trickling out that he might have been told to go to the... All right, all rise. Court is now in session. Let's get this party started. 11:46, all rise. Trial resuming, all rise. Government may call its next witness. Jonathan Perez, here he is. Where are you from? He's in a brown tie and a brown shirt. All right, Jonathan says, where are you from? Fort Lauderdale. Perez is from Fort Lauderdale. We got one more clip we're going to put up of Kanye arriving. So we're just going to get this out of the way. So stand by just so you can see another TMZ view. Ooh, KK gets dropped, by the way. KK. What was your work? Personal assistant to Mr. Combs. He says, from when? December 2021 to September 2024. So up to Combs' arrest. That's how long he's been working. So he's been working.
Shit right here in the middle. Kanye West. Kanye. Kanye. Happy to see you. Yeah.
Where's Bianca?
Kanye, do you think the Illuminati is behind this attack on Diddy?
Oh, no, see what I'm saying? Him and Christian.
Okay, I'm going.
And then CL gave the DAC, the pound to Christian right there. I saw Donaldson outside, Xavier Donaldson in a suit out there too when this was all going on. He just comes out. So there you go. We had to get that out to show that he, in fact, arrived. He's there. So going back to what's being said in court, Jonathan is on the stand from Fort Lauderdale, worked as a personal assistant, he says, for Combs from December of 2021 through September 2024. How did you learn of the job? KK reached out to me. I had interviewed with her for the same job. There you go, KK. Oh boy. Here we go. KK told me to go to Miami for a trial. What do you mean? To try out for the job for a week. I passed the test. Ooh, he had a test. You had to take a test. A trial run. What's that test? Test of loyalty? KK made him go to Miami for a week for a trial run. What does that mean? Putting workers through types of testing before they can make the cut. You got hired. What was your job? Making sure he had material for meeting, buying gifts. The gift guy. Where did you work? He says LA and Miami. Did KK and Mr. Combs appear to be personal friends too? Ooh, he's asking about KK. You know what? KK's coming, dude. KK is coming on this. I just want to let everyone know they're setting the tone for KK to eventually come. Did KK and Mr. Combs appear to be personal friends too? He goes, it would depend on the day. And you and Mr. Combs, for the first 6 months, little interaction. It was KK who gave me instructions. See what I'm saying? Yo! Then from Mr. Combs, yes. So already, he's saying he got instructions to do things at the direction of KK during the first 6 months after he passed the test to be hired. And then from Combs directly. So now he's just testified under oath, under immunity, that KK and both KK and Diddy would give him directions. KK's coming. She's coming. She's coming. Ooh, ooh, I see this a mile away. Ooh. Ooh. Personal friends.
This shit crazy.
Drop it. People are screaming recording. Drop it.
I'm dropping video, right?
Yes, drop the video.
I'm dropping right now.
Drop it right now. Drop the video.
Shit. It's real deal. Everybody's dropping right now. Everybody. It's real out here, homie. Fucking hell. Why is this shit not charging? It's about to die on y'all. Okay, cool. And then my phone was acting up when I'm trying to record, you know? My phone acting retarded. Fucking hell, man. On the go out. Can't believe that, son. My phone acting retarded. Piss the fuck off, bro. Pissed off. Yo, you called him Christy, right? I got him. My man got him. My man got the gun, so he caught him clear. Kanye probably ducked. Honey, the fuck. Easy today, probably. The fuck. Probably about today. Probably a buck today, nigga. Dumb you dumb. That's millions. That's what I'm saying. I'm about to smoke my clip. Fuck this. Fuck this. I got smoke. Yo, Blue. Yo, Blue. Blue. You beautiful. We just saw Kanye and we hype. But you take the place of the Kanye, man. You doing it, man. You fucking doing it well. Listen, son, she was bad, bro. She was bad, son, but I just can't do it right now. My nigga Ye was out here. We all hype. Good energy, nigga. We all feel the same way. No hate. Everybody, look. Everybody. Yo. Everybody, nigga, look. Everybody. Real shit. That's a feeling. Look, we all feel good, right? Everybody done that, right? Everybody feel good, son. Everybody feel good, nigga.
Just like that. Just like that.
Everybody.
When you live stream, when you got it,
yeah, I got it.
You got to cut it out.
I know. I
didn't go live.
I know, but look, how about the nigga coming out? My phone fucking up on me. I'm like, oh my God. Yo, I'm gonna die.
What's up, y'all?
100,000. 100,000 views.
We'll figure it out, man. We on the scene, man. We got that exclusive. But no, when I see
Blue is real though. Look, they gotta see Blue. Oh my God, with this lady. Look, Blue. Blue is bad. Only thing that made me not think about Kanye just left in the Maybach. I love you. OOTAONGO is my YouTube. OOTAONGO. Follow me. Good. She's too bad. She better follow me. Fuck that. She's bad. Oh Jesus. We hype, son. All of us. We hype, bro.
That was the most disgusting best thing in the world.
God.
God damn.
My God, son.
He went to the 23rd room.
That's crazy. I heard.
And then I went in there behind him. Then he got up and left. When he was over there by the door, I said, Kanye, I'm traveling light, brother. You know what that means? Okay, never mind.
Fucking hell. You know you. Oh, no, okay, I know what you're saying. I got you. You're spiritual. I got you.
Yeah, that's Mason talk.
You got the Mason talk going on. I see you now. Now I hit you.
That was epic right there.
That was epic, son. Pyro. Nigga. On Pyro, nigga. Put outside the court. White beater, nigga. In a room. Tupac, nigga. Tupac, nigga. To the front, nigga, like Park, nigga. Yeah, homie. Yeah.
She be fucking up people's content.
All right. I be trying to tell her calm down. That's why I be like, she want to scream right in front of niggas. It's my dog, though, but she be wild.
And I ain't mean to call no biggie stuff because I don't be disrespecting women like
She called my mother a bitch today. You can call her what you want to call her. She called my mom a bitch 2 times every day. Yeah, she only person I ever forgave. Only person.
Hello, this shit, the Instagram, Twitter, tag all of them.
Damn, car, yay. My nigga, yay. Thank you, Queen. Kanye, bro.
There you go.
Kanye. Everybody come out that shit bouncing. Everybody got to bounce. Everybody out here got to bounce though. Everybody got to bounce.
We got the team.
That ass nigga, this nigga upload right now. I'm not uploading that shit right now. I know the fuck it is. Niggas ain't playing, son. Word to my mother. Nah, this shit is up. Son, this shit is up. It's stuck too. Yo, if this shit don't go, I gotta go, bro. Nah, I gotta charge this phone anyways. I gotta charge my mics, all types of shit. But that was gangster though. My nigga Kanye is a G, bro. That was crazy, right, Jaggy? Fucking hell.
With this current application. So meaning that the substitute jurors they got are still great. And y'all double tap the screen, man. We should be over 1,000 likes easy. Hit the like button. Y'all double tap the screen, hit the like button, share it up. I'm letting y'all know what's going on. As Kanye West has pulled up to the courthouse And all hell broke loose when he pulled up, man. All the media and all these people don't went crazy now. Because you don't know what the hell he gonna say. Man, he can go out there and go on a rant and end the whole thing today. Kanye can go out there and say, oh, everybody's doing it. Everybody's out here doing it. What you mean? I'm freaking off. I'm freaking. Y'all see Kanye kind of been quiet on that Twitter lately. On that X, Kanye kind of been quiet. He kind of been quiet, right? Y'all see that, right? You see he been quiet on that X. Where all that tough talking at now? You out here in front of everybody. Talking like you walking like you're talking. Straight like that. But anyways, though, the government called Homeland Security Investigation Special Agent Andre Lamone to the witness stand, right? Who was testifying about Diddy's arrest last year, right? So the agent took the stand, Andre Lamone, right? Now prosecutors read text messages from Diddy to KK, Christina Coram, in November 2023. Salute to everybody that's in here. Shout out to everybody. If y'all want to donate, the link's pinned at the top of the chat. Cash App, PayPal. I see everybody. I see y'all in the building. I'm going to get through this, and then I'm going to holler at y'all in a second. As soon as I'm going to holler at the chat, as soon as I finish letting y'all know what was going on. So anyways, before the agent took the stand, prosecutors, they read the text message, right, from Diddy to Christina Coram in November of 2023. Now, Diddy's text message said this: make sure Robin is not doing anything dumb, like not having that rent paid on time. See? Now, I'm showing y'all something, right? Now, everybody, a lot of these people are liars on YouTube. And you have to understand when you know dudes that are lying and dudes that are promoting the devil. Now, what do you mean, Ticket, when you say this? They're ignoring basic facts of things that happened in this case. And they're ignoring key aspects of things she said that's going to lock Diddy up. And I'm telling y'all this. They're doing that, trying to say, oh, yeah, this chick got exposed, man. She was doing this, but you're ignoring the other part of what she said as well at that time on the record. So what you're doing is you're misrepresenting the totality of everything, right? So Diddy's lawyers, and let me say this to y'all, right? You might say, Ticket, what are you talking about? Okay, I'm going to show you what I'm talking about. I'm going to show you what I'm talking about right now. I'm going to show you what I'm talking about before we get back to that. Right? All right? So, here's an example, right? To everybody that's watching, here's an example right here, right? So, y'all see that, right? Y'all see that, right? Now, I want everybody to watch this on your screen right here. Watch it on your screen. Y'all see that, right? Now, look at this. It says, the government asks, what did you write about? What did you write to Uncle Paulie about Turks and Caicos? They asked this to the Jane Doe. Y'all see it right there on your screen. They asked it to the Jane Doe, right? Now watch this, y'all. Watch this. She said, I wrote, I am not a robot. Right? Just a mix of tired, hungry, and sore. The government said next, she said to insult me about the bracelet, to make me perform. This is what she's saying that she wrote to him at the time. To make me perform, right? To insult me about the bracelet, to make me perform. It crushed me. See, these are the things that's going to get Diddy found guilty. And a lot of people are ignoring these things. And it's crazy as hell to me, right? The government said, what else did you write? Not what you said, what you wrote. They're showing what she wrote in the court. She wrote, I felt like a hoe, right? In that room, I felt like a hoe. Well, I mean, you ain't got to do too much feeling like a hoe. We pretty much know what's up, lady. But we're going to just keep it 100 for the purposes of this case. Now, here's another thing that people are not seeing, y'all. And it drives me crazy. And double tap the screen, hit the like button. We ain't even got 1,000 likes. We should have well over 1,000 likes in this building. Easy. All y'all gotta do is double tap the screen and hit the little 3 buttons in the right hand corner, hit that like button. Or just hit the like button outright if you see it. Then this is what happened right here, y'all. Check this out, y'all. So the government says, what did Sean, look at this, y'all, threaten to release Or when did Sean threaten to release videos of you? You know what that is? Blackmail. This is the same thing, I'm going to say it again, that Cassie had. And what did Cassie do? Cassie showed proof that they were blackmailed. They showed proof of the payments from her parents. They showed proof of the payments from her parents to Diddy. And Diddy used his companies. That's why it's a RICO. Because he used his company's accounts and his companies to do these things. You guys not making no sense. So now with the Jane Doe, her story matches up with Cassie's, and she said that Diddy threatened to release videos of her as well. She said in December of 2023, I called KK. The government says Diddy's drug use. How did you send cues that you were tired? She said, I made little faces kind of size. She said, how did Diddy respond? She said, push through. He would say one more round. Forced work, forced labor. These are all the things that are being said that people are missing and they're skipping past. And that's why I'm trying to educate people why this nigga is going to jail forever. They don't want to listen though. Also, here we go, another one right here. It says, in 2023, did you become more vocal about wanting to stop the hotel night? She said, yes. He started paying my rent. I had to maintain my livelihood. My partner was in charge now. Brother, sorority party, how many times did he threaten your rent? Many times, she said. So once again, there's a control. She threatened it many times. Or he threatened many times to stop paying her rent. That right there is a coercion right there. That's the part. This is where they're going to prove the RICO because they have these on messages. And people are ignoring all of these things. Then look at this, y'all. Here's the force again. So the government says, the time after you threw up, what did Diddy do? She said, he told me to get back out there and have sex with another man. Coercion. The government says, was Sean affectionate with you when Anton was in your home? She says, no, he was evil. The government says, when did Diddy say when he gave, what did Diddy say when he gave you the X pill? He said, you're not going to ruin my night. Go suck some D. Go F him. Something. Go suck some D. Go F him. Do something. So they said, how long before that had he put you in a chokehold? See, all these things are coming up. Now here it goes again. Did he choke you with his hands or his arm? She said his arm. They said, and in the shower, how hard did he hit you? She said, so hard. And they said, then what did he say? She said, he said, get in a fucking outfit. Meaning get in the outfit to go do this freak off. That's force. That's the part y'all not understanding, bro. You guys are not listening. Then it says, when you hid for 2 hours, could Diddy have left safely? She said, yes, he could have left. The government says, did you want to have sex with Anton that night? She said, no. They said, who made you? She said, Diddy. There it is right there. There it is right there. And these is all in the paperwork right here, right? So check this out. So then they said, you say, this is Diddy's lawyers asking her, you said you were hungry to indicate you didn't want sex, right? She said, yes. Then they said, didn't Diddy give you food? She says, he know what I meant. She says, didn't he give you food? She said, yeah. Then they said, Diddy's lawyer says, did you tell Cabral that sex with him had been great? She said, yes, but, and she got cut off. Now, check, listen to this, y'all. She says, you got Diddy a mobile TV to show videos of you having sex with entertainers? Listen to her answer right here, y'all. She says, so I wouldn't have to have sex with other men. Game over. This is what she told Diddy's lawyers. So she told Diddy's lawyers that the reason everybody was talking about, oh, this bitch went out and bought him a mobile TV. She did it so this freakazoid would stop having her have sex with 100 men and actually watch to keep him entertained and focus on something else. That's exactly what she told Diddy's lawyers. But it's sad that people don't see this, and they do see it. A lot of these people just demons and they worship the devil. Point blank period. I'm just going to outright say it. A lot of these people are devil worshipers. They worship the devil. They praise the devil. You understand what I'm saying? That's just all there is to it. I ain't got no cap in my rap with it. Period. You understand what I'm saying? A lot of these niggas ain't got no brains. You understand what I'm saying? They ain't got no, they ain't got a head to put it in. Point blank, period. Double tap the screen, hit the like button as y'all come on in and share the video. Also now, right? Now back to what we're saying here, right? So that brings us back to here. So today, the Diddy's team, the government showed text messages to the courtroom of Diddy and Christina Coram in November of 2023. Now it says, make sure, here's the text message and what it said. Make sure that Robin is not doing anything dumb, like not having that rent paid on time. Now, think about this now. November 2023. Remember what I told y'all the other day? Diddy's still paying her rent and still paying for her lawyer. Why? He could not stop. Why couldn't he stop? For a couple reasons. For one, he had a contract with her. For two, Diddy did not want her to flip. He didn't want her to flip. Because he didn't talk to her. She hadn't talked to Diddy since he'd been arrested. So Diddy didn't know what the hell was going on because the feds, they kept the indictments sealed. So all his co-defendants, the indictments were sealed until court. And then if he just automatically stopped paying for a lawyer, they already knew that it was going to be coercion and control. Now, listen to what he said. And this is why he's going to prison. I'm telling y'all this. So, because the other channel's not going to tell y'all. These dudes is all sold in with the devils. They all raise and praise demons. And it's disgusting. But I'm finna tell y'all the truth. Because the truth always going to set you free. And it's going to keep your ass free. And them dudes was taught the right way. They just want to be on demon time. But let's get right to it, right? So basically, the text message that Diddy sent Christina Coram at the end of November 2023 after Cassie's lawsuit came out. Remember, he was scared now because he was like, damn, you know, if she exposed me, all these chicks gonna turn around and sue me and they gonna take all my bread, right? Because if Cassie's suing you, shit, all them other chicks are gonna come sue Diddy. So he had to really start paying that bread. Now watch this, y'all. So in the message to Christina Coram, it says, make sure Robin is not doing anything dumb, like not having that rent paid on time. Can you make sure she paid for this month, please? Robin is Diddy's accountant who handled the rent payments for Jane Doe, who testified that she lived in a Diddy-funded home in LA since 2023. Again, a part of the racketeering, using his businesses and people within his corporation to do his dirty work. That's a RICO, idiots. They showed that text message in court today. I don't understand why people don't have a brain. A lot of these people. Double tap the screens. Y'all come on in here, man. And salute everybody showing love to the channel. If y'all want to hit the Cash App, PayPal link, it's in the chat room, man. Let's keep going. So, also, the prosecution read a 2017 text message exchange between Cassie and D-Rock, who was Diddy's security guard. The quote is, my bathroom door is broken, from the text message. I do not feel safe. I'm not fucking with anyone else, she wrote. Later, she said 3 doors were broken. D-Rock replied, you know I can't take your keys from him. I think that's the best thing from now. Shows y'all she was trapped. D-Rock told her, man, you know I can't take your keys from Diddy. I think that's the best thing for now. Shows y'all that she was trapped. These are all text messages being showed in court. But these niggas are liars on YouTube. And they just lie and promote lies, man. And they going straight to hell with Diddy. You raise a lie, you a part of the lie. Point blank, period. And you're going to hell. Straight like that, right? So let's keep going, y'all. Right? So, as I told y'all, now, the special agent, basically, the jury was shown photos of items that were found in Diddy's master bedroom during the search in the March 2024 of Diddy's home, right? Now, on one nightstand held 6 manila envelopes marked with the K, right? A white powder substance inside tested positive for ketamine. Everybody talking about, oh, where the drugs? There's the drugs right there, right? I try to tell y'all this. They got drugs and stuff in the house. When they raided his house, they found drugs, right? So let's keep going. Also, jurors saw photos of items pulled from a safe in one of Diddy's master closets. Now, Agent Lamont testified that the safe held Diddy's passport and a plastic bag with a brown substance, which tested positive for MDMA according to the stipulation, right? So more drugs in his house, right? In his safes. Also, phones were recovered from inside Diddy's house during the March 2024 raid. Also, that special agent testified that Homeland Security recovered around 900 bottles of personal lubricant and 200 bottles of baby oil from Diddy's house. Crazy work. Also, the jurors were shown a photo of at least 16 boxes filled with lube bottles piled up in Diddy's garage. This is a nasty ass nigga, man. Also, the jury also saw a photo today of baby oil and lube next to a package of lingerie recovered from the closet near the master bedroom. Also, the prosecution methodically walked the jury through key items. Envelopes, which were all marked with K for ketamine, 3 cell phones, the plastic bag of MDMA, a large cooler bag, and closet full of baby oil, at least 18 retail boxes of Astroglide lubricant, right? Witnesses have testified the lube recovered were often used during hotel nights and freak-offs when Diddy directed women to have sex with other men while he watched. Also, right? It goes on. The jury saw photos of 6 firearms, magazines, and ammunition that was recovered from a security room in Diddy's home. Now, Agent Lamont said the firearms had already been secured by other agents per protocol and laid out with magazines removed, right? Now, Special Agent Lamont also testified, you guys, and double tap the screen as y'all come on in, that one of the rifle serial numbers appeared to be scratched or sanded off, right? 3 rifles, 1 pistol, and 1 shotgun were recovered, along with a firearms safe, 2 locks, and a bag. A drum magazine compatible with the rifles held 59 rounds of green tip ammo. Also, Agent Lamont told the jury that the 60-round drum magazine contained green tip rounds, a type of ammunition designed to penetrate body armor. To the person who said none of that's illegal, it is illegal. It's illegal to have defaced firearms in your home. That's illegal. You're a liar and you're blocked out of my channel. And I hope that God spares you from going to HE double hockey stick for your lies, sucker. Straight like that. Also, the special agent testified that Diddy kept an arsenal at his Mapleton Drive home, including AR-15 style weapons, Smith & Wesson rifles, a Ruger rifle, a Glock pistol. Agents also, like I said, they found 59 rounds of green tip ammo made to pierce body armor. Again, let's keep going, right? So Diddy's lawyers now basically, you understand what I'm saying? Cross-examined Agent Lamont, who led the March 2024 HSI raid of Diddy's LA home. And Lamont confirmed all the firearms found in the designated security room, right? And no guns or ammo were recovered anywhere else in the house, right? So under cross-examination, Lamont also acknowledged that a security team protects Diddy's resident and that the home includes a dedicated security room, the same room where all the weapons were recovered. Now, also, they showed pictures of a lot of this stuff, man. Crazy work, man. Diddy's just a nasty guy, man. Also, Agent Lamont testified that a special response team entered Diddy's home first during the March 2024 raid. Their only job was to secure the scene, search for people, and make any weapons safe. They do not typically document or photo items on site. Also, because he wasn't part of the entry team, Lamont says he doesn't know if the guns were inside the safe, if the safe was locked, or whether the security room door was locked when the agents first arrived. Also, right, on a direct, excuse me. I told y'all that Ye showed up acting crazy. He showed up and dipped out. Why he showed up for, who knows? This nigga show up looking like goddamn on my sofa. Period. You understand what I'm saying? It looked crazy as hell, man. So check it out, y'all. While the jury was on break, y'all, the prosecutors told the judge, y'all nigga Sean Diddy Combs a damn fool. Diddy is a damn idiot, bro. He's a damn fool. This nigga can't, bro, Diddy Combs is a damn fool. The judge just warned this idiot about nodding towards the jury and told him he's gonna throw him out the courtroom altogether if he kept doing it. While the jury went on break, the prosecutors told the judge that Diddy had been nodding emphatically during the cross-examination, including both during Jane Doe's testimony earlier this week and today while Agent Lamont was on the stand. She even said if he wasn't looking at the jurors, the behavior was inappropriate. Also, Diddy's lawyer Brian Steele defended Diddy, saying he acted professionally. Mr. Combs did nothing inappropriate at all today or any day, actually. Judge said both sides had already been reminded last week not to engage with the jury. He's added it's impossible to police every courtroom reaction, but warned again that no communications with the jurors will be tolerated, right? So the government clarified she wasn't asking for a curative instruction or Diddy's removal, just raising a concern over his conduct during yes and no questions. The judge didn't issue any sanction, but repeated that even subtle attempts to sway the jury are out of bounds. Also, right? Man, you had people outside the courtroom, thanks for the support, Kanye. Kanye ain't even addressed them clowns. Clowns, right? Also, right? A reporter asked him, are you here to support Diddy? He said, yes. Nothing else. All that other talking, he ain't say another word after that. So, Jonathan Perez, ladies and gentlemen, who was Diddy's former personal assistant, took the stand. Now testifying under immunity. So this is another co-defendant that got immunity, you guys. I'm gonna say this again. This is another co-D, and y'all double tap the screen, hit the like button. Salute to everybody that's in the Cash App, PayPal. I'm gonna shout y'all out in a minute. The link is pinned at the top of the chat room. I'm gonna shout y'all out in a minute. Y'all make sure y'all double tap the screen, hit the like button. We getting into this. So, basically, you guys, now let's get back into this again. So it says, Jonathan Perez was given immunity, right? Right? Jonathan Perez was given immunity. Now, he's Diddy's former personal assistant, so he was a part of this. He was a part of this. I'm gonna say this again, right? He was a part of this, and now he's been given immunity. So, boom, he took a plea deal. Instead of fighting it, he took a plea. Now, he invoked his Fifth Amendment, and the judge signed the order so that, you know what I'm saying, he could have immunity, right? And check this out, y'all. He's the fourth witness to get immunity in this case so far that worked for Diddy, right? The other ones got plea deals. Actually, he's the sixth one because you have Cassie, you have Jane Doe, you have George Kaplan, who was Diddy's assistant. You have Brianna Bonglong, who was taking the drugs to Diddy. You have Eddie Garcia in the Intercontinental Hotel. You have the David dude. I'm sorry, it's seven. It's seven people, my bad. Seven people. You had David James, who got immunity. So you've had like 7 people so far, or 8 people maybe, that have taken immunity that were co-defendants. So right now you know of 8. So this is a whole lot of people who was gonna get charged and be co-defendants, but 8 of them took immunity, y'all. Now let's keep going. And y'all smash the like button, share the video as y'all come on in. So basically, hold on one second, y'all. Hold on, give me 1 second, y'all. Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. All right. My bad, you guys. Hey, killer, shut that noise up. All right, you guys. So, anyways, shut it up. So, anyways, right? Now, also, Jonathan Perez, on the stand, has now testified, right, that he worked for Diddy from December of 2021 until September of 2024. During that time, he referred to his boss by several names, including Diddy, P. Diddy, and Mr. C. Love. Now, right, Jonathan Perez told the jury he worked as Diddy's assistant from December 2021 to September 2024. He started at $85,000 a year and eventually made $100,000 per year, right? Now, his boss had 3 to 4 assistants, and he typically worked 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. before handing off the night shift to an assistant, right? So, also, he says that Diddy's chief of staff, Christina Coram, was his supervisor and the one who made him aware of the King Nights, which he described as Diddy going to a hotel to have private time with a female. Staff would get between 2 hours and a full day notice to prepare these rooms. Also, he testified that the Jane Doe, who testified against Diddy yesterday, would accompany him to the hotels for King Nights. Asked how he saw their relationship, he answered a female friend companion. I'm not sure exactly, he said. Now, also, he continued to testify about the King Nights, describing them as private hotel stays Diddy had with women. While Perez usually worked daytime, he said he personally set up 5 of these places. Now, Perez said he set up a King Night meant packing food, liquor, red lights, music, condoms, lubricant, sometimes honey, which he described and said was used to enhance the man's you-know-what, right? Libido. Also, he testified that he would go to sex stores to buy adult outfits and high heels. He paid for them using a company credit card or cash from Diddy's security team. There's the RICO right there. Those are the RICO right there. Y'all seeing this right here. Here's the RICO. You're using your inner workings of your company to create these, to commit these crimes, to help commit these crimes. Using your company credit cards, all this stuff. This is stuff people not telling y'all. They lying to y'all on these channels and not telling y'all. And when they lock this nigga up and he don't never get out, people gonna be like, oh man, he did Diddy dirty. No, that's because your dumb ass don't understand the law. And if you don't tell these people the truth so where they can understand the law, more people gonna get locked up because they gonna keep doing the same dumb shit Diddy did, thinking that it's legal when it's illegal. Now let's keep going. Also, he testified that he would go to the sex stores and buy adult outfits and high heels. He paid for them using a company credit card with cash or from Diddy's security team, right? Now, he also testified that after those King Nights, it was his job to clean up. The hotel rooms were usually a bit messy and in disarray. He said with lots of sheets and towels and oils. Now, also, he said that Diddy and his guests would usually look tired afterwards. Staff were expected to arrange a recovery setup, including meals, massages, and even IV drips, right? Now, he also testified that different people had names for Diddy's group sex encounters. So he said Cassie and Diddy called their encounters freak-offs. He said Jane Doe and Diddy called their encounters hotel nights. And he said the staff, like him, called them King Nights. So there were all different names for Diddy's Freakadeek Nights, right? But they were all the same thing, right? I'm telling y'all what it is. And to the person who says no evidence found whatsoever against Diddy, okay, that's why he's in court, right? Goodbye. You're blocked. So anyways, let's get to this, right? So Perez said the staff packed everything he would need for 12 to 24 hours, including food, drinks, music, lubricant, and a pack of Vital Honey to boost the libido. In 2022, the FDA warned that Vital Honey secretly contained a certain drug, the active ingredient in prescription ED meds, right? So the jurors have also saw a text message from Mr. Perez to Diddy and Jane Doe during the hotel setup. And the text message said, just 2 candles and the room phone in front of the room door. I'm only 9 minutes away if y'all need anything, right? So they're showing text messages that this guy, he definitely was there. Now also, the jury also saw messages between Christina Coram, KK, who ass is going to jail. If she don't get up there and testify, she going to prison. And Perez and another assistant coordinating a hotel setup. Now, Christina Coram asked if the room was ready. Perez replied he was heading to the store to buy outfits for Jane Doe, right? Once again, the jury saw messages between Christina Coram and Perez and another assistant coordinating the hotel setups. Christina Coram asked if the room was ready. Perez replied that he was heading to the store to buy outfits for the girl. Also, right, in May of 2023, in a chat that has been shown to the jury, Christina Coram asked another assistant how the hotel room cleaning was going. And the reply, he slipped and fell twice on the baby oils. Crazy work, bro. Diddy got people that's working for him slipping and sliding in the room on the baby oils. Now imagine working for Diddy. He in the room busting it down and it's bust all over the place. You got to go in there with baby oil everywhere and clean that stuff up. Every single time. He doing this 3-4 times a week sometimes. Crazy work. Crazy work. And this is the type of stuff y'all seeing right now, right? So he said he slipped and fell twice, right? Now also, let's keep going to it, right? Oh yeah, it's definitely Slip and Slide Records. And y'all smash the like button, share the video. Hit the double tap the screen and hit the like button as y'all come on in here, man. We cooking, right? So, man, bro, they in here, they on it, y'all, right? So, anyways, the government asked him, they said, is this your text message? He said, yeah, it's me, KK, and Joey. The government says, KK asked, how is the setup going? How much longer do y'all need? What did you write back? He said, I wrote, I got fruits and shakes and will ask Jane about the outfits. The government says, then KK asked, is the room done yet? How do you respond? He said, I wrote, the room is done. Now I'm going to the store. They said, what store? He said, the adult store. Then the government said afterwards, KK asked about the cleanup. Of what? They said, he said the room she asked about. Then the government said, how did you become aware of this video? A videographer named Brandon showed it to me, he said. The government said, where did you go? He said, I told an iPad and went to the office. He said, I took an iPad and went to the office. The government said, what was on the video? She said, Jane Doe having sex with a black man and Diddy watching. Lord have mercy, man. So they got the video of Jane Doe having sex with a black man while Diddy sitting over there stroking the all hell out of his chicken. It's crazy. It's crazy work. The government says, did you tell Diddy? He says, I did. I told him I found it on an iPad and it probably shouldn't be there. He seemed surprised. The government said, what did KK say? that in the future I should bring things like that to her. I described it to her. The government said, did you speak with her about it again? He said, KK said she had gotten a call from someone outside the company talking about the video in some capacity. This is why I'm telling y'all about that video. When people talking about selling that video, I try to tell y'all this, man. So the government said, were you aware that the video was recorded? He said, nope. He said, no. He said, did you record that? They asked him, did he record the conversation? He said, nope. The government said, were you aware the conversation was recorded that you had about that? He said, nope. The government says, show the stipulation seizure of Christina Corum's cell phone. We offer the audio and video transcripts, right? And they played the audio in court, right? And they say, whose voice did you just hear? He said, that's Christina Corum's. And then audio of Christina Corum says both times the only person at the house who knew about it was you. So they were trying to pin him on the video. Like on, I guess the video leaking out. They was trying to pin it on this guy because I guess somebody had gotten the video. So KK asked him, where did you find the video? And he says, Brandon, the shooter. And so the government says, what? Was that you? He said, yeah, that's me right there. He said, and that's the videographer. They showed him I guess a picture or something, right? So he also says, Brandon was like, something is on the iPad I shouldn't see. And then KK says, was there anyone else in the theater? And Perez says, maybe Gio. And then on the audio, you can hear KK saying, we have camera footage of who was in the house. And Perez said, I went to PD about it, the Puff, and said, you can delete it. He said, okay, and deleted it. Then I told you. Then KK said, did you hear anyone else in the house talk about it? Did anyone else bring it up again? And he said, no. Perez said, no. And then there's an audio of Perez saying, Rob talked about it, but he said he didn't want to see it. The government said, why did you not want to delete it? Perez said it wasn't my role. Perez said there should be an investigation. Mr. Combs thought he might be compromised in some way, his phone data, right? So, man, this thing getting crazy, y'all. This thing getting crazy, bro. So KK is being implicated big time in this case, y'all. KK going down, bro. She going down. They gonna make her testify or she going to prison. I'm telling y'all this, bro. She got a choice. She gonna testify or she going to prison. Which one she want? Which one do she want? They line KK up so bad, they're putting her all in this play as the leader under Diddy. And everybody's saying, well, why ain't KK in court right now? That's not how it works. They have their own different trials. What happens is if KK does not cooperate against Diddy, she will have, as soon as this case is over with, she will have her own individual trial with her own lawyer. And so will the rest of them. Then they will do the same thing to D-Rock and all them other people they named that they're going to prosecute. They'll do the same thing to all of them. Everybody going to have their own trials. So now you'll be seeing all these people go through their own federal trials again. And we'll be covering all that. So all the people who don't testify or work with the feds, they'll have their own trials as soon as Diddy's trial's over with. Right? It'll be announced when their trial is. That's how it will be announced. It'll be announced when their trials are, right? Hold on 1 second, y'all. Let me get some of these donations while I'm here, right? Shout out to Lauren in the Cash App with the donation. I appreciate you. Salute to you, man. Also, let me see. Hold on. Somebody else. Oh, it's a lot of people. Man, my bad, y'all. If y'all want to donate, the link pinned at the top, man. My bad. Shout out to Iris Johnson in the Cash App with a donation. Shout out to Janine Brown in the Cash App with a donation. Salute to Deborah Hicks in the Cash App with a donation. Shout out to Ishmael in the Cash App with a donation. Salute, brother. Shout out to Tanisha in the Cash App with a donation. Salute. Shout out to Jerry in the Cash App with a donation. Salute. Shout out to Eugene in the Cash App with a donation. Salute, brother. Shout out to Anton Milton in the Cash App with a donation. Appreciate it. Also, Shout out to Ariel in the Cash App with a donation. I appreciate you. Shout out to Aaron Woods in the Cash App with a donation. Salute to you. Shout out to Julie in the PayPal with a donation. I appreciate you. Salute to everybody that's in the Cash App, PayPal showing love. Y'all know what it is. Y'all know what it is. So what they're doing is now they're lining KK up. They're lining KK up. Is what they doing. They lining KK up, y'all. They lining her up big time, man. They lining her up big time, bro. And so what they doing is they're putting her in the fire. And also, as I told y'all, they don't want Diddy's team. And let me repeat this to everybody again. They do not want, Diddy's team do not want them to bring Gina's testimony in this. They want Gina out because they say, oh, Gina didn't come testify, so how can she be brought up? Well, once she gave a statement, it's over with. Now, look who else they're bringing in this, y'all. So the government says, why didn't you say Chef K was there? He says, I just wanted to minimize things. The government says, did anyone ask you again? He said, yes, Fahim did. Asked me what happened when I found the video of Jane. The government says, are you aware of how Fahim knew? He said, nope. So now they brought in Fahim back in this thing, right? So these are all the people, and y'all double tap the screen as y'all come on in, like, share, and subscribe to the channel, that are being put in this situation. You understand what I'm saying? So now, you know they were going to end big with this thing. You know they were going to end big. And the question is are they going to be able? Because remember, Diddy's legal team was basically damn near bragging that Gina wasn't going to testify. But they not bragging about Christina Korn not testifying. Now, if you ask me, and shout out to Cheryl Smith in the PayPal with the donation as well. Appreciate you, sister. If you ask me, I'm going to tell y'all this, right? I'm going to tell y'all this, right? I'm going to tell y'all this. Right? If you ask me, this is what I'm going to say to everybody watching this video. Right? Everybody that's watching this video. Christina Korn going to have to make a last-minute decision, yo. She going to have to make a last-minute decision, bro. You understand what I'm saying? I'm telling y'all this, man. You know, a lot of people will uplift Diddy because they want to uplift this devilish type of behavior and stuff like that, man. It's disgusting. You know what I'm saying, bro? You mistreat people. You do people dirty. And here's the funny thing that I find about a lot of people. They're so fast to defend Diddy. But think about this. Who did Diddy defend? Whoever came out and said Diddy was loyal to them? I want y'all to think about that. Whoever came out and said, man, Diddy was loyal to me, man. Whoever said that? Whoever said that? That was around Diddy. You don't see any of his artists doing videos saying he was loyal to me. None of these people, right? None of them. So, and here's the thing, right? And I'm just telling y'all this. Money can buy you a lot of things, but it can't buy you truth. See, no matter how much money you have, it cannot buy the truth. The truth is free. Don't have a price on it. The truth is free and don't have a price on it. So here's my thoughts. My thoughts is this. These women sold their souls to the absolute devil. This is exactly what happened. You can disagree with me and do whatever you want to do. I don't give a damn. I know I'm telling the truth. These women sold their soul to the devil. They sold their souls to the devil for riches, fame, fortune, and to be in that circle, period. But Diddy is the head of the snake. He is a mass manipulator. Diddy is a very smart manipulator, right? Sometimes too smart for his own good. And what Diddy did was, he took women who were, how should I say it, promiscuous, right? And used them for his own sexual pleasures and desires, hiding behind and masking himself behind the definition of what he called love. That's what Diddy did. So Diddy hides behind love. I love you, baby. I love you, baby. It wasn't love. It was lust. Lust of his sexual energy being fulfilled. Lust of all of the foolishness he pushed and that he's been pushing out. You understand? The devastation that he's brought upon a lot of these people's lives and their livelihood. You know what I'm saying? Hiding behind God and saying, oh, you know, God, I'm gonna pray. All this other stuff, right? These are the things he did, right? It's sad to see it go down like this, but you guys are only hearing a little bit. It's so much more to the story with Diddy that have not been told for years, you know? And it's crazy work. It's crazy work, right? It's crazy work, right? But, you know, everything that happens in the dark, it's gonna come to the light. And so, you know, every dog has his day. And I told you guys, I don't think that they're finished with Diddy. I think they got a lot more on the plate that they're going to come and hit Diddy with and close up a lot of loose ends in the near future. I believe that because they didn't come with Diddy at everything they could have came at him with. Straight up. And I believe what the reports were saying the other day, they could come after him, with the Department of Justice could come after him over drug charges. I truly believe that. Over drug trafficking charges. But I believe, and I told y'all this again, Damian Williams was not stupid. And that was the guy who brought this whole case. He was brought in by Biden, right? But he knew that Trump is a wild card. So why put everything on Diddy for Trump to knock that down in one swoop? We can bring enough on him to get him prosecuted or to get him thrown in jail now. And then when we're clear of any obstacles, we just come back, double back, and get his ass up out of there with all the heavy charges, right? And this is the type of things I believe that you guys will be seeing. If you think that that's all they got from those raids, you out your mind. They know probably a lot more than all of us, and they're not even telling us half the things they know. They're investigating all the other people. That is the real reason, and I'm telling y'all this. And here's another thing. I want everybody to understand something. How is anybody defending Diddy when Diddy violated everybody? Somebody coming to your house on your own personal property, right? Got you in rooms and secretly in the rooms or in private areas recording you. Not no public space, private areas. You got all these people, allegedly, because this is what the people who've been around Diddy say he did. So again, think about this. Then you have crazy ass Kanye West. And here's the other thing. Who is going to be a witness? Hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all. So I'm just telling y'all what the deal is, right? Yeah, they gonna come back on him. Trust me, they didn't hit him with the whole stuff. His team is already talking about an appeal, bro. And this is the thing people don't understand. Everybody keep talking about this, keep talking about that. Man, listen, bro. I believe the government did what they did to shake that juror into keeping it 100. Because if that juror doesn't, I believe they put that juror on blast. I'm gonna tell y'all what I believe the government did. I don't think that the government wanted to get that juror taken off. Because if they really wanted to get that juror taken off, the government would have pressed that issue like no other. I believe, and I'm telling y'all what I believe the government push that issue with that juror so that juror know they got eyes on him. So if anything funny happened, they're going to come back to that juror. And now that I think that juror knows, I think if it was anything funny, because Diddy's team was pushing real hard for that juror, real hard. And I believe, and I'm telling y'all this right now, I believe that if that juror have any kind of controversy going down the line of this case, it's already in the records about that juror, right? So I believe what the government did is put Diddy's team and put that juror on blast. You understand what I'm saying? You're not going to watch your jurors' bank accounts because they're not going to be stupid and put money in his account. He would never put money in his account. Not that stupid. So it would be pointless to watch his accounts. It would be pointless. It'd be pointless. I'm telling y'all, I think the jury did that knowing that word's going to get back to the juror. And I believe that they're going to break that up because Diddy waived his right to days, meaning that they're saying if anything, like if Diddy's found guilty, he won't try to say, oh yeah, it was a jury in his appeal. So peep that. I believe that was a warning shot from the feds to show what's going on. Right? I believe that, right? That's what I think. So, oh yeah, well, this is what happens. Any jury tampering, right? Hold on, y'all. Any jury tampering, and I'm gonna say this again. That's federal charges, and they can add on to Diddy's sentence. And I think Diddy's legal team has to understand, man, bro, they're in for it, bro. Because I'm gonna tell y'all something. He automatically gonna get found guilty on the prostitution charges. That's a slam dunk. So he got 2 counts of solicitation of prostitution. So that right there, those 2 counts, got 10 years on each count. So that's a potential 20 years right there just for those. The RICO, they got him on the RICO. All they got to do is prove 2 of the RICOs, they got him. Because they just showed y'all that both girls, Cassie and Jane Doe, both were threatened by Diddy to put out their sex videos. Right? So when you look at the RICO counts, it's not going to be hard for them to get 2 of those RICO counts. And the RICO's life. So even if people don't understand this, even if they don't get the sex trafficking, and this is the part people don't understand, let's just say for shits and giggles, they don't find Diddy guilty on the sex trafficking. He's still going to prison for life just off the racketeering. People don't understand when you use your organization to fund illegal activity, you're going to prison. So the RICO is the harshest charge. That's the harshest charge is the RICO. The racketeering is the harshest charge. That's what people not understand. Everybody keep talking about, oh, this is sex trafficking. No, dog. This is a racketeering, sex trafficking, and solicitation of prostitution. You got hit 3 different charges. Those are all 3 different charges. Right? Think about this. So either way, they're going to get him dead to rights. And he knows it. That's why his legal team is talking about appeal and appeal and appeal. They know what's up. They already know what's up. They already know what's up. And you better believe they're still investigating Diddy on more crimes. So here's the thing. The big question to everybody, that everybody's probably going to be asking, and here's the big question that everybody's going to be asking. And I'm letting y'all know this right now. The big question everybody's going to be asking you guys is this. And let me say this to the world. The big question that everybody's going to be asking, right, is will those other people who were mentioned in this case come forward to testify against Diddy? If they don't, if they do not, right? I'm telling y'all this right now. What's gonna happen if they don't? I'm telling y'all this. Telling y'all this. Oh man, this is crazy, y'all. I was reading this report, and RIP to those people that lost their life in that plane crash, in that India UK plane. The plane that was going, I guess, from India to the UK, where they said it was a sole survivor. And I always had thoughts about this. And I'm gonna tell y'all how they said he survived. It was 200-some people on that plane and one survivor. This guy, as the plane was crashing, y'all, he had enough sense to jump out of the emergency exit at the last second. I'm talking about just jump out. Crazy work. 40-year-old man. 40-year-old man. Everybody else is dead, man. Sole survivor. And that's always been a thought. Whenever a plane's going down, man, if somehow you can, man, get that emergency exit door open and hold on to that door and just jump at the last second. You know what I'm saying? Like, man, bro, you know? You think about that a lot. I know some people don't, but I be thinking about that shit because I fly a lot. So I be thinking about it like, damn, dog, if that's going to ever go down, how am I going to get out of here? Jump for that emergency exit at the last second. That dude had enough sense to jump for the emergency exit. Sold some 242 people unalive. And this man jumped out of the emergency exit at the last second. 40-year-old man. And he's alive. And he was sitting near the emergency exit seat and jumped out. Crazy. But very, very, very smart at the end for him to jump out of that plane and get out of there at that last second. Crazy work. And you think about that. You got to time that perfectly. Like, oh, jump, this don't going down. Like, you got to time that, and you got to be able to get to the door, open that door, get and push it open and get out there. And what you do is you just hold on to the door. You don't push the door and then jump out without no protection. Nah, you hold on to that door. That door gonna help your crash. It's gonna help your crash landing. You know what I mean? Straight up, man. That's crazy work. He gonna have all kind of stories to tell throughout his lifetime about that, man. That's crazy work, man. But yeah, so you guys, everybody, back to this case right here. So all I'm saying is, is that Diddy, bad work by him and his team, man. In my opinion, man, Diddy should have took the plea, man. Because I'm gonna tell y'all, when you don't take a plea, bro, they gonna hit you with the whole meal, bro. When you don't take a plea and you go to court and you lose, they're gonna hit you with the worst sentence possible. And I believe that is what is gonna happen. I think a lot of people are gonna act like, oh, I don't understand what's going on. I don't understand what's going on. You're gonna understand real quick. You're gonna understand real quick what's going on, Playboy. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna say it to y'all again. I'm gonna say it to y'all again, man. You know? And it's just me being real with everybody that's listening to this video. Right? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, man. It's a bad situation, y'all. I'm telling y'all this, man. And I'm gonna tell you why Diddy's team does not need to let Kanye West testify. If Diddy's team is stupid enough to allow Kanye West to get on the stand, let me tell y'all something, man. If they allow Kanye West to get on the stand, you guys, bro, bro, everybody gonna get exposed, bro, because the defense, when they get their hands on Kanye on the stand, and if you're Diddy's team, why would you? I don't even think they would ever do this. I don't think they're that stupid to put Kanye on the stand. I'm gonna just say it to y'all again. I don't think Diddy's legal team is that stupid to put Kanye West on the stand. I don't think they'll do it. I don't think they're that dumb. I personally don't think they're that stupid. Because if they was to put him as a witness on the stand, right? Now, some people say, why would they put Kanye West as a witness? Well, because they would want to, again, try to make it seem as if the Jane Doe was into that lifestyle of freak-offs and stuff like that willingly, right? But what Kanye West would do is, that idiot, if he was to take the stand, he would put himself under investigation by the feds. So now, it had already been testified under oath that a certain rapper and his wife were participating in that illegal activity with a paid sex worker. So if Kanye West is dumb enough to get his ass on the stand, if he's the person that they're talking about, which we don't know if that's the case or not, but, we had to say that. But what's going to happen is something diabolical going to happen up there. Something diabolical going to happen up there, y'all. I'm telling y'all this right now. It's going to be diabolical. Point blank, it's going to be diabolical, right? So, again, man, like I said, me personally, bro, it'd be the dumbest move in America. Kanye West will put himself under investigation. Why would you want to do that? Why would you put yourself under investigation? Why would you do that? Because now all they're going to do is ask you questions and ask you, well, were you participating in these events, Kanye? And Kanye, yeah, I was doing it. Yeah, I was doing it. I was bleeding my wife. Man, the judge will go crazy. And he'll instantly get himself indicted by self-incrimination. So if I'm Diddy, also, you don't know what Kanye West going to say on the stand. He's a live wire. He ain't going off no script. So the fact that Kanye's not going off no script, now you got a real issue. Ye is not going off a script. So you got real issues that Kanye is not going off a script. You got real issues going on, right? I'm telling y'all this now. So that's the reason why I said what I said. They don't want to put him on. He is a bad type of witness to put on the stand. I would never put him on the stand in this type of case, ever. That's the dumbest thing you could ever do is put Kanye West on the stand. You put Kanye West on the stand, he's out of here. And I'm just letting y'all know what it is. He gonna take down the whole case if you put him on the stand. Mark my words. And he gonna make things worse because you have no control. Even Diddy's team don't have no control over what he'll say. Because now they'll bring up the old beef. They'll bring up the old beef with Diddy and Kanye and say, well, Kanye, didn't you say Diddy was a Fed? What did you mean by that? Oh, well, see, yeah, because, see, man, they'll start asking. Kanye will be on the stand for 25 days. See what I'm saying? Kanye cannot cause a mistrial. He's a witness. If anything, he'll just get thrown out of court and charged himself. He cannot cause a mistrial. He's a witness. If he goes up there capping, he'll get thrown out of court and charged himself. Straight like that. I hope everybody know this. Right? Yeah, he can't be that stupid, y'all. Right? Well, Ye just wanted to show up just to be in the media, man. You know what I'm saying? And I'm gonna tell y'all why Ye got out there early. Kanye got out of there early because of the simple fact he already knew they was gonna send every single news station, and he could not control whoever might have beef with him or might want to get at him or anything. If somebody wanted to serve him or anything, they now all everybody, the whole world know you down at the courthouse, and you giving if he would have stayed in the courthouse, he's a sitting duck, and everybody knows his location. So anybody that got issues with him, problem with him, now you know his low. He there. That's why he had to get out. Kanye wasn't stupid. He got up out of there quick, speedy quick. He wasn't dumb. He wasn't dumb. Straight like that. He was not dumb. Got his ass up out of there. He not finna sit. You think Kanye finna sit over there in the overflow room? No. All day? No dice. No dice. Not finna happen. Not finna happen. And think about this. The only dude that comes support Diddy, all these people that say they support Diddy, ain't none of them went to the courthouse. Kanye West, the only crazy one that took his ass up there to that courthouse. Out of all the celebrities. Ain't none of them celebrities went up there. None of them. They're like, bruh, your crazy ass want to be wild, want to be all, you know what I'm saying, in the videos with your shit, and you going to deal with this on your own. You going to take this one on your own. Period. We ain't even finna do no ifs, ands, or buts about it. You finna take this lick by yourself. Right? Straight up. Straight up. What y'all said? Hold on, everybody. Let me see something here. Salute to everybody in the building. What? Hold on. TMZ's out here putting out pictures? Hold on, bro. What? What? Hold on, y'all. What? Let me see something, y'all. Hold on. What? Okay. All right. Also, I'm going to tell y'all something else. Maybe Kanye West had to go up there because he had to. Let me say that to everybody as well. Maybe Kanye went up there to court because he had to. I told you guys, nobody been supporting Diddy, but Diddy knows a lot. Knows a lot. Diddy knows a lot. Right? Maybe he went up there because he had to. Had no choice. He had to. Right? Think about what I'm saying to y'all now. He had to. This is the control that is had over these people. Now, I want y'all to think about this now. What I'm saying to everybody. Think about what I'm saying, y'all. Right? And I think Diddy having his lawyers say what they said in the court was warning shots. So, oh, y'all act like I'm up here by myself? Okay, we can drop names. We can drop hints. I ain't dropped no names yet, but I can drop hints to the media. See, I'm telling y'all this. And everybody got to be shaken because now you don't know when Diddy's team goes up there, who else names they going to bring up. when the defense starts their defense. So, yeah, man. Diddy is diabolical, nigga. like, hey, y'all niggas ain't gonna show up? Okay. Shit, I wasn't the only one. That's what it could be. Could be that. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling y'all this. Right? Telling y'all this. Right? And so this is what it is. Right? Salute to everybody tapping on in. As y'all come in the building, y'all know what it is. What? My bad, y'all. My bad, everybody. Man, you know your boy just chilling, man. Hold on one second, y'all. Y'all smash that like button as y'all come on in here. Salute to everybody. Oh. That nigga said Nino Brown. Yeah, man. Nigga go full Nino on niggas, man. Y'all already know how that go. Y'all know how that Nino go. You did? That's what he did, though. He damn sure went full Nino on him. You said, did he drop the dime? Yeah, he dropped the dime. He definitely dropped the dime yesterday in court. That was a dime that was dropped. And y'all double tap the screen. We almost got 2,000 likes, yo. Hey, everybody double tap the screen. We like 20 likes away, 25, 24 likes away from 2,000 likes. Double tap that screen or hit the little 3 dots in the upper right-hand corner, man, and hit that like button, man. Salute to everybody. This thing is heating up now, man. You know what I mean? And here's the thing. The question that everybody has to ask, will Diddy take the stand? If he takes the stand, man, what's to stop this nigga from going full Nino Brown? What's to stop him from going full Nino on a stand? Because listen, the only way Diddy takes a stand is if his lawyers feel like he gonna lose the case. For sure. Like, without a shadow of a doubt. The only way Diddy takes a stand is if his lawyers feel like 100% he gonna get found guilty on every charge. Because even Harvey Weinstein didn't take the stand in his retrial. If Diddy takes a stand, bruh, I'm trying to tell y'all this, man. That's gonna be the biggest show ever. Y'all think these people watching now? Let Diddy take the stand. And remember, his lawyer said before the case Diddy was gonna take the stand. Now, whether or not that goes on, we'll see. But if he takes the stand, I'm just telling everybody that's watching right now, man, that man take the stand, bro. Man, this is gonna be real diabolical, man. He take that stand, bro. Real diabolical. Yep. Excuse me, y'all. Yeah, man. They probably already got a whole lot of stuff lined up. And again, y'all got to remember, if they call Diddy to the stand, Diddy's team cannot control the questions of the prosecution to Diddy. That is the bad part for Diddy. They won't be able to control nothing. Hold on, y'all. I got some more donations. Hold on. My bad, y'all. I've been tripping. If y'all want to donate, the link pinned at the top of the chat. Cash App, PayPal. My bad, y'all. I'm supposed to be shouting these people out, man. My bad, y'all. Let me see. Hold on one second, you guys. Hold on. Hold on. Belinda Carmichael, salute to you in the Cash App with a donation. Appreciate it. $40 donation. Salute. Geraldine, salute to you in the Cash App with a donation. I appreciate you. Aretha, salute to you in the Cash App with a donation. I appreciate you. Walter Lowe, salute to you in the Cash App with a donation, brother. And also, Reginald Wirtz, salute to you, sir, in that Cash App, coming through with the donation. Also, there's other people, too. Hold on, man. Like, share, subscribe as y'all come on in. Why can't I see these other people? My bad, y'all. Hold on. Oh, snaps. Somebody just sent me a $95 donation in the PayPal. Hold on. I don't know who it is, but salute to you. No, my bad. Somebody sent me a $100 donation in the Cash App. It came out to be 97 something. I have to change. My bad. Salute to y'all, whoever. Okay. I see what it is. It's a company that sent it to me. Salute to you. I appreciate that. Appreciate that. Yeah, y'all already know what's up, man. Y'all hit that like button as y'all come on in here, man. Double tap that screen, hit that like button, man. Love to all of y'all and honor to all of y'all. You did? Let me see something, man. I'm trying to trying to see something. Yeah, man. Hold on. Somebody else. How in the hell do I get to read these Cash Apps? I mean, not that. Hold on. These other donations that came in. Hold on, y'all. Something ain't right. I'm trying to read them. I don't know why I can't read it. William Livingston, salute to you with a donation. You said, Diddy takes a stand, get your popcorn ready. Oh, yeah, you better. You absolutely better do it. Hold on, bro. I'm missing something, man. Hold on, you guys. Damn. My bad. What do you say? Yeah. Shout out to DJ Ghost. He said, what happened to the underage in the case? The judge ruled that out of this case. They're not gonna let those people testify in this case. The judge ruled that out right before the case. He's not gonna let those ones testify in this case. Shout out to Ivy. She said, I always support you. Ticket every stream, salute. So that all that stuff that was in the pretrial paperwork, they cut out some of those people because some of the victims were cut out. So the timelines didn't match. So if the timelines didn't match for certain witnesses, they weren't going to allow the witnesses to testify. So basically with Gina being out, it also takes out a lot of their certain witnesses they had for her as well and other things they had going on. So, it has to be applicable to the time to be able to present it in the court. Trust when I tell you that. Yeah, y'all double tap the screen, man. We almost at 3,000 likes, man. Salute to everybody like, sharing, and subscribing to the channel. I appreciate all of y'all. Y'all know what it is. Salute to all of y'all. We out here putting in work. You know how that go. Doing what we do. You said he'll get exposed? Man. Bruh. Listen, man, you just want great things to happen, man. You did. And that's pretty much it. Hold on, y'all. Let me see something. What? There ain't no way. Ain't no way. Yeah. All right, you guys. We get ready to get back to the courtroom now. As salute to everybody that's in the building, right? So we back in the courtroom, you guys, and they're actually showing these weapons on evidence, bro. I'm looking at it right now. I'm looking at the actual weapons. Crazy work, y'all. Man, they got all these weapons, handguns, everything. That handgun look Brazilian. Open it up and see what bought you. Right? So, now, hold on, y'all. What? Hold on one second, y'all. Damn. So, magazine. I got the pictures of the handguns too that they sent. Hold on, bro. Let me see something. What? So they said when Kanye got to the courthouse, y'all, they said the staff quickly moved to accommodate him. Hallways were cleared, and a guard was told to reserve a bench in the back of the overflow room for Kanye West and his guests. So they clean shit out for Kanye. Even though Kanye running around here disrespecting all these people, he still get the red carpet treatment. He ain't worried about it. He still get the red carpet treatment. They said he went through security, kept his glasses on the whole time, his sunglasses. He was escorted to the overflow room, not the one that was initially prepped. And he sat next to Diddy's son, Christian Combs, before quietly leaving. So he went up in there basically for a photo op. You know what I mean? Right? That's basically a photo op. Now, also, you guys. Oh, shucks, my bad. Hold on. A source close to Diddy said that Kanye West had been in touch with Diddy's family ahead of today's appearance, discussing the possibility of attending to show his support. Right? These are the reports I'm getting out of the court right now. I'm giving it to y'all as soon as I get it out the court. Oh, man. Freaking back is killing me, bro. Right? Let me see something, y'all. All right, hold on, y'all. Hold around, I'll shoot you. Hey, what you said, though? Hold on, y'all. Hold on 1 second, y'all. Let me see. So, you all right? You all right? You need some water? Damn. Oh. So yeah, y'all. That's the situation that's going on, everybody. You said, yeah, I think anything's possible in this type of case. This type of case, anything's possible in my opinion. Anything's possible in this type of case. Oh, shucks, man. Anything is possible, bro. You said they made it seem like, nah, they said they confiscated it in his house. But they were illegal. Anytime you have guns with serial numbers defaced, that's illegal. It's illegal to deface serial numbers on your guns. That's illegal. Also, it's illegal to have illegal drugs in your house. Right? All these things were found in Diddy's home. People are ignoring that. People are ignoring that they found a whole bunch of drugs just all over the place, as far as they got people who admit that they taking drugs to him, sold drugs to him, transported drugs for him, used his companies to buy these drugs, use doctors to set these, to give him prescriptions of illegal drugs. These are all the things that y'all have been ignoring, that have been put in the case. See, The jury's gonna see this stuff because it's in evidence. You guys not gonna see it. Why? Why aren't y'all gonna see it? Because it ain't in evidence. I mean, you can't see the evidence, right? Hold on, y'all. Right? Hold on 1 second, y'all. All right. So, let's see. I think they should be back right now. We should be back at it right now, y'all. Hey, why you close that door? I should close that door, man. Oh, why she close that door? Why you close that door? Oh, okay. Hey. Hey. Remember to clean that jacuzzi. All right. Hey, but use bleach, chloro. Agua, water, chloro. You know what I'm saying? Hey, thank you. Oh, man. My neck and my back hurt. My neck and my back. And I need some ice. That joint hurt for real, shawty. Hey, Renzo. 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 This nigga can't hear me, man. Oh. Salute everybody. You said what I've been doing? Nah, man, I've been working on building a when I ain't been online, I've been working on building a I was building some more dog houses. Don't tell me it's about to rain. I'll be damned. I'm working on building some more dog houses. Man, dog. And I was lifting up some heavy materials for the ceiling. And I hurt my back. Man. I joint hurt so bad.
Where are we at? 1:37. Maybe they went a little bit later today. Combs engaged with his defense today. It says, new report by NBC News. The defendant appeared to be partially engaged with his attorneys today. Combs seemed to be paying close attention to his testimony of that federal agent describing the raid. Combs could be fighting some congestion, possibly an allergy today, as he grabbed tissues and forcefully blew his nose at one point in the morning. Oh, he's catching a cold. Maybe it's the STDs in his system. Maybe it's the STDs. He has a cold, they say. He's sneezing. He's sneezing. He appear to be sick. You know, they don't really delay trials when people are sick. They have delayed days where if the defendant is sick, but usually if the defendant's sick, they still bring you in unless you're in the hospital. Something really crazy. Yeah, he's sick. Sick. I got to keep heard a little rumbling outside my home. Yeah, there's some thunderstorms off the west coast of Florida. Got to keep an eye out on here. These storms are vicious in Florida. They come in and they roll in and they go away. Look at this. Look at this. Holy smokes, he's wearing white. Oh, we got a troll alert. 50 Cent trolling. This has been posted. We are wearing white in honor of the freak offs. Damn, Kanye. You should have brought your dirty little wife with that Grammys outfit. Oh. Yo. Diddy. 50. Kanye. Look at this. 50 Cent. My goodness. Yeah, he put that out there. Somebody said in the chat, appreciate that. Look at 50 posted. Charlie, you getting some storms today? Yeah, I live in Tampa Bay area. These storms in Florida are vicious in the last week. They've been rolling in. At least every day we getting crazy thunder. This is crazy here, man. You got 10,000 likes in just a couple minutes. In honor of dressing all white. Yo. So we're going to leave that up for a bit. $50 don't like these people at all. Another thing he said too, when it was revealed earlier that Diddy didn't like Diddy didn't like 50, he had a gun or something like that. He was like, "Yeah, I'm going to the NBA game tonight. Hide out. I'm going to the NBA game tonight, or Knicks game." Yeah, see that? That's in reference to the dressing all white. Let's see what else is being said. Remember, the day before, he's trolling everybody with the family freak off family members, family matters. Crazy. Oh, another thing is, it appears that Jane Doe is getting $5,000 a month in child support. That has been testified yesterday afternoon, too. Jane Doe gets $5,000 a month. And sometimes she makes $50K a month on OnlyFans. Up to $50,000 a month on OnlyFans. She does get $5,000 a month on child support. crazy stuff. He's trolled him over and over and over again. All right, in the meantime, I'm going to see what's up here. See where we're at. See when we get started. I want to hear more Jonathan. Jonathan, can't you see you are testifying against Diddy? Thank you, JLR, for constantly updating everyone in relation to the biggest trial ever. This is one of the biggest in this century. Lester, thank you. Very grateful. Thank you. Pray for all the parties. Thank you. Pray for everyone involved. It's crazy. All right, so we're still on hold here. It is now the 1:45 hour. I think they were supposed to come back at 1:30. Judge told the jurors to come back 1:30. So we're 15 minutes into it. We have no indication that the judge is back on the bench or even the jury's back in the room yet. We should be getting that update very, very shortly. Nothing on CNN. 1:30. We'll be back. Perez, welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Then the defense. Defense might start as early as next Thursday, Wednesday, Friday, or the week after that. But the defense is coming up. Who are you going to bring? That makes me wonder, like, I can't even see who you're going to bring. Who are you going to bring? Who are they even going to bring? Who exactly are they going to bring up here? Yeah, I pretty much gave all the updates so far. Just looking for additional context, additional information, and additional clues. Anything. I want all. Share it all. Share it all. Let's hear it all. The defense is kind of like his paid comfort, too, in the court. Because defense is going to maybe ease his nerves. That's another thing, too. When you have all these defense attorneys, it might kind of put you more at ease instead of having one attorney in the hot seat. Maybe Diddy just wanted to get a bunch of attorneys just to make it look like he feels shielded, he feels protected, he feels comfort, he feels enabled by having all these attorneys around him. Could maybe put him at ease more. Yeah, just one attorney there. He's probably just all scared. He could be scared. He could be a scared man sitting in that chair. I don't think any of you want to be on a defendant's hot seat. Honestly, I think Diddy was in love with 50. That's what Charlie said. That's why Diddy went for 50's baby mama. It was so brutal to her. Charlie, a lot of people thought that. Like he has a secret crush on Diddy. Or I'm sorry, on 50. And then he's like, I don't know, it's like a competition between them. They definitely don't like each other. At all. Bring KK onto the stand now. I know, right? We're waiting. Keep refreshing screens. Running out of things to talk about. I mean, we could talk all day, really. I don't want to ramble like that. Also trying to preserve my voice a little bit. My goodness, I got to stop screaming at the screens. My vocal cords got seriously disrupted. I'm getting better, though. I definitely sound better than I did earlier today. Today was rough. I woke up, I was like, oh, I had a hoarse. I was like, oh my gosh, I won't be able to narrate today. I was very concerned. I'm good. Rest. Lots of rest, lots of fluid. Honey. I actually had some lemon juice poured in. Oh, you know what I did? Took some lemon juice and just drank it straight. Oh, gosh, that's horrible. You got to mix it. Oh. Lemon juice. Where are we at? There's no updates. We don't know what is going on here. Everyone seems on break, but it was supposed to come back at 1:30, and we're at 1:48. CNN is usually the first person to say Judge is back on the bench. I've not seen that yet. Judge is on the bench. Let's address some issues before we get started, shall we? Your Honor, I want to submit this, that, and the other. Let's submit that and the other. Bring KK now, James says. Keep that on the screen. Bring her. Will anyone feel sorry for KK when she testifies? If she testifies? Crimes have consequences. Hey, nice to see you. They do. Thank you for being a member for 18 months. Oh my goodness, how many things have we done in 18 months? 18 months ago. What was 18 months ago? So we're talking 2023 into 2020 or 2024 into 2023. Yeah, we've been through we've been zigzagging the country in the last 18 months. It's really the first time we've really been here settled in for a couple months straight. Haven't really been anywhere. What, we did the Super Bowl on New Orleans, right? We were out there at the Super Bowl in New Orleans. And we were out there chasing snow in the panhandle of Florida, snow. Then where did we? Oh, we went up in the Northeast. That's the last trip we went. Northeast chasing serial killers. Debunking serial killers in New England. That's the last time we were out. Like on a road trip, work road trip, studio work. I like to mix it up. I don't like to sit here forever. I think I'll move around a little bit. Good for your legs. A 2-month trial. Well, we've talked about going up the Diddy trial with this one, like back in the back end, and you never know. I might say, hey, I'm getting on a plane tomorrow and going up to the Diddy trial. See what's going on. Particularly verdict watch. KK's hands are definitely not clean. Secret indictments. They're sealed. They are sealed. And if Diddy's found guilty, they open up the can of worms. The indictments. Cavalcante chase. MKO. Yeah, Cavalcante. Shoot, that was crazy. Law enforcement let me on the front lines with Cavalcante. I had a agreement with law enforcement, and they allowed me to be on the front lines. At one point, they told me I had to leave a certain area when it was getting really crazy, but they were cool with me up there. And matter of fact, I'll just say that I was informed what was going on, where things were happening. So I got the tips, which was pretty cool. I was able to follow law enforcement around while they're chasing down this murderer that escaped from prison. It's crazy stuff. These prison escapes are crazy, man. There's these. But Cavalcante was crazy because these locals, especially up in the cornfields, those locals with the cornfields, they're coming out with shotguns and driving around trying to find this dude out in the cornfields. Locals there. There was a big prison escape in Arkansas with this dude, this former cop. He got picked up by Vortec. Same people I got Cavalcante. Okay, we're back. They're back before the jury comes in. All right, Donaldson says something here. Okay, we're back. Unique, thank you. Thank you, Unique. Thank you, chat. Thank you, mods. Love from Africa. Thank you, Unique. Thank you for being in. I want to go to Sahara Desert. I do. I want to go to Sahara Desert. We're back. But before Jory comes in, Holmes's Xavier Donaldson says, Your Honor wanted us to address juror number 6. Judge, we can do that another time. All right, so Xavier's like, Your Honor, let's address juror number 6. Judge shut him off right there. We'll address it another time. He already said he's going to do it at the end of the day. So Xavier's trying to address juror number 6 right now, when the judge clearly said he was going to do it at the end of the day. So I don't know what Donaldson's trying to do. Judge is just like, we'll do it another time. AUSA, Mr. Perez, we have exhibits to introduce so we can get our summary charts together over the weekend. After Mr. Perez. After Mr. Perez, we have exhibits to introduce so we can get our summary charts. That will be the individual the other one that I believe works for the government. That would be the Sandcar. That's who they'll be doing a summary witness. So prosecutors like, we'll do that over the weekend. All right, cool. All right, let's get this jury in. Let's go. Any other issues? Judge is like, we'll deal with that later. So, Donaldson tried to bring it up again. That's crazy. Because I know some people in the chat are like, what about juror number 6? That has been addressed. All right. And I'm also have eyes to see if Kanye comes back. Maybe, maybe not. All right. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Hello, hello. We are about to get started. Probably be here to 5. Some people are saying, will this juror be the cause for a mistrial? Dude, imagine all this testimony from all these victims. Imagine all the way up to when the prosecution's about to finish. They're presenting their case, and we suddenly get a mistrial. That would be crazy. Judge ain't doing that. I'm telling you, judge ain't going to do that. Just not. That would be absolutely bonkers. Because the judge knows these victims spoke and the emotional. There's no way. There's no way. The judge is not me. The judge is going to just try to have a fine line and say, look, you got issues, appeal. Maybe the appeals court will deal with it, but I'm not going to be the one. I'm not. It's just too big for me to even do. Unless something that's clear, like egregious in front of the judge's eyes, I think the judge is just going to kick it down the road. If you want to take it up with appeal, you take it up with appeal. I have no say in this. I heard on the sideline, Melissa says that KK was not going to be testifying at the trial. Interesting. Melissa, I said yesterday I didn't think she was because of time. But now I'm starting to feel that she could or use some stuff on her as evidence next week. That's a great, prosecution might be treading this lightly too, as far as KK could mess their case up in some way or some shape or form. It appears that she is cooperating. It appears that she's cooperating, but doesn't mean just because she cooperates doesn't mean that she's going to be used. Some of the information with the evidence that they got and seized from her could be used, but they might just feel like we don't need her. If they're indicating next week, you would think that KK would be on the stand for days. Now, the prosecution did say those 2 witnesses bodyguards possibly will be testifying. All rise. All right, here we go. Jonathan. Or KK indicted after this is quite a possibility too. All right, Jonathan's back on the stand. Let's go. Let's party. AUSA Smizer. Mr. Perez, were you subpoenaed? And do you have an immunity agreement? Yes. Yeah, they see, now we're getting into criminal activity. And yes, we are. We're getting into criminal activity right now. And the prosecutor wants the jury to hear that he has been subpoenaed and he has reached immunity. Yes, that's a sign that they're now going to go into criminal activity, and that's what they're doing. Let me show you this. What is this? Mr. Combs's Gucci pouch. What was in the Gucci pouch? Drugs and money. Gucci. A Gucci pouch. Here we go. Drugs and money. Just your everyday drug dealer. Gucci pouch. Now we're getting into some good stuff. Again. Gucci pouch. Drugs and money. Gucci pouch. Perez is wearing a burgundy suit and a black shirt and tie. That's what they're describing. Gucci pouch. Immunity time. There he is. There he is. Back on the stand. All right. So he has confirmed he has reached an immunity agreement for the jurors to hear. Here we go. Gucci pouch, drugs and money. Schmeiser. Now some text between who? He says, me and Rob. Rob. Who's Rob? Does anyone ever know who Rob is? Because he's been mentioned a lot. Rob says, is it Black Rob? Who's Rob? Who's Rob? Rob says, will you locate his Gucci pouch in his bathroom? Will you locate his Gucci pouch in his bathroom? What did you say? I texted, there were no residue and I didn't steal any Adderall, LOL. Meaning what? Adderall. All right, so they're getting into stuff in the Gucci bag. Bathroom. Adderall. It definitely ain't Black Rob. I don't know who Rob is. I've heard Rob. All right, Gucci bag. Stand by. Get more stuff. The Gucci bag, Adderall. It's like, whoa. This whole case is like, whoa. Whoa. Drugs and money. Gucci bag. Rob's telling him to get the bag. Like, wow. How about that? It's like, wow. Yeah, because we're past the 2021 stage, so it can't be Black Rob. As part of your employment, did you have any role in obtaining drugs? Here we go. Flat out. Yes, a handful of times. I purchased or grabbed them for someone outside. Who were you getting the drugs for? Mr. Combs. Which drugs? Cocaine, Xanax, Molly. It's a death blow to any defendant to have a co-defendant on the stand when a prosecution says Who did you get the drugs for? And they named the person, Mr. Combs. You now have a man under oath that has received immunity, is testifying he was getting drugs for Mr. Combs. Cocaine, Molly, ecstasy, Xanax. Oh boy. So his job first consisted of giving away gifts or gifts for Diddy, personal assistant, and it turned into cleaning up freak-offs, setting up freak-offs. And now it's getting into delivering drugs for Mr. Combs. How did you pay for the drugs? Cash. Where did you get the cash? Security. Rico got the cash from security. Wore the Gucci pouch. Who is security? Fahim. Fahim. What did your text say here? I texted Fahim. I need $700 for Guido. For Guido. Guido has been a known drug dealer mentioned in this trial. He just said Guido for drugs. $700. I texted Fahim. Fahim. Damn Rico. Rico. Damn Rico. Saw that one stick out, that comment. Oh boy, folks. So right here, Rico is being discussed before our eyes. Jonathan is getting drugs. He's having conversations in text with Fahim, talking about buying more drugs from Guido, delivering drugs, hundreds of dollars of drugs, different types of illegal narcotics. Drug dealing falls under Rico. One crime. Each count has been established right here. Drugs. Plus text. Text to corroborate it. They're reading off the text that he had with Fahim. Where's Fahim? Anybody know Fahim? Paging Fahim. Fahim, if you're out there, what's going on? And this text. I texted, I'm still waiting for the funds from TriStar. Mr. Combs' business managers. Who'd you interact with TriStar? Dun, dun, dun. Robin Greenhill. Robin Greenhill. Name dropped. He was waiting for the funds to get the drugs from Combs' business manager named Robin Greenhill. Did you get a FaceTime from Mr. Combs from Jane's house? Yes. Now we're getting back to Jane's house. He might not be on much longer as far as like with this. We have another name, a full name of Robin. Robin Greenhill. Combs' business partner. I think she's the accountant, isn't she? Oh boy. Now we're getting into the FaceTime with Combs at Jane's house. Remember the Jane's house? Now I think now they just jumped ahead. He's just describing the drugs that he was required to get. Lots of it. Money. Name dropped Robin Greenhill. Name dropped Fahim. He didn't name drop D-Rock. So I'm wondering if Robin's going to be the witness. Perez says, I dropped him at Jane's house with his supplies. Then he called me a couple hours later. How did Mr. Combs appear in the FaceTime? Angry and annoyed. Could you see Jane's face? No. She turned away. Ooh. He actually went to Jane's house with supplies. Remember? Diddy got Anton there. So was Diddy all planning all along to do the freak off at Jane's house with Anton? Because Perez just testified he went to Jane's house with supplies. Like this whole oral sex thing was planned. Like Diddy had a plan. What did Mr. Combs ask? Schmeiser said. Perez. For me to say if there had been another female on a trip we've been on, I said no. Had there been? No. How did you react during this FaceTime? Pretty normal, I thought. So I think it goes back to Jane's testimony when Diddy got Jonathan up on this FaceTime to confirm Diddy didn't go on a Utah trip with this female that Jane was accusing him of being with. He got Jonathan on FaceTime to say it's not true. And he's saying that it wasn't true, by the way. Not like he's saying that he was told to lie for Diddy. He's saying really there was no other female. But he's saying Diddy's upset, because Diddy just got in a fight. Diddy just got his head smashed in marble and candles thrown at him. And then Diddy also tracked Jane down throughout the house by kicking down numerous doors that Jonathan's going to testify about payment. And Jane getting choked. Jane getting put out of the house, or she leaving the house only to come back to more assault. And ended up going into the shower, which turned into Jane forcibly doing oral sex on Anton. Jonathan's all in this mix because he's, like he said, he supplied the supplies. Diddy's having this guy in the mix to confirm that he wasn't with another female. Diddy wasn't with another female when Jane was making the accusations while they were drinking lots of champagne and tequila shots. Remember all that? Tequila shots. They were actually watching a video at first of the Boston Celtics celebrating the NBA Finals. Celtics. He supplied the supplies. Freak off supplies. Right? I dropped him at Jane's house with the supplies. So he also says it appears that he dropped Diddy off. 2 minutes ago, CNN says Combs kept a Gucci bag pouch filled with drugs and money. Former assistant testifies. Says prosecutor Schmeiser showed the jury a photo of a Gucci pouch. Ooh, photo. Exhibit. Photo. Here's a photo of a Gucci pouch. Jonathan, former assistant, said the pouch belonged to Combs and it was typically filled with drugs and money. Combs always had it with him during King nights. Perez also confirmed. The jury saw messages between Perez and another assistant in July of 2022. In the messages, the other assistant told Perez to look for the Gucci pouch in the bathroom, and if anything was outside it, put it back in. I zipped it up, no residue, and I didn't steal one Addy, Perez texted back sarcastically. I didn't steal nothing out of this, just let you know. Testified meant that there was no drug residue around the pouch and he didn't steal any Adderall from it. In other messages between Perez and other assistants in October 2022, Perez said that cocaine was found in a different bag and that it should never leave the Gucci pouch. Okay, drugs. King nights. Diddy would carry around the same bag during king nights. King nights are nights that Jonathan and KK and other staffers would set up. King nights for Diddy to have freak-offs with Jane and who knows who else. King nights. So we got hotel nights, we got freak-offs, we got king nights. Different names. Different staff called them different names. King nights, like he's a king. Thinks he's a king. All right, so yeah, we're up to date here, up to speed here, waiting for more information to come out about these king nights. For people that are just jumping in the chat, Jonathan Perez, former assistant under immunity, invoked the fifth this morning. The fourth person to do so at this trial, during trial. Jane would be the fifth person that got immunity. 5 people total, it looks like, have gotten immunity out of this case. He's the fifth. He's the fourth during the trial. And he's dropping it like it's hot. He's dropping it like it's hot. So we're waiting to see what else he has to say about this. Oh, boy. King nights, more like kink nights. And why would he name the Knights after the middle nickname of his son? Has anyone ever connected the dots there? Christian King Combs, King Knights. I think just Diddy has this persona like he's a king. He's a king. King. I'm a king. He wants to be a king. King Combs. New meme alert. Stand by. New meme alert. Oh, honeybees. Oh, look at this. Honey. Honey and baby oil. Got new memes coming up. Yes. Diddy. Honey, honey, honey. Honey for the freak-offs. That's crazy. Sticky. Diddy's up in a sticky situation. He's King B. Ah! Got new information. About this FaceTime call, what did you do? Perez goes, I told Fahim and KK that Mr. Combs was arguing with his guest and that I was going to pick him up. So KK and Fahim are aware of what's going on at Jane's house, according to Jonathan. What's this? Dated June 20th, 2024. A message between me, Fahim, and Sean Combs. I wrote, need cash for guest ASAP. Oh, Fahim is up to it in his eyeballs right now. Fahim, cash. We need it for a guest. He just name dropped Fahim. Fahim should be sweating right now if he's not already in trouble. If he already didn't make a deal, I think he made a deal. Do you know what the money was for? No. Why did you leave working for Mr. Combs? He said, to avoid a situation like this. How do you feel about Mr. Combs? He goes, great. The same way as when I worked there. No further questions. He's gone. Well, he's not gone yet. He's going to get crossed. Prosecution done. Damaging. A lot of things that he said has been damaging here. It shows the RICO element. RICO. But it also sets the tone for KK and Fahim. Clearly, they know what's going on. Clearly, they're involved here with cover-ups, helping, assisting, enabling, involvement, communications with the enterprise. Yeah, absolutely, they're involved. Fahim, KK. I think we'll hear from Fahim next week. Ex-assistant talks about getting drugs for Combs in payment. Jonathan Perez testified that he obtained drugs for Combs a handful of times. He got drugs including Xanax, cocaine, Molly from someone named Guido and Baby Girl. Who's Baby Girl? Drugs. Got drugs from Guido and Baby Girl. Who's Baby Girl? He would pay for the drugs with cash. He got either from Combs' security personnel, the Gucci pouch, or a top drawer. The jury saw a message that, according to prosecutors, Perez sent to one of Combs' security guards, Fahim, in February of 2024. February 2024. Perez testified that Fahim usually handled cash for Combs. Oh, Fahim. Fahim. In a message, Perez said in part, 700 went to Guido. Cash to Guido. Guido gets the drugs. Drugs goes in the Gucci bag that Diddy totes around. Fahim's part of this too. Perez is testifying under an immunity order. Outside the presence of the jury, he invoked his Fifth Amendment, triggering an immunity order signed by the judge to compel Perez to testify. He's the fourth person to get immunity. All right, so who's going to cross him? Mr. Steele. Mr. Steele. Steele is back. Steele looks like he knows a lot about the RICO aspect, right? Considering where Steele came from at ATL before this trial. Mr. Steele says, Mr. Combs is a motivator, yes? Question mark. Perez says he is. Have you ever seen Mr. Combs cry? Let me show you something. Give me 1 second. Your Honor, may I hand him a book? You may. Steele, 3605 material. All right. We got a book. Steele handed Jonathan Perez a book. We'll see what's on this book. Bookmark it. What's in the book? What is in the book? Black book. Diary. Probably a self-motivational book. Just like Diddy has been reading books on the stand about how World War II troops deal with PTSD. The Orange Book. The Orange Book. All right, so yeah, he's on the stand, crossed by Brian Steele. He was allowed to get a book. Read this book. I mean, all the people have testified, the workers, that Diddy was the light of the room. He was the motivator. He was the man that paved the way for everyone. That's not secret. Mr. Combs cried. Does that make him a good person? Is that why he said, oh, Mr. Combs, have you ever seen him cry? Perez goes, I can't remember if he was crying, but this does remind me that he was upset. So apparently some book. But Perez is like, I can't remember him crying, but it does appear he was upset. Look again, Steele says. Perez says, it does not look refresh. Okay. You said there was a lot going on. Do you remember the March searches? Ooh, searches. Yes. You saw the news. Yes. What is he trying to say? He got the idea from drugs based off the news searches. Okay. Saw the news. You saw the searches. We all saw the searches. Where are we going with this, Steele? This is your time to show and prove, Mr. Steele. Show the jury what you got. He already just said it doesn't appear he was crying. So Steele wanted him to say that he was crying, but he couldn't get him to say he was crying. He just says he looks upset. Doesn't mean he's crying. And Steele moved on from that. Now we're into searches. You're into searches, ladies and gentlemen. Going into the searches of this, of the March searches. Searches all over. While he was on the stand, he testified scoring drugs was part of the job. Witness says buying drugs for Combs was an element of the job, according to Perez. The witnesses said he'd get cash from Combs' top security guard, Fahim Muhammad, in order to score cocaine, Xanax, or Molly. He said he testified Muhammad would submit receipts for the money he used to buy these drugs. Receipts? Who in the heck out of all drug dealers and buying drugs, and you keep receipts? You keep evidence and receipts of you obtaining illegal drugs? Are you kidding me? When the heck does that? When the heck does that? Keep receipts. Have you been in the bedroom at 2-Star? Yes. Did you ever see any guns there? No. Did you ever see him with firearms? Never. I only saw security with them. Because he's a man of notoriety, right? Yes. Steele's trying to throw Fahim under the bus, it appears. Oh, you never saw Diddy with the guns. Security had him. It's because Diddy was a man of notoriety, right? Yes. He's a man respected in many fields. Objection. Combs and Steele tried to say, he's a man respected in many fields with a question mark. Objection. Prosecutor got an objection. Prosecution doesn't want Steele to ask him a question. Yes or no, if he's a man respected in many fields. Steele, I'll ask this. You have worked with other celebrities. Yes. And many of them have security, right? They do. You mentioned Jane. She was nice to you? Yes. There you go. So now, for some reason, we got into these home raids. that really have nothing to do with what Jonathan testified. So Steele's taking him down about these home raids and guns. Or he noticed, he's trying to use him on the raids. But even though Jonathan really didn't testify anything about home raids, Steele's trying to use him to, more or less by saying, well, he has security at his house. Talk about raids and firearms. He's a famous person, more or less. But what does this have to do with what Jonathan has talked about? You called King Knight's personal time, right? Yes. Mr. Combs worked long hours, right? Yes. Because you worked out of his homes, sometimes business and personal got mixed, right? Correct. Business before pleasure. Steele is like, well, you worked out of the homes. Business and pleasure work together. Correct sometimes? Yes. That's what he's trying to say. He's trying to say, well, worked out of the homes. There's some pleasure stuff going on and some business stuff, but it's kind of like personal stuff. It's personal. It's what you do in your personal time. Nothing to do with Rico. It's stuff you do personal. Business and pleasure. You can do both. I don't know if this is going to work, Mr. Steele. You're taking this guy down about other things. Why don't you just talk about what he described? Ooh. All right, so let's see. Let's continue to watch here. What's going to be said? Crazy. We're still here, folks, ladies and gentlemen. What is he going to do? Is he going to stomp him? Any way, shape, or form? Ex-assistant says he respects Combs. Said he respects Combs. Steele asked Perez if he recalls seeing Combs cry on October 26, 2023. So we're talking about that crying, what was that? That was a little bit before, that was at the time, a little bit before Cassie's lawsuit, for Diddy's birthday. At the time, Jane was talking about leaving Diddy. Steele showed him an exhibit that helped Perez recall the time Combs was upset that day, but said he didn't remember seeing Combs cry. He's also testified, I just want to give new information out. Former assistant says the last time he talked to Combs was the day the rapper got arrested. Ooh. That's what I was saying, because he said he worked there all the way to 2024 September. Prosecutor Smizer asked Perez why he stopped working for Combs. There was a lot going on personally for Mr. Combs, and there wasn't a lot of communication about what was happening. So I thought it was a good time to leave to hopefully avoid a situation like this. He testified last time he talked to Combs was the day he got arrested. Prosecutor ended when she ended. We're on Steele now, but I'm just going back to how long he worked for Combs. How you feel about Combs now? I feel great about him, the same way I felt when I was leaving my employment. So, Perez don't want to say he hates him. I don't hate him. She said, I pray for his soul. Perez should have said, I pray for this man's soul. All right, so yeah, we're still on the part about, oh, okay, here we go. Setting up a king night, was it business or personal? Personal. And buying drugs. I'm not saying you did it often. That was personal too, right? Right. And buying lingerie for Jane. Personal? Personal, he's saying. He was trying to say everything was personal. 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 Not business. Personal. So it got him to say, well, why would he buy Jane lingerie personally? Does he like Jane? Like, why would he personally buy lingerie for Jane when Jane's supposed to be in a relationship with Diddy? Did Jane always appear to you to be a willing participant in King Nights? Ooh, this is what he says. Objection, the prosecutor. Objection. Did Jane always appear to you to be a willing participant in the freak-offs, King Nights? AUSA. Objection. Judge overruled. Perez says yes, always. So we just testified that Jane didn't appear to be forced into the King Nights. So that's interesting, right? Doesn't mean she wasn't or was. It's just he saw it like she was a willing participant. Well, we already know that the arrangement that Diddy had with Jane would fly in and everything like that. Jane's not going to put on a scene in front of all Diddy's people because Jane would ruin that gravy train. She would ruin it all if she made a scene in front of other staff. Like, no, I don't want to do this. No, you're forcing me into this room. No. She's going to put on a brave face. She's going to put on like she's with it. And that's what Jonathan just testified, that it didn't appear she was in distress during this. It appeared she was a willing participant. Okay. Steele goes, a small amount of drugs. Personal use, objection. That's sustained. That's only Perez's opinion on Jane. Again, we don't know what goes on in people, like, within how they're feeling the situation. People act. People put on a brave face. My throat is hurting. I'm making you all think I'm okay. You understand my throat? People put on things, right? Making it appear everything's okay when things are going on internally. But Steele's going to try that and use that because he's going to be like, yo, look, Jane was with it. But we already know Jane's with it because that was part of the agreement, the love contract. Jane goes against the love contract, she's out. Jane goes against the free calls, she's pushed aside. Young Miami would be the one. Gina would be the one, and others. So that's not, Jane never testified that she was dragged into hotel rooms or other people would witness that she didn't want to do it, anything like. She never testified anything about that I know of. Right? So where are you going at with this, Steele? You got to go harder in the paint. Go harder, Steele. Show something. It's quite possible he could be the last person today, folks, because we could be ending at 3. So just keep everyone informed. It is now 2:40. Court normally goes to 3. And the next person they said was Sankar, but they said she's Monday. So this could be the last one. I don't know how long he's going for. Hopefully we can end this early. Maybe, maybe not. We'll see. Perez on the stand, but he still shared a lot. A lot of juicy stuff. Juicy goods. Shelly, anyone that doesn't see Rico has 0 brain cells. From day 1, Rico was being established, but now with this assistant, his testimony only proves Rico. Barbara says, I wonder if he owes any taxes. I don't know who you're talking about, Barbara, whether that's Diddy or these other people, but yeah, taxes. Taxes. I've always said from the beginning, we haven't even gotten to the tax. Are they paying taxes? Are any of these people paying taxes? Might fall under RICO, tax fraud. Combs' former assistant says Jane seemed like a willing participant in King Nights. Defense attorney Brian Steele asked Jonathan Perez about his interactions with Jane, one of Combs' accusers who was in a relationship with a music mogul from 2021 to 2024. Perez, former assistant to Combs, confirmed he would help Jane pick out lingerie, heels, and dresses for her. Jane trusted Perez with his opinion of what to buy, Perez confirmed. Steele asked Perez if Jane ever appeared hesitant to go to King Night. He said no. Steele also asked Perez to confirm that Jane seemed like a willing participant in King Night. Perez said yes, willing participant. Perez also confirmed when asked that Jane never seemed upset or unhappy after a King Night. Setting up King Nights were personal tasks for Combs, not part of employment, ex-assistant testifies. Perez agreed that setting up King Nights in purchasing drugs would be classified as personal instead of work-related. He confirmed that it had nothing to do with his work, and he didn't believe he was getting paid to do those things. There you go. Steele's asking him more questions here. Can you estimate percentages of your work, business, and personal? I'd say personal was 1%. Mr. Combs needed help connection to a Bluetooth. Yes. He was not very high tech. He was not. Well, there's something me and Combs have in common because I'm not a techie guy either. He's confirming that Combs knows nothing about tech, high-tech stuff. Either do I. Like that. Mr. Combs was working on an album very hard, right? Yes. You all know tech stuff? Are you all techies? Got a microwave yesterday. Plugged it in. You said KK and Mr. Combs were close, right? Yes. But you are not saying it was sexual. I'm not. Oh, that is interesting. Why would Steele even ask that? Why would Steele even ask that question? You said KK and Mr. Combs were close, right? Yes. But you're not saying it was sexual. I am not. Oh, a lot of us been speculating. Is there some sort of betting going on between Diddy and KK? I wonder why Steele's bringing that in, because that might be brought in down the line. So he's getting that out, and an assistant says that there weren't sexual. I just think that's so interesting that he would bring that question. All the questions you ask if Diddy and KK were sexual with one another. The argument you saw on FaceTime, it was a verbal argument, not physical as you saw it, right? Right. You learned it was about jealousy. Yes. Kane was very jealous, question mark. Objection. Sustained. It's a matter of his opinion. We know Jane was jealous, Steele. She's already said that. She was jealous. And she's trying her best to get Diddy's attention when he's on yachts with other people and seen with other girls in IG. She wanted to be that person. She's already said, this has already been discussed. They were trying to get his opinion about jealousy. But his opinion doesn't matter. It's about the facts. You learn, though, that the fight between Diddy and Jane in June of 2024 was about jealousy, though. Yes. Jane was very jealous. Objection sustained. Weak. I don't know. Do you think this is good? What do you think? Four minutes ago, NBC News, Jane appeared to be a willing participant in King Night outings. Witness says, goes on to say, under cross-examination, the witness said he never got the feeling that Jane was unhappy or was unwilling to participate in Combs' King Night evenings. Jane even asked him for advice on fashion so she could look her best for Combs, the witness said. Defense lawyer Brian Steele also got Perez to agree with him that these King Nights were on Combs' personal, non-work time. That kind of distraction could be a key for jurors as they weigh whether Combs used his resources to run a criminal enterprise. There you go. Ex-assistant spent 1% of his employment on Combs' personal matters, he says. Defense attorney Brian Steele turned to Jonathan's previous testimony about a staffer finding on an iPad at Combs' LA home a video of Jane and another man engaging in sexual activity. Steele asked if the concern about the video centered on the fact that a personal, private sex tape was on the business iPad. Perez agreed. She said personal. Perez estimated that he spent about 1% of his time working for Combs dealing with personal matters, like setting up for King Nights and obtaining drugs. There you go. So Steele's still on him. All right, so we're still here. We're waiting for him to wrap up. I think he's going to be up to stand any minute. We'll see. Oh, we still have to address juror number 6, by the way. So even once he finishes, I think juror number 6 is going to be addressed. Maybe. It does say take it up at the end of the day. Personal matters. What do we have? Guido. Who's Baby Girl, by the way? Baby Girl was another girl that was mentioned about the drugs. We heard Guido, but that was the first time I ever heard Baby Girl. So if anyone has any idea who Baby Girl is, Baby Girl the drug dealer, let me know. So I'd love to know who Baby Girl is. Baby Girl. Hello, hello, hello. Good morning, good morning. Good afternoon, good evening. JLR Investigates. It is afternoon here, and we will see. I don't know if he's making inroads, but okay, here we go. You are about the same age as Jane. Yes, he's in his late 30s. Was Jane a strong and independent woman? Yes, he says. You made purchases in sex stores with a company credit card. I did. Do you know if Mr. Combs paid? I don't. You made purchases in sex stores with a company credit card. Yes. But you don't know if Mr. Combs was paid. I don't. The hotel was put in your name. You had to go in, you set up the room, right? Yes. And if the room was registered as Sean Combs, there might be cameras outside, right? Right. He was just getting them to confirm that Perez would set up some of these rooms, because if it was under Combs, there'd be cameras all over the place because people would want to see. They had to be discreet. So he's trying to get them just to say, like, yo, you set these Combs up, you set these rooms up because if Diddy did it for personal use, others would see. The paparazzi, the media, people would set up cameras outside. You had to be discreet about it, right? Yeah. I see where Steele's going with all this. He's just going, this is all personal. You see everyone consensual, consent, personal. This is personal stuff. I see where he's going. That's his angle here. Jonathan Perez on the stand, Fort Lauderdale. Well, yeah, if you set up a hotel under P. Diddy's name, the hotel staff's like, oh my God, Sean Combs is staying at the hotel. Contact TMZ. See, what I've heard about this stuff, and I've looked into this with paparazzi and everything like that, they get tipped off where celebrities are because the hotel staff tips them off. So when you have some of these high-end luxury hotels, you got spies. And TMZ and a lot of the paparazzi works these employees and says, look, you tell me if you see any of these celebrities or if any celebrities check into these hotels, tip us all. And then they go right to the scene. And they get slipped money, they pay. Because you get that $1 million shot of they just break them off some. And there's a lot of hotel staff that will turn in celebrities, even though there's supposed to be confidentiality clauses and things like that. You're not supposed to reveal. They do. So yeah, other people set up hotels in other people's names. Even, it's been testified here in this trial. Once you have a corporate account, you set it up, then you can change it, put aliases and checking in. They want to people off. They don't want the Daily Mail. They're anything to say. Combs, anything to say. All right, still in the hot seat. Jonathan Perez, still in the hot seat. We are waiting as we are approaching the 3 o'clock hour. We'll see if there's any redirect. I saw some comments. Steele, go down. Go sit down. You're making this case easier for the prosecution. I mean, he's not really attacking it. He's attacking the personal stuff. Like, personal is not a crime. It doesn't appear that Kanye West has come back, by the way. I don't think he came back. I don't think he's coming back. But you never know. Maybe as a defense witness. Somebody's coming for the defense. Ahim, KK, Guido. Defense brings up witness Guido. I'm Guido. I'm the drug dealer. It's all for personal. It's all personal. I mean, it's a ridiculous notion. A lot of people are saying they're waiting to see where Jay-Z is. Where's Jay-Z? We propose this exhibit. Objection, AUSA. Combs and Steele, we propose this exhibit. Objection. Judge, do we need a sidebar? AUSA, there are numbers of objections. We probably do need a sidebar. Your Honor, sidebar, sidebar. All right, we're sidebar. We're at a sidebar. Not over. Sidebar time. All right, so defense wants to propose this exhibit. So while we're on a sidebar, I'll be back in 1 minute. I'm going to get some more coffee here, and we'll continue. But we are on a sidebar. So let's keep the conversation going. I'll be back in a minute. Stay tuned.
We're not giving up by a long shot. I told Mr. Combs I'm going to try and get his case to trial as quickly as possible. I'm going to try and minimize the amount of time he spends in very, very difficult and I believe inhumane housing conditions in the special housing unit of the Metropolitan Detention Facility. And I'm going to do everything that I can to move his case as quickly as possible. His resolve is the same.
Right, welcome back.
He believes he's innocent.
Exhibit
I believe
sidebar.
he's innocent, and we're going to fight this case with
What's
all
an
of our
exhibit?
might until
We're
we
on
don't
a
have
sidebar.
to fight any longer.
Combs is being held without
Hello,
bail
everyone.
at the Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn. It's the notorious federal jail where Jeffrey Epstein was found dead in his cell in 2019 as he awaited trial on sex trafficking charges.
no idea.
At this point, one victim has been named in the federal case against Sean Combs. That's Cassie Ventura, Combs's longtime girlfriend, whose allegations of sexual, physical, and emotional abuse at the hands of Combs
They love
really
Charlie.
seem to be at the heart of the indictment charging Combs with these crimes. Now, Sean Combs, I'm sure, was considered a catch even way back in the 90s. Back then, he was an up-and-coming music producer, and over the years, he became a force, a mogul, who had his hand in everything from music to clothing, cologne, and the liquor business.
We are
He
at a
was estimated
sidebar.
by Forbes to be worth $1 billion. He has 7 children with 4 women. He's had 4 relationships with women since the 1990s that I would call romantic relationships. I'm not talking about the women who have accused him of sex crimes. Although Cassie, who was romantically involved with Combs, has certainly done that. We know Cassie is involved in the federal case, but what about the other women? Could they be drawn into the federal case somehow? Let's start with Misa Hilton. She was Combs's high school sweetheart, and they were together before Combs became famous. They have 1 child together, Justin Combs. Justin was born in 1993. When Sean Combs's homes in Miami and LA were raided in March, Hilton posted video on her Instagram page criticizing how Justin and Christian were treated during the raid. She said it was overzealous and overtly militarized force.
Here we are. Delicious. Nothing but a good cup of coffee. Friday afternoon. Maybe some of you all are listening and returning home from work. I am reviewing here. Let's continue to see what's going on.
JLR investigates. Great commentary. Had a great day, but I gotta run. I'll catch up with you cats. at a later date and time. So until then, now that you know that the AG and Brando knows, I gotta go.
Sunroof top, digging in the scene with the gangster leaning and we ain't coming down. See on my face that smile. See on my head that crown. I'm on the top of the world, top of the town, baby.
I moved up the hood that had the church on the corner where I sit and talk shit all day cause I wanna. And on top of that, wasn't none of y'all gonna do nothing but keep running your mouth and keep frontin'. Go ahead and say something. I'll wait. I ain't gonna wait too late, cause in a minute I'm escape. Cause there is no debate. No, it's not an option. You gotta keep it cocked. Watch.
Sunroof top, digging in the scene with the gangster leaning and we ain't coming down. See on my face that smile.